and welcome everyone to the conference for the next quest for the historical Jesus. Just a few minor housekeeping issues at first. First of all, if you want to say anything, good or bad about us, please use the hashtag next quest so that we can keep track of it. The second thing is this is part one of a two-part event. Part two will be July 15th to the 16th. The conference will be hybrid. It'll be live streamed, but also in person. We have limited seating in Bedford for the part two. So we are mainly going to have the contributors and then a few others. We are opening it to potential and present PhD students at MF Norwegian School of Theology, as I'm moving there and James has a position there and we're taking PhD students there. So if you meet the qualification for that exception and you want to come in person, please email me at chris.keith@mf.no. I also want to note we've had one addition to the schedule. If you didn't see the earlier post, Michael Barber will be presenting after Giovanni Bazzana. Michael's paper will be on death and martyrdom. Joshua?
Excellent, thank you very much. My name is Joshua Scott. I'll be the technical moderator for today's event. Welcome. We encourage you to use the chat to share your thoughts about the presentations. If you'd like to contribute at any time to the conversation, please make a note of that in the chat or use the raised hand feature, and we will call on you as time allows. Chris and James will be co-convening the sessions, alternating back and forth today. And we look forward for a very lively conversation. We will be also posting the recording on the Enoch Seminar Facebook page. And so if you have to bow out today to miss a session or something, we encourage you to check the recording out there. Also, I believe Chris and James will make this recording available in other formats, and they will probably announce that later in the week. Those are all the technical notes. If any of the presenters or participants have problem with Zoom, please don't hesitate to contact me either through the chat or through email. With those brief notes, I'll turn it over to Gabriele Boccaccini, the director of the Enoch Seminar.
Hi, everybody. Just a word of welcome for all participants for all around the world. I'm Gabriele Boccaccini, the director of the Enoch Seminar. We are particularly pleased to co-host in this event. For us, it's very, very important this common discussion between scholars in Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins, and to understand, in order to understand the figure of historical Jesus as part of a diversity of Second Temple Judaism. We would like to thank all the organizers and also Hermans and the Center for the Critical Study of Apocalyptic and Millennium Movements for their partnership. This will be certainly a very enjoyable and important event for our understanding of historical Jesus. So again, welcome also on behalf of the Vice Director of the Enoch Seminar, Professors Lawrence Tuchenbrook and Kelly Koblenz-Bauch. Thank you.
Our first paper is from James Crossley on the next quest for the historical Jesus.
Bear with me.
We can hear you. We don't see your PowerPoint.
Yeah, I was just, I don't want to give the exciting part away. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, all well. Right then. The next quest for the historical Jesus was a term coined by Chris Keith in 2021. It came out of a series of discussions we had about our different disillusionments with the mainstream quest and the repetition of questions and methods in major books on Jesus. But however disillusioned we were not pessimistic. Some of our hope for new emphases has come on the back of the generational and demographical changes we've seen over the past decade. And so what we mean by next quest is not so much another number to add to the quests. I'm not a believer in the numbering of quests anyway, but to see what we can do that has a different emphasis or has different emphases to what came before. On the rubble of some failed enterprises, we can build something new in historical Jesus studies. First, I want to briefly look at the foundations. The era of the hard version of the criteria of authenticity is over, leaving little more than occasionally useful tools, showing what sort of ideas about Jesus were present in the years before the Gospels. Instead, we'll have to think more generally about the history of ideas. As Chris Keith argues, the next quest should move beyond searching for an uninterpreted reality behind the text and hypothesize the historical Jesus by means of the cultural and historical processes by which images of Jesus were produced and transmitted. Others will develop this more next week. As I would put it, in a complementary way, I think, we can still reconstruct the social world and themes associated with Jesus that were most likely present around the 20s and 30s in Galilee and Judea, without always knowing what did and did not go back to the historical Jesus. These early ideas and themes do not necessarily have to form a coherent belief system, though they may, and we may end up with some degree of chaos and competing or contradictory ideas about Jesus that look early and were associated with that part of the world. Are we ultimately in touch with the historical Jesus? We may never know, but reconstructing ideas present in Judea and Galilee around the time of Jesus tells us something about the social world of the historical Jesus and thus of Jesus himself. I hope some of the thematic approaches taken up in this project lead us away to some extent from the competing straitjacket labels for Jesus, cynic, prophet, etc., etc. Indeed, if Jesus was perceived as a masculinized or feminized or minoritized victim at his crucifixion, then that's not dependent on a given portrait. More on that soon. Another foundation that is crumbling, I think or hope, is the duplicitous rhetoric of Jewishness, such as in claims that Jesus was very Jewish, yet opposed high-profile aspects of Judaism. I'm giving you some quotes here. If the era of Judaism as a convenient scholarly construct or foil for making Jesus better or subtly different from Judaism is not over, then it should be. And that's before we even ask what scholars actually meant by very Jewish, and by implication, moderately Jewish, a touch Jewish, unbelievably Jewish, not particularly Jewish, and so on, or if you prefer, Judean, Galilean, or Israelite. Rather than tagging very Jewish onto reconstructions as a loaded rhetorical flourish or accusing more philosophical Jesuses as being somehow not Jewish or borderline fascist, the next quest should simply assume that Jesus was, would you believe, Jewish. We're not playing the game of measuring a legitimate Jew, perhaps most bizarrely seen in the case of Christian scholars making such bold decisions on behalf of Judaism. We are analyzing if or how and why ancient actors presented themselves in such terms, and if or how and why they were perceived in such terms. Okay, we know what we're rejecting and what we're building upon. So the big question, what might a wide open next quest look like? Let's take the most obvious instance of potential for innovation, the social history of scholarship and the reception history of the historical Jesus. By social history of scholarship, I mean using scholarship as the object of study and part of modern history of ideas, which we locate in modern cultural and historical context. By reception history, I mean an overlapping concept, namely the uses of ideas relating to the quest and the constructions of the so-called human Jesus, shorn of the supernatural. This may technically function beyond the scholarly quest, but is participating in a similar cultural game about who Jesus really was. It may involve ethnographic work or uses of Jesus scholarship of the sort Rebecca King has done by looking at liberal churches using Borg and Crossan. But it should also mean looking at the expansive histories of interpretation of passages we analyze in the vein of John Kloppenborg's work on the tenants in the vineyard, for instance, if only to see the inherited cultural baggage we don't usually see. Why are social history of scholarship and reception history the most obvious areas for innovation? Well, for a start, just think about the endless Jesus tropes covered in art, cinema, novels, plays, etc., or the ubiquity of the idea of the tolerant good guy Jesus versus a manipulative, intolerant church, or how many passages need the tenants in the vineyard treatment, or how much more fieldwork on uses of scholarship in the public domain is needed. In terms of the social history of scholarship, we might note as ever, that plenty of scholarly work has been done, and as ever, often overlooked, on Jesus in the context, or Jesus scholarship in the context of, for instance, the Enlightenment, 19th century bourgeois nationalism, colonialism, Nazism, Fordist capitalism, Cold War, European and American Orientalism, feminism, neoliberalism, post-modernity, war on terror, etc., as well as biographical details on individual scholars such as Schweitzer and Vermeersch. All these areas can still be expanded with more data and more analysis. But there is a huge amount of material not seen in historical Jesus scholarship. The archives containing material relating to the historical Jesus have barely been touched, let alone exhausted. I've been working on English artisan and working class radicalism of the late 18th century and the 19th century, and their critical approaches to Jesus. And there is plenty of undiscussed material. Now, although there is plenty of material to work with in my research, niche contexts in England are hardly all. Think about how much more archival material can be revealed from around the world and in a range of cultural settings. If there is anything to the argument about historical Jesus scholarship emerging as a colonial enterprise, and I think there is, even if anti-colonialism is also part of that story, then there will be plenty more to do on the role of ideas about the historical Jesus in the modern colonial encounter, building on the work of Sugitha Raja, for instance, and uncovering much more. The social history of Jesus scholarship, reception histories of gospel passages, and the reception history of popular quests will provide new material for PhD and post-PhD research projects for a long, long time yet. But what about the earliest perceptions of Jesus? We don't have any serious new data here, so what more can be done? For a start, we can shift the emphases in the questions we ask of the data. Yes, we could ask yet again whether the data reveals that Jesus thought himself the Messiah, that Christological titles go back to Jesus, that he revised restoration theology, and so on. But we could alternatively ask, what does this earliest material say about human phenomena we commonly see discussed in religious studies, for instance, myth-making, violence, trauma, etc. Alternatively, we could engage the more traditional and less traditional questions in relation to class and view class as a driver of historical change. Despite all the passages on rich and poor and punishment for the rich, some of the most prominent lives of Jesus haven't taken class seriously. We're more likely to see a section on redefined covenant than on economic relations, at least in the major books. Okay, now, don't make me repeat what I'm about to say, okay? This alternative should not involve a romanticizing of Jesus as a modern day revolutionary or as a middle-class theologian, okay? Cleared that up. Rather, it should take seriously class and land redistribution in Galilee as Jesus was growing up, as well as comparative study of material relations and social unrest in pre-modern agrarian or peasant societies, and how all this helps us explain why a rural movement emerged when and where it did, and why it survived and spread in urban settings. Here we will find particularly useful complementary work on ancient social networks, scribalism, cultural credibility, and the unpredictable power of crowds. By foregrounding the work done on understanding Jesus as part of a wider network of human relations and as a product of the material interests of agrarian Galileans, I hope we can finally overhaul the overwhelming stress on Jesus as a great man who almost single-handedly changed human history and acted with supreme agency. Historical Jesus studies has lagged behind much of the recent critical work in the study of Christian origins, but the expertise is all there to bring it up to date. There's been important and well-known work done in Christian origins and early Jewish studies on slavery, race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, disability, to name a few areas. And before anyone says these are fashionable ideas that we impose on the ancient evidence, well, we all ask questions out of interest and impose them on the evidence, whether it's about the Messiah or about gender. Besides, it's hardly the case that questions of ethnicity, gender, or slavery are absent from the ancient data any more than questions of return from exile are. Indeed, it's remarkable that slavery does not feature prominently in many major books on the historical Jesus. Slavery was found across the ancient world, found in the New Testament, found in the Gospels. There's been influential work done on this topic outside of historical Jesus studies, Jennifer Glancy, Mitzi Smith, while Roland Baugh and Christina Petterson saw slavery as integral to understanding the ancient mode of production generally and Christian origins specifically. Future historical Jesus scholarship should utilize the innovations in the study of slavery among historians of the ancient world and understand more about its different forms in the Empire and the Levant, and how local Galilean and Judean audiences would have understood such references. Indeed, it's possible that slaves were actively involved in the transmission of material about Jesus, and we should take seriously that the whole institution of slavery and the labor involved was an assumed part of the networks of households perpetuating the earliest ideas about Jesus and the survival of a movement in his name and their vision of the world. I can't think of many topics in historical Jesus studies that need ongoing scholarly investigation or foregrounding than slavery. And it's not just on questions of slavery where the quest for the historical Jesus has been left behind. We might think of some of the major issues in the study of early Judaism and Christian origins, like race and ethnicity, which should be embraced by historical Jesus scholarship. Race and ethnicity have hardly been absent, but it doesn't take long to find claims that Jesus was different to other Jews based on generalizations rather than an understanding of differing views in early Judaism. While questions of the Jesus movement's construction of their ethnicity and perceptions by outsiders are hardly invalid, where more work can be done is on the use of ancient slurs and how Rome categorized different peoples in the empire, including when they executed and humiliated them. Following Gideon Wangi Park's work on Matthew, we should not miss the ethno-racial and minoritizing dimensions to the Roman charge, King of the Jews. We might develop Park's suggestions with reference to earlier ideas about Jesus and argue that this is a presentation of Jesus supposedly representing the interests of the native population, seen as an absurdity from the perspective of Roman power. And so this Jesus needed to be put in his place in an assertion of Roman superiority over Jewish or ethnic Judean inferiority. If this event did not happen, then we still ask, from where does this idea arise and why? And then make further connections. How are ideas of ethnicity a product of changing material circumstances of the sort I have mentioned above? Likewise, issues of gender and sexuality. On the issue of slurs and counter slurs, we might think about how Roman punishment and violence could be cast in terms of gender and domination, and how reactions associated with the Jesus movement were a product of changing material circumstances in Galilee and Judea. The Passion and Crucifixion could have been perceived, quite possibly at the same time, as Jesus emasculated, Jesus as someone who could take extensive beatings like a man, so to speak. Again, we can steal, borrow, pay homage to work from other areas of the study of Christian origins and see what they can do for historical Jesus studies. The work of Colleen Conway, Stephanie Cogg, Lena Moss, Paul Middleton, Stephen Moore, and others may involve post-Jesus and later constructions of righteous deaths, martyrdom, and masculinity, but the issues they raise are valid for the earliest material about Jesus the martyr, such as martyrdom as a manly act, martyrdom as emasculating, martyrdom as aligned or in competition with Roman acts of violent masculinity, martyrdom as enhancing group identity, or even butch martyrdom as a reaction to changing economic circumstances in Galilee and Judea, and so on. There's still much that could be done by building on the extensive scholarship on ancient constructions of gender and sexuality, how such ideas were used by and to describe the Jesus movement, and how stereotypical expectations concerning roles within households and wider Galilean society help us understand the Jesus movement. Around 20 years ago, Halvor Moxnes wrote a book on issues of sexuality, gender, and economic relations in the Jesus movement. Why not further Moxnes' agenda and provoke as much debate on the issues he raised as there has been, for instance, on whether Jesus thought he was the Messiah or thought he was calling for Israel to return from exile, whether he was a cynic-like provocateur or an eschatological prophet, and so on. Though she's unable to make the conference, one of the reasons why we're pleased Amy Jill Levine is part of this project is to bring together and foreground all her innovative and distinctive work on gender and the historical Jesus. In my ongoing imaginary argument I'm having with the previous generation of mainstream scholarship, I'd say to them, think about AJ's work before you start writing your section on Jesus and women, or explaining why you think Jesus was nicer to women than other Jews were. Now, if you're on that radical liberal wing of the outgoing establishment and you're sat there saying we can't do historical Jesus, it's all discourse and agendas, etc., then I say to you, so are literary ideological readings of John's Gospel, reconstructing Q, metacriticism, and human history generally. Hence, I find this line misleading, as loaded discourse existed then as it does now and always. No, the edgy 1980s are over, and the earliest perceptions about Jesus get no special immunity from historical analysis, whether radical liberal theorists or theological protectionists like it or not. And if you sat there saying, I know all that historical Jesus scholarship, I've read it all, etc., etc., well, I'm very pleased for you, and I'm sure you're very gifted. But what I'd reply is that if we have a body of research into Jesus and books by some of the most famous scholars of their time that has looked in huge detail at discipleship, future kingdom, present kingdom, eyewitnesses, and so on, then we can likewise spend more time and support more work on ancient, pre-modern and agrarian ideas of class, historical change, ritual, movements that survive, movements that don't, violence, death, fame, aura, trauma, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, disability, and slavery, and how they intersect with the earliest ideas and perceptions of Jesus. Has some of this work been done before? Yes, and even famously so in certain cases. But we don't necessarily stop doing things because someone from the past has offered a learned discussion of, for instance, ritual, and then think that's the final word. As I said of Moxness, we should be building on their ideas, critiquing them, developing them, uncovering more contextual data, and applying up-to-date cross-disciplinary approaches and making them mainstream, just as people did with messianism, apocalypticism, cynic philosophy, or whatever. We may never find new data about Jesus himself, but analysis of comparable data is an ongoing project, and when applied to the earliest ideas about Jesus will sharpen our pre-existing knowledge, just as new archival work will expand the history of Jesus scholarship as a serious history of ideas, far away from the misleading three-quest paradigm. But it will also expand what we can say about the social processes underpinning the emergence of the Jesus movement, so we can explain how it took off, when and where it did, and its continuation and survival. Okay, let me turn to the most exciting part of my paper. Tables of contents from various historical Jesus books. These are a reasonable indication of the kinds of issues dominant in the past 40, 50 years of historical Jesus scholarship. For all the quality of some of these books, they are not books that will tell us much about the issues raised at this conference. In these cases, history of scholarship, where it's included, might tell a familiar tale from Romaris onwards, often whizzing through and generalizing about the entire 19th century. Then we'll get the all too familiar themes on kingdom, ethics, Israel, etc. Some prominent scholarship of a generation past even admits they were lacking in important areas of discussion. Sanders repeated his claim that details on economic conditions was beyond the scope of his work. How did we get to the stage when that was normative? You might say Crossan, for instance, did raise some of these things, and you'd be partially right. The previous generation had a golden opportunity to redirect the quest and look at how socio-economic changes help explain the emergence of a movement in Galilee and how certain social processes helped it survive after Jesus' death. However, the mainstream scholarly reception of Crossan and others focused not on the socio-economic reasons for why a movement emerged when and where it did and why it survived, issues which Crossan emphatically raised, but as ever, the emphasis was on surface level events, the controversies over his use of criteria, and whether his liberal cynic like Jesus was the right kind of Jesus or not. Despite this, I'm not totally savaging past scholarship. There's still plenty of good stuff there by learned people, of course. Some of the older ideas can be sharpened and developed still. Pre-modern apocalypticism as a vehicle for discontent and imagining a replacement of a world gone awry with a new idealized hierarchy to replace the old could provide numerous points of comparison. More engagement with peasant studies and related areas might lead us away from fantasies about entrepreneurial disciples having relatively successful fishing businesses or the existence of brokerless libertarian peasant communities, and towards more useful comparative arguments about the prestige of the fisher in fishing societies or how peasant hierarchies function. But many traditional topics have been done to death at the expense of alternatives. I started by mentioning generational and demographical changes, and I'll end with this point. The people now running SBL seminars and sections, writing major books or editing leading journals have somewhat different agendas to their famed predecessors, even 10, 15 years ago. It's now time for a generation of more diverse historical Jesus scholars to take advantage of these changes and push for a range of different readings of the earliest material. The microspecialisms in biblical studies and related areas can certainly be a problem, but we can also use this as a strength by bringing together experts with diverse areas of expertise, including those representing areas that were not brought to the fore in mainstream scholarship of a previous generation. Against the Jesus Seminar's emphasis on voting and Meyer's famed unpapal conclave designed to get to the individual portrait of Jesus, their individual portrait of Jesus, a better and frankly standard model of collaborative academic work is promoting and learning from different experts. Such a wide range of ideas is largely beyond the grasp of any one individual in today's academic environment, and especially so for those working on the popular subject matter of Jesus. Think, we will need people working on, for instance, varied modern archival materials, to those extensively read on peasant studies, to those clued up on trauma studies, who can be brought together so we can make connections, see bigger pictures, and understand more about the earliest perceptions of Jesus and the history of interpretation. Everything is now in place to do things differently. To paraphrase the great John Ball, priest of the 1381 revolt, now is the time. Thank you.
We do have time for a few questions. So Joshua, I can't see whether any are coming through in the comments. I don't see any. Do you have one or two that you can throw to us?
I do. Let me pull up my questions. James Rafael Rodriguez asks, or states, great paper, James. I wonder, in a field where even using terms like Christian/Christianity and Jew/Jewish provokes fear of anachronism, what challenges do you see for historical analysis of slaves or slavery for those of us in the post-transatlantic slave trade era who continue to be embroiled in the racial and radicalized consequences and effects of that slavery? In other words, how do we talk about Jesus and slaves or slavery while also resisting the distortions of that term slavery in our discourse?
That's a great question. I mean, this is always going to be a problem with whatever topic, obviously, and anachronism is always present and unavoidable. So, I mean, the very fact that we might be asking these questions now could and quite legitimately be a product of contemporary discourses, particularly in North America. And that's, I don't have a problem with that at all. So I think this is part of what I was trying to bring together in the sense that the comparative study of slavery has to be obviously grounded in ancient, pre-modern notions of slavery and things like this. It's a fairly straightforward point, I guess. But you can't ignore the connections with past and present. So this is why I think reception history is some of the passages we look at is crucial, because then you can see the development of ideas and the kind of baggage we inherit when it comes to topics like this. I mean, I refer back to Kloppenborg's work on the tenants in the vineyard, where there's a long reception history there tied in with issues of colonialism and so forth, that more of this kind of stuff would be crucial when we just for any topic, but certainly for a topic like slavery and its development and different types of slavery in the ancient world to the different types of slavery that emerged in the early modern period onwards. I hope that answers something of the question, Raphael.
Raphael, I've just reached out to you. If you'd like to join us on screen, please use the raised hand feature. While we await his response, we received another question from Karishma Paul. And this is a very, very broad question. Hi, James. Thanks for your stimulating paper. What is the scope of the study of the historical Jesus and myth-making from ancient literature?
Now, this is one of these answers I can get out of. There's plenty of scope in my view, and that's one of the things we wanted to do with this project, is get some people in who are working on ideas of myth making in ancient contexts. So Stephen Young will give all the answers to that question later this afternoon, I think. So hopefully plenty of scope, and hopefully I'm sure Stephen will show that kind of the scope. So I'm not going to steal his thunder, but this is why I was emphasizing the importance of collaborative work, because I don't know the scholarship on myth making to the degree people like Stephen and others do, and that's why I have to get them to do the work for me.
James, one last question before we let you go and hear from Dean. So to the people who look at this new effort, the next quest for the historical Jesus, and roll their eyes and say, this is just going to be the same old thing, I understand you to be saying, no, it's not. Yeah.
I mean, it won't be entirely new, obviously, but it's a question of emphasis as much as anything. I mean, as I said, I mean, you go back through the major historical Jesus books, you know roughly what you're going to get, what kind of questions are going to be raised, and so on. and what kind of questions aren't. And it's not about dismissing all that, but it's about bringing to the fore a lot of overlooked questions. And I think something like Moxon's book is a good example. I'm not saying it's been overlooked, but it hasn't had the same public debate as, say, Sanders or whatever. And I think it should have done, and I think it should. So I think it's a question of bringing stuff to the fore as much as trying to provoke new things. But I think there's still there are new things. I mean, digging around archival material in the 19th, 20th century is just not being done, and in a lot of cases, I mean, there's just untapped material. There's just legitimately new ideas, new material, new data to be analysed, and there's more comparative stuff. The more work that's been done in, say, peasant studies or whatever, that can be reapplied to some of these old questions. I think bringing that more to the fore, not just as some fringe, like the social science people over there will do a little bit on that, we footnote it and say, see you ever. But bringing that right to the center of the discussion, I think it will make it a little different to what came before. Don't roll your eyes at me, anyone.
I see there's a few questions, but unfortunately, I think we're out of time. We now need to move on to the next presentation. I'll turn it back over to Chris.
Our next presenter is Dean Galbraith, and he will be presenting on the next quest and the study of religion. And for those of you who might be looking for breaks, we will have a short break after his presentation.
Okay, we can all see that.
Yes, we can.
Tēnā koutou katoa from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Just getting very close to midnight at the moment. I feel a bit of a usurper at a conference of historical Jesus scholars, but I've been asked to come in and introduce some ideas from religious studies, how they might be used. I'll start with the formula that Chris told us to start with. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the broader study of religion, culture, society, and cognition. So for this talk, I've picked out just a few important current approaches in religious studies that I think are underutilized, as far as I can tell, in the study of the historical Jesus, so meeting the remit of the conference. After outlining these four approaches to make things a bit more concrete, hopefully I will sketch how this might be applied to one key source for the historical Jesus, the story of Jesus's vacated tomb in Mark 16 and parallels. Sounds a wee bit of an unusual choice, maybe, but one I think that follows Frederick Jamison's injunction to always historicize. So about a decade ago now, Stephen Young and Yvonne Sherwood criticized biblical studies' obsession with method. Such an obsession results, they argued, in an excess of books and articles that each end up sounding something like this. First, in numbing dry detail is my method. Now watch and be amazed while I apply it woodenly to this unsuspecting biblical text, as quoting from Young and Sherwood. Now, in respect of historical Jesus studies, I term this approach the Jesus funnel. It sucks in every new methodology in the humanities with the sole aim of creating the latest innovation concerning Jesus. And once conclusions about Jesus are generated by this methodology, the task of the Jesus funnel is complete. Instead, and I borrow here from a concept in the academic discipline of marketing, the next quest should employ the Jesus double funnel. The ultimate goal of the Jesus double funnel was not a proliferation of academic Jesuses, but to contribute back to the wider humanities. So to paraphrase Bill Arnold's argument in his article, What Branches Grow, Jesus scholars must offer academic conclusions of such sufficiently far-reaching application and generalizability that scholars working on the same methodology in another field will feel compelled to take that Jesus scholarship into account. It does not mean that biblical studies should in any way neglect close attention to the sources of historical Jesus scholarship, etc. But most importantly, we need to treat Jesus as a tool. So in this talk, I want to insert 4 religious studies approaches into the Jesus double funnel and see what comes out the other end. First up is the cognitive science of religion, or CSR, as it's called. It originated as a reaction to the dominance of social constructionism in the 1980s, 1990s, by examining the ways human cognition and ultimately our evolutionary history constrain religious behavior. The human minds, explains Claire White, are not sponges which absorb cultural information, but filters, actively selecting and distorting information. So in order to explain culture, we must understand the way human minds are structured to acquire, process, transmit ideas. For example, in a series of studies on afterlife beliefs, Jesse Beering found that people intuitively believe deceased persons continue to have thoughts and emotions, but tend not to ascribe them with biological desires such as hunger. And this is something that happens cross-culturally. It's not due to religious beliefs. The intuition rests on inbuilt cognitive mechanisms such as our ability to mentalize, guess the contents of other people's minds, and our hypersensitive agency detection system, our tendency to attribute intentions to inanimate things, including the dead. So CSR allows us to identify aspects of religious behavior that result from natural dispositions, conversely isolate those aspects that are not, that we can look at because they arise from culture. Now, furthermore, over the last 3 decades, CSR has created a storehouse of data on almost every facet of religion. And this is largely untapped by biblical studies. Armin Getz recently compiled a long list of topics explored by CSR, which covers almost every topic in religious studies. CSR has also developed clear, albeit very technical methodologies for testing hypotheses. Studies are typically based on cross-cultural ethnography, including both large-scale societies and small-scale societies. And to this end, CSR has also developed large data sets for the study of religion, such as Paul Lotu on Pacific religious practices and beliefs, and Seshat on ancient practices and beliefs. Now, most practitioners of CSR take a building block approach to the definition of religion, reviewing it polythetically as a complex of different components, which are found in similar combinations across cultures. So Richard Sosis, for example, has this idea of the complex. He identifies the building blocks of religious systems as comprising ritual, taboo, authority, myth, the sacred, supernatural agents, moral obligations, and purpose or meaning. CSR is in agreement with social constructionism that the category religion is historically contingent. It's derived from folk terminology. It's not native to the pre-modern world. Yet CSR also claims that each component of religion is derived from universal psychological mechanisms that combine in somewhat comparable ways cross-culturally. And these mechanisms are not specified, they can't be specified as religious, but they also underlie other non-religious social behaviors. And on this basis, we can and should compare aspects of religion with, say, nationalism or conspiracy theories. And studies show, for example, that both religion and conspiracy theories posit imagined supernatural or preternaturally powerful agents and do so to relieve anxiety concerning the chaos of life. So we should examine the early Jesus movement and conspiracism side by side for insight into their shared underlying cognitive mechanisms and how that bears out in each phenomena. A second trend in religious studies, still underemployed in the study of the historical Jesus, is the lived religion paradigm. It's been applied to the study, though, of ancient Christianity, ancient Manichaeans, late antique religion, medieval religion. Now, lived religion, as Meredith Maguire defines it, refers to religion as lived, as she puts it, the actual experiences, practices, and beliefs of religious persons as expressed in people's everyday lives. So this contrasts with theologically correct beliefs and practices prescribed in official religion. Lived religion is diverse and frequently shot through with inconsistencies. It responds urgently and unsystematically to the demands and circumstances of day everyday life. It privileges practice over belief, the body and emotions over abstract thought. Lived religion is actualized across religious boundaries, such as those erected sometimes between Jews, Christians, or pagans, in the messiness and the exigencies of everyday life, and recognizes that a person can assume several different identities according to different situations. Lived religion therefore challenges those approaches in some scholarly monographs that tackle the meaning of, say, a single verse somewhere in the New Testament only after a rather long and exhaustive study of chapter 1, the Hebrew Bible, chapter 2, Jewish pseudepigrapha, chapter 3, Dead Sea Scrolls, chapter 4, Pauline epistles, chapter 5, Gospels, chapter 6, other early Christian literature, chapter 7, some Greek comparisons. Rather than dealing with synthesized abstractions of religion, the lived religion paradigm seeks out those religious traditions that contend and struggle with the challenges of everyday life. A third approach for the Jesus double funnel is the so-called ontological turn in anthropology. Ontologists, if we can call them that, differ with traditional anthropologists in refusing to explain differences between people as a matter of worldview or belief. Instead, they treat the differences as real, as involving different ontologies, different worlds. So, for example, when Maori speak about mountains as ancestors, ontologists would not say that Maori believe mountains are ancestors and then attempt to explain how they can hold to these seemingly irrational beliefs that the anthropologist doesn't, and explains maybe that's for political reasons, due to cosmological myths, or for society to function harmoniously, all these types of reasons. And all this tends to exoticize Maori ontologies. Instead, ontologists take seriously, as they put it, indigenous ontologies, and as a result ask what must change for the anthropologist when they identify and contemplate differing ontologies. How does it allow the scholar to see what one would not otherwise have been able to see, as Martin Holbrad and Morten Pedersen put it? So, for example, when Cuban diviners who employ a certain powder in their seances say the words powder is power, we should not assume powder is the real thing, and our task is to interpret how Cuban diviners connect it with that concept of power. We should instead consider the theoretical implications of how materiality and power may be the single thing. And so doing, the ontological shift has the ability to open up many unforeseen understandings. And finally, a nascent area in religious studies, and one that complements the ontological turn, so-called, is the introduction of indigenous research methodologies into the academy. Sean Wilson defines indigenous research as research that is conducted by or for indigenous people. So it's a recognition, first of all, that academia is not a neutral institution. It serves certain hegemonic interests such as, whiteness, capitalism, neoliberalism, Eurocentrism, patriarchy, etc., etc. Indigenous research methodologies allow Indigenous people in the academy to conduct research on Indigenous terms rather than the terms set out by that ideology that even denies that it is one. It lets Indigenous researchers be Indigenous, empowering Indigenous peoples, as Rangamaria Mahuika puts it, to assert our cultural beliefs and practices, our way of knowing and being, and our right to both live and maintain them. The broader aim of Indigenous research methodologies is to decolonize and indigenize academia. Indigenous research methodologies also offer researchers, both Indigenous and allies, the ability to see differently, challenging disavowed assumptions of historical Jesus research. So how might these four methodologies assist us in analyzing the sources for the historical Jesus, and do so in a way that contributes to the wider humanities? To this end, I enter the vacated tomb of Mark 16, in a way intended to be inventive, suggestive, exploratory, rather than in any way complete. Now, many commentators have, including Martin Alberts, Rudolf Buchmann, David Catchpole, Holly Heron, Dale Ellison, amongst others, have identified visionary elements within Mark 16. It's nothing new, in particular in the woman's vision of the young man, or possibly an angel in the tomb. But interestingly, they hold back. These are only, in most cases, elements, such as the Angelus Interpres that Buchmann identifies there in verse 6. And these commentators soon return to the comfort of the presumed reality in the frame of the story, the woman's early morning visit to the tomb, the physicality of the tomb itself, their fleeing from the tomb. And some Christian commentators, the more conservative Christian commentators, go even further, refusing any hint of visionary experience. N.T. Wright even asserts that people in the ancient world, presumably much like sensible modern Anglican priests, simply, as he puts it, knew the difference between visions and things that happen in the real world. Now, while Wright is overtly anachronistic here, other commentators are guilty of a more subtle imposition of modern ontologies, and so never doubt that the women's vision was restricted to events within the tomb. But if we embrace the ancient ontology of visions, a compelling possibility is that Mark 16, 1-8 in its entirety derives from a vision. So indigenous knowledge provides the critical corrective, breaking the imposition of the modern ontological binary in which waking life is coextensive with reality and visions with imagination. So in Mātauranga Māori and Māori knowledge, for example, a moemoeā, a vision or dream, it's usually indistinguishable in Māori as in much of the ancient world, is something really experienced by your wairua and by your spirit during sleep. No, it's not a thing that your wairua spirit imagines, but something in which it really actually participates. As with ancient Near Eastern terminology for dreams and visions, a moemoeā is not something that is had, I had a dream, but an event seen and felt. And although trivial dreams are regularly attributed to imagination, significant dreams and visions are considered to reveal the deeper dimensions of reality within Māoridom. So for example, Māori Matakite, or a seer, Egan Bidouar, relates how he dreamt that he gave comfort within this dream to a troubled suicidal friend. On subsequently meeting him in real life, his friend claimed that he had heard the same words of comfort, but in his waking life, and also in the very same place that Bidouar had his dream. Māori vision worlds can radically merge and interweave with waking life, so you don't really know where one begins and the other ends. Taking seriously indigenous vision ontologies leads us to reevaluate perhaps the formal characteristics of Mark 16, 1-8 as a whole, or perhaps the underlying form of its source, without distinguishing them. Form critical analyses of Mark 16, 1-8 seldom account for more than a few of its features. Holly Heron, for example, offered a fairly minimal structure, describing its form as a typical narrative with beginning, middle, and end. Jane Scharberg came closest to a comprehensive account of its formal features, noting several elements Mark 16, 1-8 had in common with apocalyptic revelations from Daniel. Yet that explanation struggled to explain why Mark 16 is not notably apocalyptic in that Danielic sense. I argue that the entire form of Mark 16, 1-8 comes closest to the form of an ancient vision report, which is a form found with remarkable consistency in the ancient Near East, Judea, early Christianity at Qumran and Philo and Josephus. Mark 16, 1-8 follows in all essential details the typical message vision report's threefold form, containing the distinctive motifs found in each part. So introduction, the central vision body, and the ending. The reference to the women in Mark 16 identifies the visionaries, which possibly reflects that cross-culturally women are overrepresented amongst visionaries. The liminal timing is stereotypical of night visions, the most prevalent time for hypnagogic visionary experiences, which are very common in REM sleep. And the reference to this time in Mark is very much overdetermined. It lacks logical consistency, described both as a time before dawn and after the sun had already risen. It's the confusion of dreams. Supernatural visions are often triggered by trauma, as it's often been noted, and this fits with the women's implicit grief and mourning at the time of Jesus' death. It could, though, equally fit with participation in an early Christian ritual centered on Jesus' death, such as the Last Supper ritual, which, of course, offered mystical unification with Jesus in his death. Therefore, the woman's vision of a vacated tomb may well date many years after Jesus' burial. The number of verbs of sight throughout the vision body is quite remarkable as well, also indicative of its visionary source. The man in white clothing who delivers knowledge of Jesus' resurrection to the woman is plausibly an angelic messenger, as we'd expect from contemporary Hellenistic Jewish message dreams and visions. The message at times is paradoxical, as for much visionary speech, things seen in visions. For example, the angel chooses the term crucified one just at the moment he identifies Jesus as risen to life. And finally, the peculiar ending in verse 8 makes good sense as the stereotypical response of dreamers, visionaries. They are filled with terror and dumbfounded. And the whole of Mark 16, 1-8, therefore, conforms to an ancient vision report, and I think much closer than any other form I'm aware of. The mutual attraction of Mary and Jesus, not what it seems. Biblical scholarship has largely cleansed Mary Magdalene of her traditional association with sinfulness and prostitution, yet commentators still accept at face value that she had been exorcised from demon possession or cured from sickness, as Luke says. Catherine Keller, based on this, asserts that Mary Magdalene's encounter with Jesus was, as she puts it, powerful therapy for a many-layered and troubled psyche. Yet, as Virginia Burris has noted, Luke portrays the relationship between Jesus and the woman who followed him as one of a client serving wealthy patrons. The attraction might have been mutual. Both Jesus and Mary carry out practices that others identified as possession behavior. So Jesus, of course, was likewise accused of having an unclean spirit, even Beelzebul's himself, and of being out of his mind. Christopher Rowland, back in The Open Heaven, lists further events in the Gospels that plausibly have origins not in the waking world, but in Jesus's original visionary experiences. And Rowland lists his baptism, his desert temptations, his sighting of Satan falling from heaven, and the transfiguration. And if Jesus and his followers shared these practices and visions, then how many other episodes in the Gospels originated from visions within Jesus's possession cult? Hans Lietzmann already identifies the Last Supper ritual as something Paul claims was handed down by the Lord to him, thus arguably in a revelation. And we should entertain the possibility that Mark was not historicizing Paul's vision report, which would then assume modern ontological dichotomies, but that he had no qualms in including visionary material alongside those derived from waking life. Given Jesus and his followers did not neatly distinguish visions from waking life experiences, the ancient ontology confounds modern scholarly wishes to distinguish them. Modern aversion to visions tends to either a wholesale rejection of the possibility or the minimization of their possible extent in the Gospels. The ontological approach, by contrast, asks not how to explain away visions in a Gospel, but how do we reassess literature that incorporates both as reality. I suggest that Mark may have understood the contents of the Women's Vision Report as providing his readers or hearers with access at the climax of his work to an even deeper level of reality than any narrative available from waking life. And lastly, the lived religion approach also prompts us to seek out ancient understandings of resurrection that are less systematized, more intuitive, more responsive to the demands of everyday life. We should therefore privilege, for example, the remarkable record in Mark 6:14-16 of the crowd's attempts to establish the identity of Jesus after the death of John the Baptist. And these reflect, if not actual debates, at least the type of debate that Mark thought was possible among everyday contemporaries. It's here, under the lived religion approach, that we should begin to analyze developing resurrection beliefs of the Jesus movement, rather than the typical approach of many monographs that extrapolate the views of Jesus' followers from compendia of ancient sources on resurrection. One conclusion from this privileged starting point in lived religion is that ordinary people expected that individual righteous martyrs, such as John the Baptist, will be resurrected individually, whether or not they also believed in a general resurrection. So when a new prophet like Jesus came on the scene, the only question for debate here is, which prophet was he? John the Baptist, Elijah, or some other prophet? Jesus' own teachings, the teachings that he made during his lifetime, anticipated that the resurrected Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would join the living righteous of his own elect group when the kingdom arrived, from Matthew 8. The lived religion emphasis reveals a basic continuity in this regard between what the historical Jesus taught about the place of elite righteous men in the anticipated kingdom of God on earth, and his followers' acclamation after his death that Jesus himself was an elite righteous man, himself deserving of individual resurrection. So a lived religion approach to resurrection belief indicates that the Jesus movement's identification as a counter-elite, that was setting themselves up as a counter-elite, was central to this movement. And the Jesus double funnel requires that these conclusions should then be developed, generalized, with the aim of contributing back to the humanities. The possibilities here are numerous, can't go through them all, dependent on, as they are, on the individual concerns, interests of a researcher. Might include ways of decolonizing the text, of analyzing gendered aspects of the visionary experiences, of class analysis, cross-cultural comparison of vision ontologies amongst dozens of potential options. Mary Magdalene's upper class identity and Jesus' pretensions to that class lend support, for example, to Emma Cohen's findings that the higher involvement of women in religious possession behavior is not wholly reducible to women's repression in society. It also derives from psychological differences between the sexes, women's superior ability to detect mental states of others, to feel empathy. And as one more example, comparison of Maori and ancient conceptions of a visionary experience might challenge the unstated presuppositions of Eurocentric ontologies. So this is not to collapse Maori and ancient visionary accounts, but to challenge presuppositions which pass as unexamined, as unstated through recourse to indigenous knowledge. So in these and many other ways, I've only been sampling, study of the historical Jesus can and should be reoriented so as to provide worthwhile contributions to the broader humanities. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much, Dean. It's certainly one of our goals to, in the next quest, to welcome a wide variety of perspectives, and you've given a good methodological foundation for including those. I saw that Eric Wojciechowski had a question, but Joshua, are we able to get that question from him? Otherwise, I saw that Rafael Rodriguez has his hand raised.
Eric doesn't seem to be on still. We'll go to Raphael next.
Okay. Raphael, what question did you have? Can you put it in the comments?
He's going to join us on screen here.
Oh, he's going to join us. You got it. Thanks.
While we're waiting for Raphael to connect, I will say that there was a question in the chat about the papers. The papers will be published in time, so if you could hold tight, more information about the publication will be forthcoming.
Can I ask a quick question then, if we're waiting for Raphael? Thanks, Dean. That was great. If what you're saying is true about the ubiquity of visionary experiences, and these could be anywhere in Mark's gospel, this really complicates the old idea of what happened, what didn't happen, what goes back to Jesus, what doesn't go back to Jesus. I mean, we'll be getting to the point where we can't really answer those questions, right?
Yeah. There's a fundamental uncertainty, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. It opens up some imagination. But no, I agree. I mean, I seem to remember Michael Fishbane saying something to that effect also in his many writings about mantic interpretation. But yeah, it drives, it inserts at the heart of tradition. And also, I mean, Roland points out that there's only a few that he was able to find in the Gospels, but they're all very, very important events, as we'd actually expect from visionary experiences. Because the ones that are divine visions would relate to things that are given extra significance compared to other waking life experiences. But yeah, just to again agree with you, I think this has been underplayed within scholarship because maybe of its, everyone says it, of course, it's rationalistic Protestant assumptions that we need a rational Jesus, not a someone who's, by modern standards, has psychological problems, but we immediately sublate those modern oppositions, of course, between rationality and irrationality.
I think
Thank you,
Raphael's here now.
Raphael said that his question, he was faking us out. He didn't really have a question. So we will take about a 5-minute convenience and coffee break, depending on what time of the day you're joining us. And we will be back at 1:10 UK time, 8:10 Eastern Standard Time, to hear Adele Reinhardt present on Beyond the Jewish Jesus debate, and then Matt Thiessen will present on purity. So we'll see you very shortly.
Raphael, welcome. Oh, I can't hear you. If you could unmute, please. Good, thank you for letting us know.
Recorded.
Got it. Chat.
Raphael, I think we can hear you now.
Okay, that's I left and I rejoined after resetting settings, so it works.
Excellent. Yep, we can hear you.
Good. I'm not sure why my hand was raised. I was surprised by all of that, so I must have clicked something without paying attention.
Oh, it's not a problem. Thank you for your good question, though, for the first paper.
Good. Thank you for including it. I'll mute
Yeah, of
myself.
course. James, I'm relying on you to keep track of time here when we should start again.
It's fine. We'll start at 10 past.
Sounds
Whatever,
great.
10 past, whatever hour it may be for people. You're probably the same as me, Adele, aren't you? You're in Europe, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in Germany.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Barrow-in-Furness, the great northwest of England. Forgotten
So,
backwater.
so then aren't you an hour earlier than me?
I'm giving a
Close
working
enough.
time zones.
Close enough. Close enough.
It's 6 minutes past 1 here.
No, 6 minutes past 2
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Very civilized time.
Yes. It wouldn't be if you were in Canada.
Well, well, Matt can tell us. It's after 8 o'clock, I guess, in the morning.
Tolerable.
Tolerable.
James, do you see there's a question for you in the chat?
Yeah. I'll reply in the chat to
Very
that.
good.
Well, I can just say, yeah, I don't fret as much as some people do. No, I mean, I think a lot of sometimes, I mean, there's loaded discussions, as Adele would know, on the Judean Jewish issue, but some of the Christian Christ follower stuff, I don't lose much sleep over. I mean, if we know what we're talking about, we define what it is and all that kind of thing, then we're all roughly talking about the same thing anyway. No, it's not that important, Raphael. Anyway, we'll make a start with the next session. And our first speaker is Adele Reinhardt, and she will take us beyond the Jewish Jesus debate. Over to you, Adele. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see if I take us beyond or what I do here. As contributors will know, Chris and James asked us to begin our papers by completing the phrase, the next quest for the historical Jesus must account for ... My contribution will therefore begin as follows. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the ambivalence in the canonical Gospels and in reception history with respect to Jesus' very obvious Jewishness. Until now, I've studiously avoided historical Jesus research, and I think I've also avoided it in this paper too. It seems both futile and, at least to me, inherently not very interesting to try to reconstruct or more accurately speculate about what Jesus as a historical individual said and did during his lifetime. But thinking about how and why Jesus' Jewishness was conceptualized in particular ways, that is something I can get my teeth into. For today, my main focus is on the Gospels. Future work on the topic should consider each Gospel individually, but for my brief comments today, I will take a composite view, and I have a weak justification for that. For the better part of the last 2 millennia, most Christians have in fact read the 4 canonical Gospels as a somewhat harmonious whole. I consider the Gospels to have been written by persons unknown, who shaped oral and or written accounts into semi or actually coherent accounts of Jesus' life and death. These accounts needed to cohere in 2 directions. Their narrative structure needed to be driven by cause and effect, and the presentation of Jesus, his parentage, his personality, his activities, needed to be substantial and important enough to account for the growth or the hoped for growth of the movement to which the gospel authors adhered. In other words, it's possible to consider the Gospels not only or not even primarily as repositories of memories and legends about Jesus, but as historical fictions that, like other fictional works, novels, dramas, movies, etc., narrate the life of a famous person through the lenses of the needs, realities, and aspirations of the authors. This is not to say that the Gospels had no facts about Jesus at all. I just don't actually know what most of them were. Indeed, one of the main facts they did have was that he was Jewish. And one way to get at this, what it means to look at all this, is to do as Chris and James have suggested, namely, and I quote here, analyze and contextualize ancient claims and perceptions of what it meant to be Jewish in Jesus' time and place. This is easier said than done, given what we know about Jewish diversity in the 1st century, and a lack of sources for what Jewishness may have looked like in the Galilee in Jesus' time. Nevertheless, I will assume and imagine that Jewish identity was as fraught then as at every other moment of Jewish history, including the present. I begin, therefore, with a very, very brief look at what we might surmise about Jesus' Jewishness from the Gospels, in the context of other Jewish sources from antiquity. I will then outline what I see as the 3 main factors that complicate the Gospel's portrayal of Jesus' Jewishness. And then I will reflect again briefly on how one might go beyond the Jewish Jesus debate in a next quest. Within various corners of the Jewish world today, the question of who is a Jew would seem to have an easy answer. A Jew is someone who was either born of a Jewish mother or converted to Judaism through some process. But genealogy is complicated, and conversion too is no simple matter. And these were also far from straightforward in the first century as well, as we can read in Matt Thiessen's 2011 book, Contesting Conversion. Nevertheless, Jesus' own identity, Jewish identity, is easily established. Whoever Jesus' biological father was, my personal bet is on Joseph. It does seem to be a fact, if I may use that term, that a young Jewish woman, whom the Synoptics and Acts call Mary, was his mother. Therefore, on the genealogical principle, as understood in the first century, Jesus was undeniably Jewish. Matthew's genealogy underscores this point by situating Jesus in the line of Abraham, traditionally considered the patriarch of the Jewish people. But enactment of Jewish identity encompasses more than genealogy or conversion. In ancient times like today, different groups and communities had different practices and at certain times even different calendars, leading them to celebrate the festivals on different dates. Various elements of Jewish practice, including Sabbath observance, pilgrimage, kashrut, and purity practices such as ritual hand washing, were discussed and contested. And I would believe that according to the Gospels, Jesus engaged in most of these practices, probably in ways that were similar to other Jews of his time and place. Situating Jesus more specifically within the diverse landscape of first century Judaism is not easy. In the first place, we should probably assume that there were many more groups than the ones, for example, that Josephus mentioned. In several books, Barbara Tearing has offered a portrait of Jesus as an Essene, though to my knowledge, few scholars give this portrait much credence. Chaim Maccabee has identified Jesus as a Pharisee, and maybe he was, I don't know. His ruling on divorce, as reported by the Synoptics and Paul, is similar to that of the House of Shammai, known to be a Pharisaic group. The Gospel of John hints at a group focused on John the Baptizer. The Gospel references to Jesus' baptism could imply that he was a member of this group. But the evidence for any of these hypotheses is too slim to be definitive. And perhaps we need to fall back on the category of common Judaism, as described by E.P. Sanders, which he suggested included circumcision, the temple, purity, sacrifices, tithes, worship of the God of Israel, and various other things. So the Gospels, as I've already mentioned, do portray him along similar lines. He's concerned about the Sabbath. He traveled to Jerusalem for the pilgrimage festivals, and he had meals with other Jews. We even get a sense that, at least for the Gospels of Mark and Matthew, that he situated himself within the Jewish community with little or no concern for outsiders. And the evidence for this, which it's not really, I don't consider it to be evidence, but we might take a look then at the exchange between Mark and Jesus and the Syrophoenician woman in Mark 7, in which the woman asks Jesus to cast the demon out, and Jesus is kind of rude in his response. Let the children be fed first, for it's not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. Here, presumably, the Jews are the children and the Gentiles are the dogs. And the woman has a clever answer to this. Even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs, and Jesus is persuaded. The Gospels also present Jesus as involved with Scripture. We have in Luke 4:17, Jesus reads from Isaiah in the synagogue. Matthew has Jesus engaging in halachic discourse in Matthew 5. John has Jesus using proto-rabbinic modes of interpretation in exegeting the manna passage in John 6. And so the Gospels paint a consistent, if composite and certainly incomplete picture of a man who's ethnically and genealogically Jewish, who does Jewish things, who's knowledgeable about various Jewish scriptures and modes of Jewish scriptural interpretation. And yet, from the late first century until the mid-20th century at least, most Christian exegetes, theologians, historians, and storytellers dissociate Jesus, at least to some extent, from Jewishness. I would suggest that this effort begins, at least with the Gospel of John, in which the term for Judaios is almost never applied to Jesus and never to his disciples, despite their obvious Jewishness. The disconnect between the Gospel's consistent portrait of Jesus as a Jew, as well as the attempts of the Gospel writers and scholars to sever Jesus from his Jewish identity, is what I think, though I'm not sure, Chris and James were attempting to get at by entitling my contribution Beyond the Jewish Jesus Debate. My question then is, why the debate? The answer to this question is not to be sought in Jesus' own stance towards Jews and Jewishness. Despite the best efforts of scholars to read Jesus' mind, we actually have no idea what his stance was. Rather, we must look to how well his Jewishness fits into the concerns, agendas, and messages expressed in the Gospels. I would suggest that there are three main factors that required or pushed the Gospel writers to dissociate Jesus from Jewishness in the late first, early second centuries. These are the development of high Christology, the broadening of the Jesus movement to the Gentiles, and the narrative imperative inherent in the setting down of the gospel accounts in narrative form. To view Jesus as an ordinary Jew who lived like other Galilean Jews flew in the face of these Christological, demographic, and narrative requirements. And here, briefly then, are the considerations as I currently see them. If Jesus is a Jew like everyone else, how can we say that he is unique, a claim that seems fundamental to high Christology? If we place Jesus squarely within a Jewish milieu, as someone concerned primarily with his own group, how can we justify the outreach to the Gentiles? And if Jesus was a normal Jew, how do we write a story in which he's eventually executed on the orders of the Roman governor of Judea? The claim for Jesus' uniqueness answers a question that theologically shaped Christian scholarship might ask. Given that Jesus was a Jewish man, what was it about him that led to the establishment of the church? For ancient authors like the evangelists, this question can also be discerned beneath the surface of the gospel accounts. To address this question, I suggest the Gospels told Jesus' life story in ways that made him stand out from the crowd. And I think they did so for theological reasons that can be discerned. All the Gospels portrayed Jesus as having special powers to heal. The Synoptics also attribute to him the power to cast out demons. Although they do not come right out and say that he's absolutely unique, that is, the Synoptics don't come right out and say that, the way in which people respond to his teaching, his authority, and his powers implies as much. When Jesus forgives the sins of the paralytic, in Mark 2, the scribes accuse him of blasphemy. Why does this fellow speak in this way? It is blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone? The people in the synagogue who hear him teach are surprised, and not in a good way, that this man, the carpenter, the son of Mary and the brother of James and so on, who was there with his sisters, had wisdom and power. Jesus' uniqueness is also hinted at by God, who in Mark 1:11 and again in Mark 9:7 referred to Jesus as his beloved son. The Gospel of John is more explicit in attributing uniqueness to Jesus. The prologue refers to Jesus as God's only begotten. Later, John has the man born blind exclaim, "Never since the world began has it been heard that anyone opened the eyes of a person born blind," John 9:32. John places great emphasis on Jesus' identity as God's son, an identity that eclipses all human identities. That this separates him from other Jews is evident in John 8:41-44, perhaps the most infamous, in my view anyway, passage in the Gospel of John. In 8:42, the Jews to whom Jesus is speaking declare that they have one Father, God himself. Jesus counters, "If God were your Father, you would love me, for I came from God, and now I'm here." These and other aspects of the Gospel's descriptions of Jesus and of the responses to his activities take Jesus out of the lineup of ordinary Jews to focus on the ways in which he was unique, especially with regard to his relationship with the divine. It is plausible to argue that this focus was required as a way of undergirding the Christological claims that were foundational for the Jesus movement with regard to Jesus' role in salvation history. Now on to demographics. The letters of Paul, of course, testify that by the mid-first century, the Jesus movement already included Gentile groups and churches. To what extent the Gospels reflect this demographic development is a matter of debate. But the tension involved in proclaiming this Jewish man to be relevant for the nations can be detected in all four canonical Gospels as they try to understand the question, how can a man who's firmly situated in a Galilean Jewish context be made to appeal to non-Jews, including Gentiles and Samaritans? I've already mentioned the story of the Syrophoenician woman. We look now at the very end of Matthew's Gospel, when Jesus, now risen, tells the disciples to, quote, go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Luke Acts is generally construed as positing a chronology whereby the good word went out first to Jews and then to Gentiles. Luke's genealogy traces Jesus' ancestors through Joseph back through Adam and then God, making essentially the same point. The Gospel of John hints at a similar interest in Gentiles. In the passage about the Good Shepherd, Jesus says, I have other sheep that do not belong to this fold. I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice. So there will be one flock, one shepherd. Scholars debate the identity of these other sheep, but they are most readily understood as Gentiles. Similarly, the Greeks who want to see Jesus in John 12 are more likely to be Gentiles than Greek-speaking Jews. Jesus is not yet ready to see them, but their arrival prompts Jesus to announce finally that the hour has come for the Son of Man to be glorified. The Greeks are anxious to do what the Jews, in their blindness, refuse to do, truly see Jesus for who he is. In 1237, the narrator summarizes the first 12 chapters of the Gospel. Although he had performed so many signs in their presence, the Jews did not believe in him. And this is seen as a fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecy in Isaiah 6. John 12, therefore, implies a chronology where, again, Jesus first came to the Jews, was rejected by them, and then, after his death, was embraced by the Greeks or Gentiles who became children of light and thereby also children of God. Most telling is John's use of the identity label Judaios, Judaioi. I'm not going to get into the question of the translation of this term. Although Jesus and the disciples are certainly Jews, they are never referred to as Judaioi in this gospel. The exception is John 4:9, in which a Samaritan woman marvels, how is it that you, a Judaios, ask a drink of me, a woman of Samaria? Jesus does not respond to the identification. He neither rejects it nor accepts it. But what he does is broaden her understanding of his identity. If you knew the gift of God and who it is that is saying to you, give me a drink, you would have asked him and he would have given you living water. And by the end of the conversation, he reveals his messianic identity. When the woman declares that she knows that the Messiah is coming, Jesus says, I am he, the one who is speaking to you. So the usage of the identity labels Judaios, Judaioi functions to distance Jesus from Jewishness, even as John, perhaps more than the other Gospels even, portrays Jesus as doing Jewish things. In theory, Jesus' Jewishness should not preclude an outreach out beyond the Jewish community in Galilee and Judea. But in practice, the universal and the particular have come to be seen as mutually exclusive. And perhaps this was true already in John's time, as his rhetorical use of the labels Judaios and also the term cosmos imply. For Jesus to be credible as the savior of the world, his affiliation with the specific, that is the Jewish corner of that world, had to be loosened. This move comes to explicit expression in later Christian writings. In his comments on John 3:22, and he went away again beyond the Jordan to the place where John was baptizing, Cyril of Alexandria explained, leaving Jerusalem, the Savior seeks a refuge in a place possessing springs of water, that he might signify obscurely, as in a type, how he would leave Judea and go over to the church of the Gentiles. Truly, he went across from the synagogue of the Jews unto the Gentiles. If we fast forward some 1500 years to Ernst Renan, we can see that not much has changed. According to Renan, Jesus may have been born Jewish, but he came to reject and despise the ancient Jewish religion. And here's Renan. One idea, at least, that Jesus carried away from Jerusalem and was henceforth rooted in his mind was that there was no union possible between him and the ancient Jewish religion. The abolition of the sacrifices, which had caused him so much disgust, the suppression of an impious and haughty priesthood, and in a general sense, the abrogation of the law appeared to Jesus as an absolute necessity. From this moment on, he's no longer a Jewish reformer, but a destroyer of Judaism. The theological and institutional need for Jesus to be unique, universal, and divine create tension with the incontrovertible fact of his human Jewishness. Although it is not impossible to imagine ways to configure these various points without dichotomizing them, I would argue that such nuances, while not beyond the evangelist's capabilities, were contrary to their overall theological and rhetorical interests. Additional pressure, however, was exerted by the narrative genre itself. Then, as now, a narrative generally required that the events comprising its plot be linked through cause and effect. I would suggest that the evangelists, like modern scholars, knew for a fact that Jesus was a Galilean Jew, and they knew for a fact that Jesus was crucified by the order of the Roman governor. The challenge was to shape a narrative that made the latter fact plausible in light of the former. The gospel writers did so by narrating a series of escalating confrontations between Jesus and the Jewish leaders, Pharisees, chief priests, and scribes. This plot thread develops in parallel to a second thread, which narrates Jesus' ever-increasing following. These two threads come together in the Passion narratives, when Jesus' popularity among the crowds and the Jewish leaders' hatred and distrust converge as the factors that persuade a reluctant Pilate to order Jesus' execution. Think, for example, of Matthew's account of Pilate's concern to avoid a riot, and John's description of Caiaphas's rationale for hounding Jesus to death. Of course, there's another possible explanation for these two narrative threads and their convergence, that they describe what actually happened. Support for this might be found in the similarities among the four canonical Passion accounts, or at least so some scholars believe. While the four Gospels vary with respect to some of the details, they all portray some level of animosity between Jesus and other Jews. They all assign some responsibility to the high priests and other leaders, and they all portray the crowds, presumably comprised of Jews, who, like Jesus, are in Jerusalem for the Passover, as shouting for Barabbas to be released and Jesus to be crucified. Perhaps then, the common structure of the Passion narrative reflects a cause and effect imperative that predates the final version of the Gospels, but postdates the events themselves, as the events begin to take narrative form to serve the interests of the Jesus movement. But now we are into the realm of the undemonstrable. So, my suggestion as to how we can get beyond the Jesus-Jewish debate is, first, to understand that the Jewishness of the historical Jesus is not actually up for debate. Second, to assume that the gospel writers knew that Jesus was Jewish. And then third, to analyze the elements in the Gospels that stand in tension with that knowledge in the context of what we might know or surmise about the Gospel's target audiences and the context of their production. I cannot resist, however, adding some final reflections on the Next Quest enterprise as I've tried to engage with it for this paper. As I mentioned at the outset, I have not really interested myself very much in the historical Jesus as a person or in historical Jesus research. This is not to deny the importance of the issue, which so many, including some of my fellow Jewish New Testament scholars, have written about. But just a matter, I suppose, of my personal interest in other matters. Having gone through this exercise, however, I still remain unsure as to how a focus on reception history in the Gospels or in later texts constitutes a next quest for the historical Jesus. I think I understand this a little bit better in light of James's comments an hour or so ago, and that at least some of it has to do with who you're talking to and which conversation you think you're participating in when it comes to the scholarship. And it's just that I haven't really participated very much in the scholarship around the historical Jesus. But please don't get me wrong. I'm fully on board with the importance of asking the contextual and reception historical questions. To me, it is much more interesting to consider how one gospel writer or another, or how one medieval or modern author or another has shaped the narrative to suit their own needs. This is more interesting to me than any attempt to glean the so-called facts about Jesus from these same early texts. But as I've just noted, we should probably avoid the assumption that a story that suits the rhetorical and other purposes of the Gospels cannot at the same time reflect what really happened. Maybe these things really did happen, I just don't know. Just because I don't see a way to confirm the historicity of one point or another, or that the question actually doesn't interest me all that much, doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that I can't prove it happened. I am happy to leave it at that, but hardcore questers probably won't be. And finally, I don't think that I've said anything new or controversial in the past 20 minutes or so. It's not news that the gospel writers shape their accounts to suit their needs, or that Jesus' Jewishness posed a problem for Christian theology, or for how scholars talk about the eventual establishment of Christian institutions and communities that define themselves outside of and over against the synagogue. On the other hand, I do see a real value to emphasizing the constructed and speculative nature of just about any historical discourse in the field of New Testament and early Christianity, and a value to stressing the role of historical imagination in all of our scholarly endeavors. So in fact, my only quibble with our collective project is the title. As some of the responses to the social media announcements of this conference show, many people will expect us to come up with a new narrative of the historical personage we call Jesus. And perhaps after all, that will be the outcome. It just doesn't look like it from where I'm sitting right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. I think Chris is on the main screen here, but there we go. We've got a little bit of time for questions. There's already a big one there. What do you want to do, Josh? Can you read it, Adele, or do you want me to read it out or anything?
I'm happy to read it for
okay.
you. Yep. Thank you very much. Forgive me, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Rohi Thomas George asks this question. Adela, thank you so much for your thought-provoking presentation. My question is, if the gospel writers were re-narrating the life story of Jesus in line with his audience's imaginations / needs, or of his own aspirations, etc., then to what degree one must expect the gospel stories present historical, or in parentheses, reliable Jesus to us? And secondly, how does it impact the agenda of Next Quest research?
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't know the answer to either of the questions, actually. I think it'll remain to be seen, how this is only, the third or so presentation in the long agenda, and I'm very interested to see how the conversation will unfold, and maybe it'll be easier at that point to know how it'll actually impact. That's really the question I was asking at the very end. As to what extent we must expect the gospel writers to present a reliable story, I don't think we need to have any expectations around that. When I comment that they're creating they're creating a narrative that needs to follow what I refer to as the narrative imperative of cause and effect, I'm not assuming that they're starting with reliable facts. I think there were things that circulated that they had heard about, that they accepted as true, or as true in a historical sense, and they incorporated some or most of them in their accounts. But I don't know how to get further back to what was actually reliable. And I'm not sure that that's the question, in fact, though I do think that that's the question that a lot of people nevertheless will expect of something that calls itself the next quest for the historical Jesus. So those are non-answers to your good questions.
Now, if I've understood you right, Joshua, Chris is next, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I wanted to respond very quickly to the question that Adele received, just to put a point of emphasis on this, which is that fundamentally, one of the things that we're trying to do at present is insist that the question of what's reliable is not what we're interested in here. What is reliable or not reliable? I really can't stand that word reliable, but that's just, we're insisting that there's a whole host of other questions and historical information to be pursued and gained apart from that in Jesus studies. So to what degree can we expect that the gospel stories present historical, reliable Jesus to us? I think our response would be there's 100, 200 years worth of discussion of that. Fundamentally, what we're saying in Next Quest is not that we are actually finding Jesus. We don't think that. What we're saying is we're moving on to a stage of the discussion where we welcome a whole lot of other questions, which remain historical questions, and a whole lot of other perspectives that haven't typically been brought to this micro field of studies. So, what I want to say is that what Adele responded with, I'm not sure that's the question. That's what she said. I want to say, here. That's not the question. It has been the dominant question. I don't think any of us would pretend that that's totally irrelevant or that nobody is ever going to be interested in that. Of course, people are interested, but it's not the fundamental question that we're after. That's been done. We want to ask some questions that haven't. I liked what James said about the slavery question and what Mitzi will bring to the table next week. Because those are the types of new questions that we can ask, and those still remain historical questions.
Thank you, Chris. We probably should stop there if that's all right, Adele. If you're frustrated at Chris's answer, you'll just have to deal with him privately. Okay, thank you very much, Adele. And we'll move straight on to Matthew Tyson's Purity.
All right, thank you. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the near ubiquity of ritual purity thinking, both within ancient Judaism and within the broader ancient Mediterranean world. These ritual purity concerns varied in terms of their details, but almost always shared the belief that one must enter the cultic spheres related to the gods in a state of purity. As Paula Fredrickson has put it, ancient gods, both Jewish and non-Jewish, were particular about the etiquette they wanted observed when humans approached them. Within such a world, an ancient Jewish man who denied the importance or existence of ritual purity would indeed be a marginal Jew. In fact, such a person would not only be a marginal Jew, he would also be a marginal ancient. So marginal that one should probably assume that any such person is little more than the invention of someone from a modern culture that does not subscribe to ritual purity thinking. Excuse me. In fact, the gospel writers place Jesus within and not against the context of ritual purity thinking. First, as earlier historical Jesus questers have noted, the tradition of John's ritual immersions of Jesus seems to have been a source of some embarrassment to many of Jesus's followers. All the canonical gospels depict John stressing that he is not worthy to untie Jesus's sandals. And Matthew, for instance, adds to Mark's story by depicting John's initial hesitance. I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? And in the Gospel of the Nazarenes, Jesus responds to his family's encouragement to go to John for immersion in the following way. In what way have I sinned that I would need to be immersed by him? These various traditions all seem to be wrestling in their own way with a potentially problematic connection between John and Jesus that might suggest that Jesus is John's protege and therefore his inferior. Consequently, and despite Rafael Rodriguez's helpful efforts to complicate the criterion of embarrassment, I remain convinced that this is one of the very few points at which this criterion provides some degree of confidence about historical bedrock. John immersed Jesus in running water, something ancient Jews perceived to be a strong ritual detergent. But even if, as Leif Vogg and Bill Arnell, a couple of unruly Canadian scholars to be sure, one is convinced that these traditions refer to a historical, one is not convinced that these traditions refer to a historical and embarrassing event in the life of Jesus, modern scholars must still deal with the fact that the gospel writers situated the beginning of Jesus's public mission with a story about him being immersed in water by a character named John, whose water immersions we know about also from Josephus. Whether John was originally a member of the Qumran community, as Joel Marcus has recently argued, or a member of a priestly family, as Luke claimed long ago, the same sorts of purity concerns that motivated both of these ancient Jewish groups appear to have motivated the figure of John as well in the gospel narratives. Consequently, the gospel writers connect the origins of Jesus's mission to the figure of John, implying that Jesus himself must be understood within a larger context of concern for purity, potentially both ritual and moral. In addition to this ancient decision to contextualize Jesus's mission in relation to John's immersive practices, we must also contextualize the historical Jesus within our growing archaeological evidence of ritual purification practices. In recent decades, archaeologists have discovered a significant number of baths throughout Judea and Galilee. These baths, set apart by distinct steps, now number almost 900, many of which date between the 1st century BCE and the early 2nd century CE. And who knows how many remain to be discovered, or for that matter, how many have lost entirely to us some 2,000 years later. In the arid climate of the region, these baths serve as monuments to the commitment many ancient Jews had to ritual purity, to lived religion. These Jews invested their time, money, and water to remove the ritual impurities that occurred both naturally and frequently. So while we do not know what percentage of ancient Jews carefully observed ritual purity, it seems that a good percentage did, and that it was a widely practiced aspect of Jewish identity in the 1st century CE, both in Judea and Galilee. How does this help us with thinking more carefully about the historical Jesus? After all, the canonical Gospels never once mention Jesus undergoing ritual bathing. In fact, one ancient Gospel, P. Oxyrhynchus 840, which likely dates to the 4th century CE, depicts a priest named Levi accusing Jesus of entering the temple precincts without having undergone ritual bathing. But apart from this, what should we do with this silence? What does the fact that our earliest Gospels never mention Jesus undergoing ritual bathing signify? Thomas Kazin suggests that the fact that the Gospels never depict him undergoing ritual bathing reflects the historical reality that Jesus was unconcerned about ritual purity. For Kazin, this purported indifference arose from Jesus's belief that the kingdom of God was nearing. And so while he didn't outright reject purity concerns, he nonetheless relativized them. But is this the only or even the best way to read the Gospel's silence around Jesus in ritual bathing? It seems to me worth noting that it is exceedingly rare for ancient Jewish texts to narrate anyone undergoing ritual purification. Narrate. How many times do ancient Jewish narratives speak of a woman giving birth or a person contracting corpse impurity without mentioning any ritual bathing afterwards? For instance, Moses' sister Miriam contracts lepra, the skin condition that creates impurity according to Leviticus 13 and 14. But the author does not relate any purification rites after her healing. In fact, I can only think of one instance in the Hebrew Bible of what might be a narration of someone bathing ritually: Bathsheba bathing on her rooftop in 2 Samuel 11. The narrator informs readers that she was doing so in order to remove her impurity. This impurity, according to many scholars, likely arose from menstruation. That's taken, but the text is actually silent on where the impurity comes from. The point of the narrative is not to show how careful she was to remove ritual impurity. Instead, the narrator provides an explanation for why she conceived after having sex with David, since it was often thought in antiquity that women were particularly fertile immediately after menstruating. The parenthetical remark also serves to prove that it was David who impregnated Bathsheba. That is, this rare instance of a narrative of ritual bathing occurs to explain not only how Bathsheba came to David's attention, but also how she came to be pregnant so quickly. In fact, the only other pre-rabbinic narratives of ritual purification I can think of, and I am happy to hear from anybody if there are more that I haven't considered, are Luke's claim that Jesus' family observed the ritual purification rites required after the birth of a male child, after Jesus was born in Luke 2:22, and the related purification rites that Paul and a few other Jewish followers of Jesus go through in Acts 21, although here it's related to Nazirite vows. Consequently, narrative silence around someone following the rites of ritual purification would have been entirely unsurprising to all ancient readers and should be unsurprising to modern readers. No one takes those silences in other narratives, be they in Jewish scriptures or Josephus or somewhere else, to mean that the author intends to depict a ritually impure person showing indifference to the laws of ritual impurity. Rather, I imagine the cultural assumption when writing and reading these texts was that these various people underwent ritual purification and that it simply didn't merit narrative space, precisely because it was unexceptional behavior. With regard to Jesus, then, this silence is historically unremarkable. But when considering the very common modern belief that Jesus generally showed indifference to, if not downright rejection of, Jewish ritual purity concerns, I think the silence has an even greater significance. If scholars as ideologically diverse, I say ideologically because these are all white men, diverse as John Dominic Crossan, Marcus Borg, Tom Wright, Scott McKnight, and Thomas Kazin are correct in believing that Jesus abandoned or showed indifference to ritual purity, is it probable that the gospel writers would have remained silent on this issue? Here, I think we need to deploy our historical imaginations. The historical Jesus was raised in Galilee, spent most of his life there with some brief periods in Judea and Jerusalem. Many of the inhabitants of these regions viewed Leviticus and Numbers to be authoritative and sacred, and the laws pertaining to ritual impurity as binding, especially as one can see from the archaeology, again, these stepped baths. Even as they likely argued over how exactly to observe them accurately. Virtually every settlement Jesus entered would have contained public architecture devoted to the observance of ritual purification in the form of stepped baths. While the average person's purification rituals might not have drawn the attention of others, surely the behavior of a self-proclaimed prophet and teacher would have. What if Jesus showed indifference to ritual impurity and therefore disregarded ritual purification? If his behavior fell outside the boundaries of what was generally acceptable behavior, surely this difference would have been noticed by someone somewhere. And again, given Jesus's burgeoning popularity, surely someone would have asked him why his behavior differed from the range of acceptable forms of behavior. And perhaps someone would have passed that along through oral tradition and then in writing. Aberrant behavior would have given rise to questions, controversy, and arguments. To my mind, it seems probable that were Jesus indifferent to ritual purification, his disregard for these rituals would have left some sort of record in the Jesus tradition. Yet the closest thing we find in our earliest Gospels is a controversy around the separate practice of the washing of hands prior to eating. To be clear, this is a distinct practice developed by the Pharisees and later adopted by the rabbis that expands and modifies ritual purity concerns in a way that some Jews, apparently including Jesus's earliest followers and Jesus himself, maybe did not agree with. So we have no narratives about Jesus's ritual bathing practices. The silence can and has been taken to signify that Jesus was either lax in observing such practices or disregarded them altogether. But this is a failure of imagination. Rather, the silence around Jesus's ritual purification practices ought to be read as a sign that, whatever they were precisely, they were relatively uninteresting and uncontroversial, falling within the spectrum of acceptable practices observed by other first-century Jews living in Galilee and Judea. As such, his earliest followers had no reason to comment on and defend them. They had no reason to write stories about them. They were absolutely boring. In his groundbreaking book, Constructing Jesus, Dale Allison has observed that the first century traditions about Jesus are not an amorphous mess. On the contrary, certain themes, motifs, and rhetorical strategies recur again and again throughout the primary sources. And it must be in those themes and motifs and rhetorical strategies, which taken together leave some distinct impressions, if it is anywhere, that we will find memory. Allison speaks especially of the eschatological themes in the Gospels, but this important point applies to the topic of ritual impurity as well. Although the Gospels never discuss Jesus's own ritual purification practices, they frequently mention Jesus interacting with ritually impure people. The Gospel of Mark, for instance, depicts one of Jesus's first deeds of power being the removal of a condition that, following the LXX translator of Leviticus, he calls lepra. Whatever the precise medical condition of this man, we can be quite confident that he did not have what we would call leprosy, Hansen's disease. His condition, though, makes him ritually impure. Mark's narration stresses two key things: purity, katharizo in 140, 41, and 42, and katharismos in verse 44, and Jesus's willingness or desire, the Greek word thelo in verses 40 and 41, Jesus' desire to purify. Central to this story is the question not of whether Jesus is able to purify, but whether Jesus desires or wants to purify the ritually impure. Does he care about ritual impurity? And the resounding answer of the story is yes. Matthew and Luke, with minor variations, repeat this story. And Matthew contains two additional statements that connect Jesus' mission to the purification of those with lepra: Jesus' command to the 12 to go among the house of Israel, and among other things, purify those with lepra, and Jesus' response to John the Immerser's question of whether Jesus is the Messiah, which includes, yet again, among other things, the claim that he purifies those with lepra. And Luke adds two additional traditions about Jesus and lepra. The first is Jesus' reference to Elisha purifying Naaman the Syrian, even though there were many Israelites with lepra who Elisha didn't purify. And the second is yet another purification scene, this time involving 10 men who have lepra. After being entreated for mercy, Jesus tells the men to show themselves to priests, presumably commanding them, just as in the parallel story to the one man who has lepra, to submit to a priestly re-examination of their skin condition in accordance with the law of Leviticus 14, 1 through 3. They obey immediately, only to discover, as they make their way, that they have been purified. Jesus' command to the 10 men in this story echoes his command to the one man with lepra: go and show yourself to the priest, although it lacks an explicit command to offer what Moses required for one's purification. Does this difference signify that Luke's Jesus no longer considers ritual purification important? Surely not, since he has just purified the men of the underlying source of their impurity. Perhaps Luke assumes that the command in 5:14 applies broadly here as well. Another tradition related to ritual impurity can be seen in Mark's story of Jesus in the hemorrhaging woman in Mark 5. Here, a woman with an abnormal genital discharge that has lasted 12 years furtively touches Jesus in the hopes that doing so will heal her. Although Mark's story does not emphasize that she is ritually impure, informed readers would have assumed this to be the case based on Leviticus 15:25. Interpreters have taken this story to show Jesus' indifference to ritual impurity, but this is, to my mind, a rather astounding misreading of the story. First, it's not sinful to contract ritual impurity, and second, Jesus isn't even a person who does the touching. How can one woman's behavior show us what Jesus's attitudes are? So very odd. He is touched, and without any decision on his part, at least according to Mark and Luke, the woman is healed. Matthew and Luke again transmit this story, albeit with minor differences. In contrast to traditions about lepra, though, neither Matthew nor Luke adds any new traditions regarding Jesus and genital discharges. Yet they do transmit this one story. Corpses are the final source of ritual impurity, according to the priestly writer. And again, the Jesus tradition contains multiple stories about Jesus and corpses. Mark sandwiches the story of the hemorrhaging woman and her healing with the story of a little girl who dies, only to have Jesus raise her corpse back to life. Again, Matthew and Luke transmit this same story and add further stories. Luke tells the story of a dead young man who Jesus raises back to life as his corpse is on its way for burial. And at the point of Jesus' death in Matthew's gospel, very odd story, numerous people come back to life and lurk about in their graves for 3 days until after Jesus is raised from the dead. And here is the one place where John's gospel overlaps with synoptic interests and stories about Jesus and the ritually impure, since Jesus raises a decomposing Lazarus from the dead in John 11. Jacob Milgram has argued that what binds these three sources of ritual impurity is the priestly belief that the skin condition or conditions named lepra, genital discharges of blood and semen, and corpses are all connected to death. While scholars have quibbled with this or that aspect of Milgram's argument, many ancient Jews did seem to connect impurity more broadly to mortality and death. If the gospel writers held to this same connection, as I have elsewhere argued, then one can see the theological rationale for the inclusion and or creation of these stories. The gospel writers, seeking to show Jesus's victory over the power of death in his resurrection from the dead, might have been tempted to foreshadow that victory by telling other stories and creating other stories about Jesus defeating death's forces in the form of various impurities, ritual impurities. Consequently, it is entirely conceivable that early followers of Jesus created these stories. But it seems significant, again to me, that they felt free to do so, thereby depicting a Jesus who cared about ritual impurity. Again, were the historical Jesus known for relativizing or disregarding ritual impurity concerns, would they have been able to exercise such freedom? The historical figure of Jesus lived in the ancient Mediterranean world, a world in which almost everyone held to some sort of ritual purity code. And he spent his life in the first century world of Galilee and Judea, which exhibited distinctive and widespread interests in ritual purity. The gospel writers situate Jesus within a mission that had its origins in a ritual immersion under John, who was perhaps of priestly descent. In addition to the fact that they never mention controversies over Jesus's disregard for ritual impurity, at least as defined by the priestly writer, the gospel writers repeatedly depict Jesus interacting with ritually impure people and removing the sources of their respective impurities. And on one of those occasions, Jesus explicitly commands the person, or Jesus is depicted as commanding the person, to observe the detailed rules around removing the residual impurity that remains after the underlying condition is taken care of. Well, one can understand why followers of Jesus would invent stories of Jesus performing miraculous healings and even raising the dead. One must still reckon with this frequently occurring theme of Jesus showing concern for ritual impurity. Why would Mark narrate stories of Jesus dealing with the ritually impure? Why would Matthew and Luke, in their own distinctive ways, transmit and then add to these stories? Conversely, why does John omit stories of Jesus and lepra, or the hemorrhaging woman, or for that matter, the exorcising of impure spirits? I don't know the answer to the last question because I'm not a John scholar. What all four gospels give their readers is a portrayal of Jesus who believes that ritual impurity exists, that the laws dealing with this ritual impurity matter, and that he has the power to remove ritual impurity or the conditions of ritual impurity from people, thereby restoring them to a condition where they can access the realm of the holy. If the historical Jesus didn't in fact care about a theme so consistently depicted in the gospels, then we are left holding ancient texts in our hands that have so thoroughly and consistently misrepresented Jesus, whether intentionally or accidentally, that we are left with very little we can confidently say about Jesus. As Helen Bond has put it, whether we like it or not, the story of Jesus is Mark's story of Jesus, or even more broadly, the synoptic gospel story of Jesus. Will we trust this story of a halakhically minded Jesus who cared about ritual impurity even if this story problematizes so many of the narratives of later Christians, which for reasons of theological anti-Judaism depict Jesus as breaking with Judaism and the Jewish law in Jewish ritual purity and cultic concerns. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. There's lots of discussion going on in the comments, and obviously we encourage this, but there's quite a bit going on about your book as well. People keep recommending it. So there's a link to his book, so you can learn all about it there if you haven't read it already. Okay, Josh, have we got some questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Matt. Your conversation definitely inspired a lot of critical thinking and a listing of resources. At one point, you had asked, if people had other resources or other citations that they should, potentially bring them up. There were three in particular that came up. Laura Hunt asks, would Naam be another example? Adela Reinhardt's comments, John 2 also implies that Jesus and his family observed the ritual hand washing that was required prior to a festival wedding meal, although there was other discussion about that in the chat. And Martin Linson comments on Gospel of Philip 1:14, and he cited the text, "The saint is entirely holy, including his body, for if he receives the bread, he will sanctify it, or the chalice, or anything else he receives, he purifies. And how will he not purify the body also?" So I don't know if you have a response, but those were three comments that came up about other potential citations that you were referencing. Yep.
Yeah, superb. Thanks, Laura and Naaman. Yeah, that's the tricky one. Because Naaman's not an Israelite. And so to what degree do the laws of ritual purification matter for somebody who can't access Israel's temple anyways? Or I think is one question I would have. And of course, this is to remove the condition of lepra, which is not something that's mentioned in Leviticus 13 and 14. There's no set of guidelines for this is how you get rid of this condition. It's only this is what you do once the condition is gone. Now you have to get rid of that sort of residual impurity that lingers on the body after that source of impurity has been destroyed or removed from a body. So I think it's different, but I think it's worth mentioning. And I actually do in a footnote. So thanks for that, Laura. John 2, Adele, that's fantastic. And I was also thinking of the other, oh man, my knowledge of John's gospel is so embarrassingly bad. But Adele, you're the John person here. Also the story, and Paula Fredrickson brings this up in a number of places as well, Jesus going into the baths and healing someone. What's he doing in there? Is he sightseeing? Or is he going in there to bathe ritually? Is that the assumption of the story? And so I think you're right. There are a couple places in John that again have this memory, this tradition of Jesus and Jesus's broader family as concerned about ritual impurity. So thanks for that. Yeah, later Christian literature. For me, the go-to source on early Christian literature, which we often think, and often sort of reads, I think, especially given our assumptions, reads as though early Christians have rejected ritual purity thinking. The go-to source is Moshe Blitzstein's Purity, Community, and Ritual in Early Christian Literature. And I think what he shows there, in a lot of early Christian sources, you still have ritual purity logic at play. But one of the really cool things that early Christians do is say, this one passage that Martin brings up about communion or the Eucharist and things like baptism, and then even having the Holy Spirit, if you are possessed by this super powerful force of holiness, the Holy Spirit, perhaps it's more powerful than any ritual impurity that exists out there, and therefore nullifies it. But if that's the case, that's still ritual purity thinking. It still exists, it's just not as powerful as the Holy Spirit, as this source of holiness, this purifying source of holiness. And so I think it's still at play in early Christian literature in ways that we often have mistakenly assumed it's not. So That would be my initial response to these great comments.
Paula.
Just an observation, the fact that Jesus is involved with so many arguments about purity doesn't mean that he's doesn't care about purity. It means that he's involved in arguments about purity. So it's, you do it this way, I do it that way, sorts of arguments, which means just the arguments, in other words, instead of being evidence against his attitude, are evidence for his involvement in the conversations, which was continued to be disputed, through the Bodily, where it's almost entirely theoretical. So,
yeah. I don't talk about the Mark 7 passage much, and people like James Crossley and others have, I think, dealt with it really well. That's exactly right. It's I think it can be viewed very adversarially, like they're condemning Jesus, but it's also like, why aren't you doing this? We want to understand your halakhic rationale for not doing what we Pharisees think what we ought to do. And so I think that's right. It's they're involved in this conversation about what it looks like to observe the law and think about purity matters.
So it's how do you do it, not whether you do it.
Exactly.
James, do we have time for one more question?
I think we can squeeze one more in.
Great. This one is from Federico Adonalfi.
Oh, yeah.
He comments, excellent paper, but I wonder if we should not include as evidence that Jesus did not reject the ritual purity system, also the fact that he was and likely remained a baptizer himself. We have explicit evidence of this in John's Gospel, but I think there are also important traces in Mark's Gospel, where Jesus regularly operates along the Sea of Galilee, where people greet him as the Baptist returned from the dead, and where Jesus expresses the mission of his followers in terms of being fishers of men. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks, Federico. That's something I actually hadn't considered till now, so that's great. I haven't given a whole lot of thought to the fact that Jesus has these immersive practices as well, and what that signifies, partly because we just don't get a whole lot of information about it, but I think it's still one piece of the puzzle that I started with John, the immerser, and that's what a lot of people point to as this is historical bedrock. Well, Jesus is also doing these things according to the traditions in memories about Jesus. So I think that, again, you're right. It shows these ritual practices involving the ritual detergent of water and living water, a powerful detergent, matters. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. Well, we can show our appreciation, of course, again for Matthew, but so do the virtual clap or whatever your taste is. We'll reconvene at 20 past whatever hour you may be on for the next session. So thank you very much to both our speakers.
Okay, so we are excited now to welcome Gideon Wangi Park to present on race and ethnicity. Take it away, Gideon.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking Chris and James for this invitation. They've put together a rather impressive proposal, and I'm honored to be included among such an esteemed group. I wish I could be there in person for the conference, just to be part of the larger discussion and conversation, but I'm grateful that I can at least participate virtually. The section that I was asked to contribute to is part 3, new approaches to new themes, or blunt provocations as to why a particular theme should be included from now on. And the topic I was initially given was race and ethnicity, and later Chris asked if I could also address whiteness. And so those are the 3 topics that I will be trying to address today. And the question I want to pose and invite you to consider with me is purely hypothetical, right? How might historical Jesus scholarship be fundamentally reoriented if the next quest more fully and critically engaged with the discourse on race, ethnicity, and whiteness? Now, before digging into this question, I want to throw out a few qualifications. The first is that each of these topics could be its own paper, right? To try to do justice to any single one of them, let alone all three, is an impossible task. And so there's nothing comprehensive about this. If anything, this is probably very idiosyncratic of the things that I've been thinking about that I'll be sharing with you today. The second qualification is that I am not, nor do I consider myself an expert in historical Jesus studies. My interests in this area are at best amateurish, right? In fact, those who are familiar with some of my work will know that part of me, I'm pretty critical of historical Jesus studies, but the other part of me is kind of appreciative of it as well. And so some of my remarks today will be helpful in advancing historical Jesus studies, and others may not, right? And it may reflect my own thinking and how it's evolved and changed about the field of biblical studies. And so I hope that you will bear with me as I work these ideas out. And so back to the question, how might historical Jesus scholarship be fundamentally reoriented? And the short answer that I want to develop today is that the traditions and theories that we assume, the categories and the terms that we use, and the direction and aims of our scholarship might be transformed. And so let's start then with the first topic on the table, which is the topic of race. So if the next quest took the discourse on race and racism seriously, the history, origins, tools, methods of modern biblical scholarship would need to be reassessed. Now, I am neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, but I know enough to know that you can't put new wine into old wineskins, that you need to first bind the strong man before you plunder his house. Or in less Matthean lingo, it's not enough to simply brainstorm some new ideas for the next quest. We need to also cancel some things from the previous quests. We need to get rid of some things. Some things just need to go, right? And so at this point, what I want to do is just raise a question, and I invite you to use the chat function to give your response. If you could wave a magic wand and cancel anything, any idea, concept, scholar, if you could cancel one thing from previous quests, what would it be? And go ahead and put your response in the chat. Okay. So we're going to play this little interesting thought experiment. Okay. And again, just put it in the chat. You don't have to defend it. You're just waving a magic wand. Okay. And we'll see what y'all come up with. Looks like we're getting a few responses that are starting to roll in. And as you feel free to continue to brainstorm some ideas and possibilities here. In the course of this presentation, you're going to hear one from me that so far I'm not seeing here. But we'll be able to circle back to some of these as well, okay? Okay, so there are many different ways that we can approach this first topic of race, right? We could, for example, outline some key concepts from critical race theory to begin to analyze and use that as a framework to read certain texts, right? To try to create a different understanding of the historical Jesus. That's one approach, right? Another approach might be to analyze how race and ethnicity have been used as discourses to establish certain dominant groups and minority groups, right? And begin to kind of have this sort of sociological understanding of the dynamics of power and oppression, right? And still another approach might be to try to use race and ethnicity to understand social change and historical change, right? But the approach that I'd like to consider with you today is to trace how racism has impacted scholarship on the historical Jesus. That is, to re-examine and reassess how certain ideas have contributed to a racialized discourse in our field. And of course, this problem, namely the racist origins of the field, has been diagnosed by many scholars. And here I would briefly repeat some of their blunt provocations. And so Kane Hopefelder defines Eurocentrism as the academic prejudice that the European way of doing things is objective and somehow not culture bound. Right? He goes on to say, even the most apparently non-prejudicial search for the original meaning of a text is usually driven by a desire to demonstrate that the Eurocentric interpreter's own favored position is closest to that original meaning. And therefore, what passes for normative hermeneutics is in fact white male Eurocentric hermeneutics. Susanna Heschel has diagnosed anti-Semitism and the ways that it's been used as a tool, an apparatus in Germany to create whiteness as a form of European Orientalism, imperialism, and fascism. And this is what she refers to as the pathology of biblical studies. Sean Kelly, of course, has diagnosed the intellectual traditions of the Enlightenment from Hegel to Heidegger to Bultmann to John Dominic Crossan as being trapped in a racialized discourse. And of course, Vincent Wimbush attributes the paucity of Black membership in the SBL to racialized discursive practices and politics that have defined it. And Dean Galbraith says, historical critical scholarship is racialized scholarship. And there's also a growing number of junior scholars who are contributing to these discussions. And I'd just like to highlight a few. Ekaputra Tupamahu says that in the United States, a doctoral student has to pass comprehensive or qualifying exams after taking their coursework. And in many schools, the materials for the comprehensive exams are a huge stack of books written by white scholars. Angela Parker, referring to the origins of the field, says, established in 1880 at a time where segregation was the norm and not everyone had access to membership or the education for critical biblical scholarship, white men established what the critical investigation of the Bible would entail. Scholars must never forget that founding identity and must push against the inherent biases of established approaches. And so the point is that there are any number of directions that we could go with this first topic. And clearly there are many ideas that have been suggested, right? And so what the specific issue that I'd like to raise is one that has increasingly become a thorn in my side. This is a more recent development. This is something that I'm still processing. And I've not yet seen the end of it. And so consider this a live brainstorming session. And if you have ideas for me, please send them my way, okay? I'll phrase it as a blunt provocation, okay? And it has to do with the two-source hypothesis. And the blunt provocation is this: Markan priority is racist. Markan priority is anti-Semitic. Now that's phrased as a blunt provocation, but phrased in a more diplomatic way, I would say that the origins of how Markan priority became the standard view in modern biblical scholarship stem from a racist and racially charged environment that maintained a white German Protestant superiority by eradicating Jewishness. Therefore, an essential aspect of this racialized encounter between German Protestants of the 19th century was rendering Matthew as late, as secondary, as inferior, as something that was below the Gospel of Mark. So Mark is original, Mark is more authentic, Mark is more historical. Let's then relegate Matthew to a secondary subordinate status. Now, what does this mean for the next quest? Well, it means that the next quest needs to reckon with this racist history, its origins, and its effects on the development of the field. And it needs to raise questions like, how did modern forms of racism shape the tools and methods that we use? What about the traditions that we assume? How did this in turn shape the dominant theories and practices of the field? And what of these theories continue to exist today, right? Now, this was not always the case. Just think about it. Early 2nd century writers from Irenaeus to Clement of Alexandria all believed that Matthew was written first. The prominence of Matthew is not only attested by these early witnesses, but also in the canonical ordering of the 4 Gospels. Time and again, Matthew is first. And so both historically and canonically, the priority and prominence of Matthew were well-established facts. That all changed through the emergence of modern biblical scholarship in 19th century Germany, in particular through the writings of Heinrich Julius Holtzmann. Right? He was certainly not the first to make the case for Markan priority or the two-source hypothesis, but he is the one who helped solidify its position. Now, who did this position serve and who benefited? Well, the 2 main interests this position served was not only the interest of anti-Semitism, but also anti-Catholic sensibilities. And so regarding the anti-Semitism, William R. Farmer notes, the theory of Markan primacy has led to the academic practice of interpreting the text of the Gospel of Matthew, the foundational gospel of the church, in light of Matthew's presumed changes to the text of Matthew. The twists of Jesus's lips that followed from this paradigm shift diminished the Jewish content and character of his message. In this way, Markan primacy ironically helped pave the way for anti-Semitic German Christianity in the Third Reich, close quote. Regarding the anti-Catholicism, David Laird Dungan writes, it is not surprising, I'm going to quote a longer section here, it is not surprising, therefore, to see German Protestant biblical scholars in the midst of the violent national struggle with the forces of Roman Catholicism create a gospel source hypothesis that will sever German Christianity from its Jewish roots. With the two-source hypothesis in hand, that is, a historical scenario that locates the beginning of the Christian faith in the un-Jewish pro-Pauline Gospel of Mark, accompanied by a theoretical saying source having a conveniently non-Jewish message, German biblical scholars could decanonize the very Jewish Gospel of Matthew and split the New Testament from the Old in biblical theology, right, close quote. Now, this was all part of this larger, broader trend to eradicate any and all things Jewish, Judean, and Israelite. And this was happening through Julius Wellhausen, Adolf von Harnack, and many others. So let's just nuance this a little bit. The fact that the theory of Markan priority, or the Q source, or the two-source hypothesis, emerged in a radically racially charged environment does not in and of itself make it wrong. Nor am I suggesting that anyone who holds to Markan priority is somehow racist by default. That is not what I'm saying. But these are the questions I find myself reflecting on and asking myself over the last few weeks. How did it become such a dominant theory? Why do the vast majority of biblical scholars today believe that Mark was written first? I was going to ask this question in the chat and survey, but I didn't want to get 100 answers that said Mark, 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 Mark. But by and large, my guess would be a solid 70, 80, maybe even 90% of us in this room would have said Mark, right? And so that's the question I find myself asking. And I say that as someone who used to believe in Markan priority. And, I'm a proponent of the two-source hypothesis, and that is slowly beginning to change in my mind, right, through this research for this project. From a canonical perspective, Matthean priority is far more natural fit, right? This is what made sense to the earliest followers of Jesus. His quote unquote Jewishness was not something to be overcome, to remove, or to reconcile. In other words, if there is any merit to this connection between modern forms of racism and the emergence of Markan priority, there seems to be some remnants in our field of this white German Protestant bias that still remains deeply embedded in our theories and in our traditions. And so this is one of the many examples that we could have investigated through this first topic. And so this is sort of a good sobering question to ask. What does the Q source give us? Who benefits? What kind of work does it do? And who does it harm, right? Now for the second topic of ethnicity, I just want to make sure that I have my time right. How long are we going for?
You have until 10 till.
10 till, okay. So here's the second topic. Thank you, Chris. What would happen if the next quest took the category of ethnicity into account? Well, we might reconsider some of the categories and terms that we use. And to unpack this point just a little bit, I want to do some digging into the Gospel of Matthew. And I believe that there's a good example here of how the category of religion has overdetermined scholarly discussions on the historical Jesus. And this issue is nowhere more pertinent than in the translation of the term Judaios. Now, the term Judaios is, according to the standard lexicons, belonging to the Jewish race, citizens of the kingdom of Judah, the Jews, the Judeans. And we see this term pop up a few times, not as many in the Gospel of John, but just a few times in the Gospel of Matthew. So in Matthew chapter 2, verse 2, we have this reference of the Magi approaching and asking, where is the one that was born king of the Ton Judaeon, right? And then, of course, in Matthew 27, we see this repeated refrain about the one, about the king of the Jews, or the king of the Judeans, right? So here in these examples, we find a political and geographical designation being clearly foregrounded, right? But of course, you can't understand this term Judaios without also analyzing how other racial ethnic markers are used in the Gospel of Matthew. And so here I want to consider a little bit the term ethnikos in the Gospel of Matthew, which the standard lexicons define as foreigner, strange, something along those lines, right? And here we find this very kind of rigid boundary that is applied throughout the Gospel of Matthew. And so here in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew chapter 6, verse 7, Jesus teaches his disciples, don't pray like the ethnikos, don't pray like the foreigners, the ethnic others, right? Pray like this, right? And so there's a very sharp boundary between that which is ethnikos and that which is not ethnikos. And we hear that term again in Matthew 18 as the ecclesia is established, that basically through this discipline, if somebody does not hear you, treat them like a foreigner, treat them like an ethnikos, right? And so again, we see this deeply ethnic and ethnocentric language being employed throughout the Gospel of Matthew. And another term here that's related is, of course, ethnos, which occurs quite a bit in the Gospel of Matthew. And here, again, very similar to ethnikos, it draws a sharp boundary. And the point in all of these examples is to show that Matthew's Gospel is written from an insider's perspective, from an ethnocentric perspective, with very strong dividing lines between that which is regarded as Judaios and that which is regarded as ethnikos. And a few other sort of juicy examples come out when we consider the case of Jesus's encounter with the Canaanite woman, right, in Matthew chapter 15. And the Canaanite woman approaches Jesus, and basically the only reason why Jesus does not listen to her, does not respond to her initially, it has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with any other factor. According to the text, we are told it is simply because Jesus was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? So there's another moniker that kind of contrasts with ethnikos, right? So whether you're Israelite or Judaios, there's still a very sharp distinction being drawn between that which is Jewish or Judean and that which is ethnically other. And of course, in Matthew 26, we see in the case of Peter, who's outside the courtyard of the high priest, he is identified by a slave girl on the basis of his accent, right? And so again, we see this racial ethnic marker being employed to identify Peter. How is Peter sort of differentiated? On the basis of his Galilean accent, right? And so these are all forms of slurs, forms of ethnic and racial interpolation, where some people are called out and some people are protected, right? And this is happening left and right throughout the Gospel of Matthew. I have a few other examples, but I think that is sufficient. The basic point here is that ethnicity is an important category, a central category in the Gospel of Matthew. And previous discussions that are dominated by the category of religion tend to lose sight of the category of ethnicity. And so the basic point here is that ethnicity over religion, this is one of the main reasons why I prefer the translation Judean over Jew, at least in the Gospel of Matthew. Identifying Jesus as a Judean emphasizes the ethnic character of the Gospel of Matthew. Okay, now in the time that remains, what I want to do is briefly discuss what is arguably the most challenging and controversial of the three topics. It is also the least connected historically or textually from the world of the historical Jesus. And yet it is the closest in proximity to the contemporary world of interpretation and reception. So what would happen if the next quest took the discourse of whiteness seriously? I would argue that the direction and aims of our scholarship might be transformed. And I want to begin by just sharing a little bit about a personal connection to this topic, right? So one of the reasons why this topic hits close to home for me is that in 2019, there was a shooting, a white supremacist anti-Semitic shooting that took place in Poway in California. And the shooter is someone who is associated, has some kind of connection to the seminary that I attended, Westminster Seminary, California. And the shooter left a disturbing manifesto. And I'm not yet sure if I want to include portions of the manifesto in the actual chapter for Chris and James, but it contains some pretty stark material. One of the, aside from the rabid anti-Judaism, anti-Semitism that it contains. One of the more sort of shocking aspects of it for me was a clear articulation of a Christian understanding of the gospel, juxtaposed right alongside a very explicit racism and anti-Semitism. And then I asked myself, what was it about the theology, the Reformed theology, the Christian theology, the covenant theology of this school that this person was associated with, that I'm an alumni of? What was it about that theology that allowed for this to be a possibility, for these two things to coexist? And I'm still wrestling with that question, so I don't have a full answer for you today. But this is one of the things that has been very disturbing as I have been engaging in this kind of research. And so let me go ahead and back up and talk a little bit about whiteness. Right now, this term is likely to produce the widest and most divergent range of responses and reactions. And it is a term that is, as I have worked on this topic and presented this material in other contexts, the term whiteness is clearly, some people love it, some people hate it, some people think it's offensive, some people say that it's racist. And so there's a lot of things going on here to unpack. One thing that I want to make clear from the outset is that I'm not necessarily talking about, when I use the term whiteness, I'm not necessarily talking about white individuals or individuals who are European or American. Instead, I'm referring to a systemic and structural problem whereby the interests of the dominant group are protected and shielded, right? And this is a structural phenomenon such that even things like biblical studies, our field, could still be susceptible to it, right? So even discourses and studies like the historical Jesus can be susceptible to it, right? And so one of the things that strikes me as I think about the topic of whiteness and the historical Jesus is to note the most obvious point, right? Which is most everyone in this room and most everyone on this project, a good majority, are white, right? There is something about the origins of the quest for the historical Jesus that helps to explain that, right, in Europe. And so I think it is safe to say that the studies about the historical Jesus, this is a Western project. This is a white project, right? And so how do we then begin to situate historical Jesus studies within a broader conversation, right? And I think one of the resources that I would turn to here is a book by Sugi called Jesus in Asia, where he begins to recover and retrieve images of the historical Jesus in Asia and begins to try to juxtapose what do we learn from when we engage different cultures, different representations, different traditions, different languages, and use that as a point of departure to try to understand the historical Jesus. And so one simple direction, one easy direction would be to think about how historical Jesus studies can broaden its categories, and it kind of think about other discourses that it has marginalized, that have not been as prominent, right? And so that would be one suggestion. But there are many other sort of solutions that we could talk about, right? And one other solution, just to kind of circle back to one thing about a category from the first, is, do we need to cancel Markan priority? Do we need to argue for Matthean priority? Is that the alternative? And I'm hesitant to go there, at least that's not where I'm at right now. because it would again seem to, there's something about the quest for authenticity, the quest for originality, the quest for this single individual, right, that still comes across as repeating and replicating the politics of whiteness. And so again, I'm not necessarily here to just cancel Mark and priority and then try to lift up Matthew, but really to raise this question of where do these theories come from that I was educated in and that I'm now starting to question, seriously question. And so that's kind of where I'm at today. I know that there's a lot in the chat. There's some other things that I have to say, but I think I'm gonna stop there.
Thank you, Gideon, for a fascinating conversation that's blowing up on social media as well, for what it's worth. Joshua, I'm trying to look through here. I see a lot of comments, but specific questions I'm finding fewer of. So if you have a very specific question, tell me. Josh, did I miss one?
No, there were several comments, but there were no specific questions.
Okay, I've got two hands raised. The one that I can see is Mark Goodacre, and then Joshua, if you can see the other, please proceed for that one afterwards. And let us say that we're going slightly over time. Megan Henning's full presentation will still come after this, so we want to make sure to give some time for questions. So, yeah, Mark, go ahead.
You need to mute yourself, demute yourself.
You need to unmute, Mark.
Okay, there we go. This is wonderful, Gideon. Thank you so much. Just in response to what you said at the end. Just in response to what you said at the end about where do we go from here, I think one of the reasons that William Farmer and David Dungan didn't get this point to stick was because they tied a really, really interesting piece of critique about scholarship to a highly implausible synoptic theory. And unfortunately, it meant that their really excellent political, historical critique got lost. So one of the things I would like to encourage you to do as someone who believes very strongly in Markham priority is to say that we can make those really strong points without necessarily having to tether ourselves to an implausible theory. And just on the back of that, I think part of it relates to a broader issue of this. We've still got this thing in the historical Jesus quest and in Jesus and in New Testament scholarship more generally, that primitive is good. Why do we even use this ridiculous term primitive? Robin Walsh pointed this out at the SPL to me last time, and ever since she said, why do we keep saying primitive? I just want to say, let's just abandon the use of this word primitive. Why does it matter, that Mark's gospel concept? Why can't we say, like, lots of people have said across history, maybe Matthew just improves on Mark, maybe he re-Judaizes Mark, maybe it's more of a historical Jesus, even if it comes second. So I just want to say 3 cheers to you for what you said, but also to discourage you from kind of departing the happy consensus of Mark and priority.
Thank you.
Megan Hennon had her hand up next.
I placed my question in the chat as well for accessibility purposes, if that's helpful to folks. So I just want to thank you so much for a phenomenal talk, Dr. Park. I don't want to take us too far afield from the amazing constructive possibilities at the end of your talk, which really are evocative and I think deserve the most discussion. But I was wondering at the beginning if the racist reception history that you traced has also contributed to the proliferation of characterizations of Matthew as the Jewish gospel in textbooks and in scholarship, consistently recentering this idea that much of Matthean scholarship has nuanced, critiqued as a misunderstanding or an oversimplification, but yet we still find this, in textbooks that have a whole, section in the front about the Jewishness of the entire New Testament and giving us all of this wonderful background. And then we get to the synoptic gospels and you end up somehow with one that's Greek and one that's more Jewish, and it makes absolutely no sense.
Love that point. Yeah, why has Matthew been singled out as the Jewish gospel? And who did that singling out? Excellent question. That's an article right there, right?
James Crossley has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Enjoyed that. I wonder if, I mean, this is not an easy question to answer for anyone, but to get things to change, to get people to say that this gospel is like this and that and the other, requires a group of people to believe in these kind of ideas. So it's about shifting the ideology, shifting the demographics of the field, which is the real key task, isn't it? I think, to changing how we view the relationships between, you know, how we, Mark may have been first, right? But you could change the way people read Mark by having different interested questions. You know, we in another world, if we had an audience like today, 100 years ago, everyone would be talking about Mark as the Jewish gospel or something like this. So it's audience changing that we need to do, isn't it? And scholar changing. And I know that's part of a much bigger societal structural change, but it's these kinds of things that will change how we read the gospels as much as our investigations into the text themselves. So I was a bit garbled, but I think you might get what I mean.
Well, let me turn that question to you. Do you think, again, because I'm sort of coming in as an outsider into this space, you have a lot more knowledge and about the historical Jesus and about who does this kind of work. Do you think that debunking Markan priority is a possibility? Like, is that something that scholars would? I mean, is that something that could be negotiated? Is that something that could be overturned? What do you think?
I mean, if I take a step back without giving my opinion on it, so to speak, right now, I think it'd be quite difficult because it's so deeply embedded in the field. But at the same time, I think the field is changing quite rapidly from the past 10 years in the people who are in the makeup of and the kind of ideas that are being discussed. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the comments in here, and I'm just wondering, this was 15, 20 years ago. I don't think that kind of discussion would be happening. I don't think I could have predicted it would have been happening, but it is happening now. So I know it's a bit of a cop-out, but I think right now it'd be difficult. But I think with changing demographics, changing ideas, changing interests, this could take off rapidly for all I know in the not too distant future. That's not a great answer, Gideon, but yeah.
I have one quick comment to add, Gideon, which is that it's not just the idea of Markan priority, but it's the quest for origins and pure origins. It's that as a whole that's rooted in that theological project that's a problem. And, you know, it produced a lot of results that we might affirm on completely other grounds. But it's, in my opinion, the Historical Jesus project of that generations and the Markan priority, I mean, it comes out of the same scholarly framework. And it's that valorizing of the origins that I think is, well, I would ask, I mean, is that what you're getting at?
I think so. I mean, for me, I'm just, I'm asking myself just real questions like, okay, this is how I was trained, this is how I was educated. Why do I just start talking about Q in my dissertation? Why do I just start rambling, two-source hypothesis, start using redaction criticism on just why am I doing this? And I think by having these kinds of conversations with scholars from other traditions, from other racial ethnic backgrounds, engaging with Jewish scholars and with Black scholars, like all of these ideas are now sort of kind of popping up. And then as soon as one little piece of this starts to become untethered, the whole thing starts to come apart. And so I think what Mark was warning me about was not to move too fast and just completely taking out all theories of the synoptic tradition or something like that. But I don't know.
Let's express our gratitude to Gideon for that excellent paper. This discussion could go on for a very long time. It is very stimulating, and we're grateful. And for those of you who are watching, we'll also say this whole project and the virtual conference and then the conference next week is intended to be a form of live peer review of the chapters that will be in the book that Erdman's is publishing. So the comments and questions and feedback that you're getting are really helpful because they're actively going to help the contributors shape their chapters for the book. Without further ado, we now turn to Megan Henning, who is going to speak on disabilities, healings, miracles. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you so much. And thank you, obviously, for the invitation from Chris and James and for setting up this lively real-time peer review opportunity for all of us. I've just put the text of my talk into the chat for accessibility purposes for anyone for whom that is helpful. I'm assuming that the captioning on Zoom is not going to adequately translate the kinds of things that I'm talking about based upon my experiences in the past with that. All right, let me, situate things here. All right. So the next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the ways in which the gospel healing stories and the historical Jesus himself reflected the theomedical impulses of antiquity, early Jesus followers, and the late ancient Christians who preserved them. When I use the term theomedical, I'm referring to a broad range of ancient ideas about the body that can be found in diverse source material, from the Hippocratic corpus to the New Testament Gospels. Ideas that do not neatly fit into modern categorizations like science and religion, healing and miracle. These theomedical impulses have been read and interpreted with more literalism than many other parts of the gospel narratives, even by scholars who would resist such an interpretive outlook in most other cases. We have strong evidence from the Septuagint, rabbinic literature, Greek and Roman medical texts, magical papyri, and epigraphic and other material remains from the Asclepia that allow us to imaginatively reconstruct the bodily discourses of the cultures in which the Gospels were composed and circulated. Earlier quests, as Wendy Cotter has pointed out, selectively used evidence from ancient Jewish sources to read the miracles, ignoring the ways that first-century Judaism and the Gospels were influenced by the Roman world. In doing so, the historical Jesus emerges as a far more distinctive or unique figure rather than another divine healer amid a field of gods, divine men, priests, and doctors who all healed through divine power. And in turn, the act of healing itself is elevated as the whole point of the story, not as a culturally delimited and inflected activity, but a divine balm that cuts across time and space as a universal good. If we use all of the available evidence to reconstruct the conceptions of the body that informed Jesus and the followers who wrote and circulated the Gospels, then our readings of the miracle stories radically change. These stories are no longer anomalous or strange. They cannot be divided into tidy categories that scholarship has offered to date, nor do they speak univocally about healing as a universal good. To some extent, previous quests for the historical Jesus have engaged this material. It is not as though the evidence has been completely ignored. But until now, the historical Jesus hermeneutic has consistently been one that seeks to perform a differential diagnosis on the miracle stories, categorizing them in ways that mirror Enlightenment consciousness rather than ancient somatic sensibilities. Much of the work on the miracle stories and the historical Jesus is rooted in historical analysis and form critical work that distinguished between types of miracles, identifying forms that were tightly correlated to the modern preoccupation with the verisimilitude of the account. Adolf von Harnack imagines Luke himself making a sharp distinction between natural and demonic diseases. Bultmann and his followers parsed the historically implausible wonders from the miracles that had some factual basis. In spite of a desire to apply modern scientific precision to the miracle stories, though, these categories are not rooted in ancient medicine or disease theory. Recent studies of the historical Jesus have emphasized a need to treat the miracles as a complex phenomenon and have tried to avoid parsing their authenticity. In spite of these efforts, the diagnostic impulse lingers, especially in the guise of historicity as observable fact. Just beneath the surface of the designations for which miracles belong to the historical Jesus is an assumption that certain elements of bodily healing are universal, namely that the observable total body transformation to some normative state constitutes healing. For example, E.P. Sanders begins with an Asclepion inscription to drive home the point that there is no clean divide between the natural and the supernatural world operating in antiquity. But he still continues to categorize exorcisms as distinct from healings, Jesus's miracles as distinct from magic, and offers psychosomatic explanations for the exorcisms that he thinks Jesus did perform. In the end, Sanders reads Jesus's miracles through the lens of ancient apocalyptic thought, but rigorous rationality only applies to exorcistic verisimilitude. It does not apply to the bodily norms that prop up ancient apocalyptic thought. Total body transformation is the triumphant sign of a new age, and the disabled body is vanquished along with the forces of evil. The historical Jesus emerges as an apocalyptically informed medicus, and the historical Jesus scholar the first-year resident, learning to sift the relevant case notes from the patient's unreliable reporting. As a result of past attempts at differential diagnosis, the historical Jesus has become a powerful tool in naturalizing the ableism of post-Enlightenment medicine. Even apart from our scholarly enterprise, the miracle stories already lend themselves to an ableist hermeneutic today. The healing stories of the Gospels are narratives of dramatic and instantaneous bodily transformation that almost never center the voice or experience of the person being healed, and sometimes do not even involve their consent. It is no wonder that these texts are texts of terror for the disability community today. The gospel authors who received and interpreted traditions about Jesus's healing leveraged the ancient binary thinking about the body to magnify Jesus's own bodily status. The miracles communicate his reputation as an apocalyptic healer, a fulfiller of prophecy, and an embodiment of the divine. The disabled body is a prop, an artifact of transformation, and sometimes a repository of faith. The healing narratives use an ancient somatic lexicon to make Jesus's body intelligible, but the occasional overlaps between an ancient somatic hierarchy and the ableism of our own world makes the stories nearly unintelligible today, not because they are utterly foreign, but because they are too familiar. The binary thinking about the body that we see in the Hippocratic corpus, the ancient Asclepion, or the Gospels persists today. In this thinking, the disabled body is broken and needs to be fixed. A logic present in a pre-med student who once told me that practicing medicine was like being an auto mechanic for bodies. Thanks to some humanities courses, you'll be happy to know that he is recovering well from his Cartesian trauma. This partial overlap between the ancient and modern leads readers to assume that they have a firm handle on what is happening in these stories, and to read them as triumphant healing stories akin to a 1-hour medical drama. The next quest for the historical Jesus needs to join efforts that are already underway in other subfields to make the miracle stories intelligible as historically bound and culturally conditioned. To historicize the miracle stories means eschewing facile similes that reinforce their violence, but also speaking truthfully about places where the Jesus of history and his readers may have more in common with our own attitudes toward the body than perhaps we care to admit. The miracle stories reinforce binaries around the life experiences of the sick and disabled that weren't true in antiquity and aren't true today. Those binaries are enhanced and amplified as early Christians received and interpreted the stories of Jesus' healing, and early Christians increasingly used the body as a cipher for spiritual health. If we can resurface a culturally contingent Jesus along with all of his and his followers' bodily hangups, we are not simply coming closer to the Jesus of history. We can also offer somatically sensitive interpretations of an ancient message for a modern world. This quest has the opportunity to move from differential diagnosis and verifiability toward a Jesus whose actions may have been totally plausible in his own world, but should give us pause today. To give proper interpretive attention to the Jesus of history, several different areas of historical study need to come together, as is necessary for the study of the body and disability in any historical period. Here, the cultural model of disability offers us crucial tools for eschewing either over-identification with the Jesus of history or alienation. It requires that we work assiduously to reconstruct the ancient bodily norms that made Jesus's miracles intelligible. The agenda I'm hoping to set here is, of course, not exhaustive, but will hopefully set the table for the inclusion of other work on bodies and the historical Jesus. So I'm going to start with apocalyptic dimensions. If you are following along, you can see that. I concur with previous quests that Jesus's healing miracles are eschatological and likely go back in some form to the person of Jesus. But if that is the case, then we need to more rigorously contextualize the bodily norms that are operative in the prophetic and apocalyptic outlook that he employed. In Matthew 11, 2-6, Jesus tells the imprisoned John the Baptist disciples to report to him of what they see, describing his ministry in words that echo Isaiah 35. Go and tell John what you hear and see. The blind receive their sight and the lame walk, lepers are cleansed and the deaf hear, and the dead are raised up, and the poor have good news preached to them. And blessed is he who takes no offense at me. How and why did healing signal the prophetic or a restoration of the kingdom of God for the historical Jesus? Medical anthropology tells us that ancient Near Eastern etiologies of disease are embedded in worldviews that emphasize community cohesion and divine communication. Disease is a form of communication with the God, and so is healing. While the individual bodily experiences of disease and impairment, disease often represents a rupture in the community, and healing, its restoration. Within first century Judaism, this perspective operated in different ways for different groups. In 1 Enoch, apocalyptically inflected healing means that medicine is not just about harnessing spirits, more generally, as it was in the Hebrew Bible, but about navigating between good and malevolent spirits. This is tied to a cosmological shift that is at least in part influenced by Zoroastrianism and Neoplatonism. Philo tells us that the Essenes shared this perspective that God restores health, but that they saw themselves as the therapeutoi Theou who could heal body and soul. But Philo also adds that the Essenes would pay for the healing of a sick person out of the shared financial resources of that community. And if the Talmud is any indication, it would seem that pragmatism towards Greco-Roman medicine may have also prevailed for Pharisaic healers, especially in Palestine and Alexandria. What we see from all of our sources is that the binary discourses around the body are not operating in isolation within Second Temple Judaism. They are also interspersed with ideas about anatomy and healing that are influenced by Hellenism. In the Septuagint, we see anatomical terminology shifting to reflect Hippocratic medicine. In Josephus, we find retellings of stories from the Hebrew Bible that insert physicians or Hellenistic ideas about the body and nature. Ben Sira describes the physician's abilities as a healing gift that comes from the Most High. He encourages the sick to seek forgiveness and pray, to use pharmaceuticals because the pharmacist and God make them from the elements of the earth, and to seek medical care from a physician. It appears that Ben Sira is simultaneously expressing older biblical views of healing in the body. Sickness is tied to sin, healing ultimately comes from God, healing restores the community, while weaving in an affirmation of pharmacological and physician-assisted interventions that were more popular in Greek and Roman thinking about the body. In this period of history, Jewish approaches to healing, miracles, and the body were shifting. And we even see this formalized in the conceptual fluidity that we find in the rabbinic sources, which vacillate between evaluations of the disabled body as a punishment from God or an intentional part of the created order, as is suited to a given legal or ritual context. When we talk about the historical Jesus's apocalyptic or prophetic healings, then I think we need to interrogate how the historical Jesus and his interpreters participated in a shifting theomedical landscape within Judaism. The next quest must take care not to conflate first century readings of the Septuagint with Bronze or Iron Age notions of the body and healing, nor assume that Jesus's participation in this already in progress conversation represents some kind of radical reform or rupture. Jesus was a prophetic or apocalyptic healer, and the binaries of that bodily discourse overlapped with the dualistic theomedical discourses of the Hellenistic world. Like other Palestinian Jews of his time, Jesus is operating in a changing world in which both divine and deadly forces are at work on human bodies, but divine power and the coming of the new age could be mediated through a healer or physician by a number of practical means. Ancient binaries of sickness and health are perhaps clearest at the Asclepia. The healing shrines devoted to Asclepius that were active from the 4th century BCE to the 5th century CE. Inscriptions and material evidence from these shrines are voluminous, testifying to the inescapable presence of the images and bodily norms that were proliferated at the over 100 shrines throughout the ancient Mediterranean. The epigraphic evidence from these shrines makes it possible to see the specific ways medical practices and devotion to the god were intertwined. The suppliant offered her devotion to the god and waited in the abaton for a dream cure, but the treatment that was offered by the god could range from a simple healing touch and pronouncement to a prescription that mirrored those of Hippocratic medicine. One of the unique things about the epigraphic evidence from these shrines is that they purport to tell the stories of the sick in antiquity, in the voice of the sick person, a relatively rare occurrence. But careful study of the inscriptions quickly reveals that the stories are still very much told from the perspective of the well, offering stories of bodily transformation that objectify the sick body and rehearse ancient binaries of sickness and health. The sick are characterized as ignorant, foolish, bad prayers. They never ask properly for what they want. And in one telling inscription from Epidaurus, the healing of the sick person's body is compared to a story about Asclepius fixing a broken cup. The healing encounters narrate triumphant stories of bodily transformation, ones in which the body of the sick or disabled person is a central object in the story, but the person seeking the cure is rarely elevated to subject status. Even in a culture in which disability and illness was more prevalent than wellness, binary thinking about the body appears to be inescapable, on full display in a space that was supposed to be designed for the sick and disabled to encounter the divine. Exorcisms are right at home in the theomedical landscapes of both the ancient Asclepia and 1st century Judaism. Although previous New Testament scholarship has distinguished exorcisms from healings, I argue and have argued elsewhere that this is another symptom of the post-Enlightenment diagnostic impulse. All of our available evidence suggests that during the time of Jesus, an exorcism is one type of healing among many viable possibilities. Daimons or divine agents were not only active in contexts that were explicitly connected to a god, they were present and powerful for the ancient physician as well. We see an example of Jesus mirroring the ancient physician in the exorcism in Luke 4. In Mark's version of the story, the unclean spirit convulses and screams on its way out. Luke, however, changes the wording so that the exorcism does him no harm, borrowing from the broadly held cultural idea that medical treatments should do no harm. Although this idea is enshrined most famously in the Hippocratic Oath, using different verbiage, adikia and thoria, it is mentioned throughout ancient medical literature, and in one paraphrase in the Hippocratic corpus, it uses the same phrasing of me blapto that we find in Luke. Luke, as an apocalyptic doctor whose exorcisms do no harm, may well be a Lucan creation and not a nod to the Jesus of history. But Luke is not alone among the gospel authors in depicting exorcism as a type of healing story, nor in explicitly connecting Jesus's miracles to ancient medical practice. Mark groups the sick and demon-possessed together from the start of his gospel, and Matthew treats exorcism as a type of healing in his special section devoted to healing stories. It seems that seeing the Jesus who exorcises as a matter of routine in Mark was not shocking or in need of revision. Matthew adds as many exorcism stories as he excises. But it could be amplified by continuing to layer the apocalyptic and medical binaries in a way that emphasized the arrival of the new age that was foretold by the prophets. The short exorcistic formulae that Jesus uses in the Gospels are not unique to early Christianity, nor do they transgress contemporaneous healing practices. Exorcisms, like other miracles, allowed Jesus to transform the world around him so that those who inhabited the weakest position in the binary pair could now inhabit a position of strength, a reversal of fortunes that was desired, sought after, but also rare. As a result, it may be very difficult, if not impossible, to tease apart the exorcisms and healings of the historical Jesus from the interpretive tissues that surround them in the Gospels. Our task then is to contextualize Jesus's healing activities, not naturalize them by identifying which types of ancient healing are most analogous to our own. Readers today have sought to either distance themselves from the exorcisms through modern diagnostic criteria or to read them as stories about madness. Both of these approaches are equally problematic historically and grounded in the impulse to diagnose, cordon off, and mark as grotesque any mind body that we ourselves cannot neatly explain. This impulse is perhaps another place where our own view is too similar rather than too far removed from our sources. My hope is that the next quest for the historical Jesus eschews both of these approaches, acknowledging that exorcism as an ancient modality of healing are part of a binary thinking about the body that need not operate in concert with our own ableism in order to be comprehensible. While the miracle stories tell of bodies that were healed within a diffuse theomedical landscape, the stories they tell trade upon the rarity of a cure. Most of the sick and disabled bodies in the ancient world would remain sick and disabled until death. Malnutrition, disease, intestinal parasites, and intermarriage within families were pervasive, and many people experienced progressive vision loss over the course of life. Women were compelled to have children in as rapid succession as possible with no nutritional supplements, leading to poorer health outcomes and higher mortality rate than men in antiquity. Though ancient medicine was impressive for its time, access to healthcare was costly and healthcare outcomes were notoriously unpredictable. In this context, people were more likely to experience long periods of medical care than they were a cure or dramatic transformation. Aelius Aristides remains a devotee to Asclepius throughout his life, living at the Asclepion for 17 years for easy access to ongoing treatment, and praises the god for allowing him to continue his rhetorical career with a chronic illness. Aristides receives care from the god, but he is never healed in the way that so many people are in the Gospels or in the inscriptions at the Asclepia. Likewise, Paul is never able to miraculously shed his thorn in the flesh, and like Aristides, counts himself blessed by God because of his disability. In Matthew 25, Jesus does not commend healers to heavenly salvation, but rather those who visit the sick. While we only see occasional glimmers of palliative treatment in the New Testament, it seems that early Christians were not exclusively beholden to the binaries of sickness and health. At least in some spaces, living with illness and care for the sick were just as important as cure. Though Aristides and Paul are not cured, they do, like the miracle stories, draw attention to disabled bodies in order to communicate the importance of placing trust in the divine. All of these stories of both care and cure are highly individualized. They focus intently on the body of the sick person as well as their responsibility for the condition of their body. The miracles from the Asclepion offer stories that tout divine power of the healer as something that is only mediated in exchange for trust. Conversely, those who are not healed are characterized as ignorant, foolish, because they did not trust Asclepius to heal them. Even if total cure is an anomaly, healing is seen as communion with the divine and illness its interruption. The disabled body is seen as weak, broken, dysfunctional, inferior, and in need of correction. The miracles offer a dramatic restoration to a strong, whole, functional body, but they also offer the restoration of relationships between the divine, the healed, and her community. The intertwined binaries of faithful, unfaithful, wise, foolish, healed, sick, whole, broken, were a double-edged sword for the sick and disabled in antiquity. They placed responsibility on the disabled and chronically ill, assigning blame. But they also offered the increasingly large number of sick and disabled persons a sense of agency over something that was out of their control. Jesus's healings as we have received them are often emblematic of those ancient bodily discourses and the binaries they reinscribe. The places in which the historical Jesus may have offered something exceptional via his healings are those traditions that offer a reversal or modification of these bodily norms. Those that imagine the healed person rejoining his community, those in which the sick person has a voice or agency in her healing, or those that center the person being healed, not only the healer. It is clear that the early Jesus followers who preserved the miracle stories are operating with both care and cure in mind, and with an eye towards including at least some miracles that disrupted the standard narratives of cure as universal or objectifying, as was also the case in contemporaneous Jewish literature. One of my honors students was absolutely enraged after reading Mitchell and Snyder's essay on Jesus's miracles and Flannery O'Connor's A Good Man is Hard to Find. In this essay, Mitchell and Snyder identify the challenge that narratives of redemption through bodily sacrifice and the New Testament miracle stories posed for O'Connor in a post-World War II context. Namely, that they could be too easily superimposed onto genocidal logics. The erasure of bodily difference is necessary for a cohesive society. My student had enthusiastically participated in conversations around disability in the Bible in my seminar all semester long. He was passionate about somatically sensitive interpretations of the biblical narratives, and he even saw it as an imperative within his Catholic faith. But the suggestion that the act of healing itself was culturally coded was a step too far. He shouted, "What do they want Jesus to have done? Not have healed these people?" The historical Jesus healing makes a certain sense for his ancient culture. But if he were alive today, would healing be a sign of the miraculous? Is that the form that the apocalyptic New Age or the prophetic reversal of hierarchies would take? We reanimate the socioeconomic violence of the ancient world if we cling to the idea that free medical care is miraculous, if that is truly the best that God could do to usher in a new era. What the next quest for the historical Jesus can teach us is to stop looking for Dr. McDreamy in the Jesus of history. E.P. Sanders concluded his chapter on miracles and the historical Jesus with an assertion that Jesus saw himself in Isaiah 35, just as Matthew did, and that he shared the view that he was the fulfillment of the prophet's hopes for total body transformation for all of the sick and disabled. Given the diversity of thought in first century Judaism around healing the body and disability, I'm not sure we can really assert this. It seems equally as likely that either the author of Matthew or Jesus is here wading into the first century conversation about medicine and the body. As a scholar of disability studies, sure, I would love to say that the Jesus of history is the one we see siding with the Tosefta or the Talmud, affirming that disability is part of the created order and not caused by sin, as we see in John 9. Or from the perspective of MAD studies, it might be great to recover the Jesus who sometimes avails himself of the medical and pharmacological techne of the day, but also sometimes distrusts it, as the audience of Ben Sira seems to have done. But as a historian, the best I can do is to say that all of these Jesuses, including the one who may have understood Isaiah 35 as a pronouncement of compulsory bodily transformation, were possible. By the same token, it is equally likely that the historical Jesus operated with more than one notion of healing the miraculous or the body, and we err when we try to pin him down to a single rationally consistent practice of ritual or medicine. To this end, perhaps what is more important for the next quest is not that we accurately perform a differential diagnosis of Jesus, or that we find a cure for our own perceptions, but that we find a way to care about the historical Jesus that is open to all the possibilities and problems that a culturally contingent embodied reality entails. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And I feel sorry for myself and everyone else who has to do part 2 of this conference next week for trying to follow up on these excellent papers. That was fantastic. And what I have loved about all the papers today is how they open up to so much more discussion. So let me ask, I don't think that we have any questions in the comments. We have lots of comments in their feedback that's all positive, but I don't think we have any questions. Josh, let me check real quickly. Does anyone have their hand up that I can't see?
Not at the moment.
Okay. And Megan, I have one quick question before you go. I wonder about, because one of the things that we're talking about is the context, the contemporary context as we think about these things, and you see some of this, the type of critical response that you're getting at points in your paper when people look at faith healers, contemporary faith healers skeptically, because the constant response is, well, then why don't they go down to the ICU? Mm-hmm. Right? And it's getting at that kind of question of, well, if this really is as good as God can do, why is he not doing it? And I wonder if you had thought any further about like the contemporary context and how that might bridge with what you're saying.
Yeah, so I wasn't thinking specifically about faith healers. I was mostly thinking about the US context and the fact that free medical care is not available to all here. But you could think about it in that way as well. Specifically, what I think is that in the contemporary context, we think about care and cure as well, but the thing that is more rare in the contemporary context is care. So what would be truly miraculous is people actually sitting with the sick, is people taking into account the disabled in a global pandemic that may also one day make them disabled. And so I, as I'm thinking, the whole time I'm writing this paper, as I'm thinking about what even is a miracle, what is the miraculous in the ancient world and today, part of what, as I talked about in the last section of the paper, part of what makes some of these things count as miraculous in the ancient world is the rarity of a cure and the fact that it was so difficult. We see that emphasized, for example, in the woman with the flow of blood, right? Her description of her experience with the medical apparatus in her world is not unusual or unbelievable. It's totally has complete verisimilitude. And so I think what is, in a world where we have rational means to cure a number of diseases, what would stand out as exceptional or remarkable, and a sign of prophetic interruption of this timeline would be more care to go with cure.
Thank you very much. Let's thank Megan once again.
I've just said to Joshua, and if you didn't hear it, we won't do this 4 on the run, not quite anyway, but after Paula's paper, we'll have another quick break so you can let the wisdom sink in. All right. Someone asked me a question on myth making this morning. I couldn't answer it, but here's my answer. And it's Stephen Young will take us through myth making in the next quest, wherever Stephen may be. No, you're not on the screen, Stephen.
Stephen's coming.
Oh, he's coming, is he?
Howdy. Can y'all see me now?
Yes.
Looks like, hold on. All right, sorry, give me a second. I'm just getting my computer screen reoriented. All right. First of all, I know this is seemingly perfunctory or trite, but I want to thank the panelists who've gone so far. The papers have been, I know this sounds cliche, but really fantastic. I am deeply, deeply annoyed at Dr. Henning for making me follow her paper right now. And I blame you, Chris and James, for this too. So thank you very much for that. Anyway, on to Jesus and myth. Hold on, TLG just opened up on my screen. Let me make it go away. Okay. The category of myth remains underappreciated and misdirected in the study of Jesus and the early narrative literature about him. Discussion of the so-called mythicists largely monopolizes the terminology, framing it with questions about whether Jesus really existed as a historical figure. These discussions are often more the stuff of polemics than arenas that experiment with new avenues for thinking about Jesus and his textual afterlives. Come on. Sorry, I just lost my place for a second. Now, if we were being honest, these can be entertaining polemics, but engagements about mythicism are still a charged space where many trained academics find themselves contributing by simply asking everyone to quiet down and listen to some basic non-positivist methods for doing history and experimenting with our sources. When practicing scholars attempt to proceed further and use myth to talk about Jesus in another way, confusion and pushback can be swift. Accordingly, biblical scholars can emerge from the polemical fray with the suspicion of the category of myth. Why not leave well enough alone, since myth has receded as a scholarly category in the study of Jesus anyway? The laudable goal of Next Quest for the Historical Jesus is aligning historical Jesus studies with a broader array of conversations, categories, and questions that find traction in scholarly arenas beyond our usual field. As is well known, it has long been a field, in other words, historical Jesus studies, whose conventions for doing history sync more with idiosyncrasies of New Testament studies than with the questions and methods that animate the wider study of history, ancient Mediterranean religion, and literary theories. This is why talk of criteria of authenticity, redaction criticism, and great men sometimes comes more naturally to participants than that of narrative strategies, rhetoric, ideology, social plausibility, gender, and questions about whose history and whose voices we are, and especially are not, finding represented in the text. Next Quest focuses on neglected themes, comparison, and in particular the question of how Jesus' contemporaries and those who wrote about them came to conceptualize him in the ways that they did in order to counteract this. I want to argue that myth and myth-making have a great deal to offer this study of Jesus. They're much more interesting as categories for thinking about him and the early narratives about Jesus than what we usually encounter in discussions of mythicists. So I have three related suggestions for how myth-making can reorient the study of Jesus. And I'll try to work through them briefly in this short paper. First, disciplined attention to myth orients our scholarly gaze around comparison. The category highlights the relevance of overlooked examples of myth and religious, philosophical, and teacher figures who wielded myths. Second, myth-making as a category forefronts questions about ideology and the strategies available for naturalizing or denaturalizing authority, institutions, and values. From this perspective, the Jesus of our sources himself emerges as a Jewish myth maker among others. Like Theudas, John the Baptizer, and Paul, Jesus adapts available mythological materials plus narratives about God and beginnings to promote their legitimacy and expertise, to elaborate upon and naturalize their claims about the Jewish deity's plans, and to make their novel programs of actions and social hierarchies, with them at the top, of course, all feel traditional. My third suggestion will be that narrative texts about Jesus themselves also emerge as examples of myth-making. Together, these suggestions facilitate reimagining how Jesus' contemporaries and early writers plausibly conceptualized him. When we think about Jesus, myth, and myth-making in concert, the ways that the writers of the New Testament Gospels presented him begin to make even more sense from historical perspectives. And their competitive claims of distinction, this will be something I come back to, their competitive claims of distinction and uniqueness, whether Jesus is presented in the Gospels or these pieces of literature themselves, start to look decidedly ordinary and expected within their worlds. Okay, so I'm going to try to have a short discussion here of myth and myth-making. I know we all tire of like the theoretical throat clearing at the beginning of papers, but since, as James pointed out, we're trying to talk about this category, I want to say a few quick words. So, recent scholars have acknowledged that to define myth is implicitly to offer a theory of it. A definition already presumes which questions, interests, and even voices get to have a say in framing what's defined. Reflecting the interests of scholars in religious studies, it is common to distinguish between the content versus the function of a myth when engineering a definition. In other words, some researchers define myth by asking what kinds of things have to be talked about for something to be a myth. Common candidates have included gods, stories about the creation of the cosmos, narratives about the origins of a nation or an institution, or tales about the ancient ancestors of a people or founders of a group. Meanwhile, others urge that it is best to define myth by asking what social or political function myths serve. Do they promote social cohesion, create group identity, elevate one class of people above others? Yes, they're always doing that. Authorize certain institutions and practices, entertain or explain parts of lived reality. Rather than accepting the dichotomy, I propose that we can explore myth's content and function together for reimagining Jesus. So content first. I define myth as narrative-related materials involving gods or other superhuman agents. This is obviously a fraught definition, as we have many examples of things that have been called myths that don't involve gods. But I tend to approach things in an edict or redescriptive way. That's fancy jargon for saying that my use of myth does not need to reflect how ancient people wrote about mythos or fabula, which would be an emic and not an edict approach. What I'm more interested in is not saying that any definition of myth I give will match with anything anyone else has called myth, but I want to collect an example of types of narratives together and explain why they're useful for studying something. And that's what we tend to do as academics anyway. So for me, again, myth will be narrative-related materials about gods or superhuman agents. And focusing on stories about gods and superhuman agents, how they communicate, whom they appoint, their temples and their ethnic affiliations, and so on, will immediately highlight the vast array of comparative opportunities between narrative literature about Jesus and wider sources in the ancient Mediterranean. So that's content, but how about function? Religious studies has increasingly attended to what we can call the politics of myth. For example, Bruce Lincoln's influential work analyzes myth as, quote, ideology and narrative form. This marks a turn to questions about social significance. Myth becomes what people do when authorizing something, creating or reproducing social hierarchies, or other activities that we can call social formation. Thus, Russ McCutcheon advocates for an approach to myth as a, quote, technique or strategy. It is a class of social argumentation found in all human cultures. This is still a quote. Let us entertain the possibility that myths are not things akin to nouns, but active processes akin to verbs. So if myth is a class of social argumentation, we can explore the forms it takes. It turns out that there is a limited selection of discursive strategies for transforming a contingent set of human preferences into the products of nature and necessity, a process we call naturalization. So to try to unpack that, let's say you prefer or benefit from or just feel comfortable with a particular institution like your mosque, your church, your synagogue. Or let's say you're comfortable with a particular set of values. I'm just going to give examples that align with each other, like no sex outside of marriage. Or let's say you prefer or benefit from a social hierarchy, like men in authority over women. Or even a collection of categories for thinking about the world, like everyone is either a man or a woman. If these are some of your preferences or categories you benefit from or things you feel comfortable with, you may then gravitate towards narratives in which these things are not just your preferences because you inherited or benefit from them. No, instead they are universal and foundational. They're part of the fabric of reality from the beginning. For an example of such a narrative that has caused much violence throughout history, it would be something like men are more naturally leaders because God made men bolder and women more emotional from the beginning. In this way, a social hierarchy with men at the top transforms into an expression of just the way things are, and it gets attached to a variety of other misogynist norms. This contested hierarchy, though, becomes seemingly natural through the strategy of depicting its social arrangements as established in our origins. Such ways of imagining the world are strategies for naturalization, and enacting them is what scholars refer to as myth-making. As Aaron Roberts emphasizes, myth-making often involves stories about cosmic, ethnic, or institutional origins, but stories about origins are one strategy of naturalization. A related and often overlapping strategy is to depict something as divinely established or planned, or to present it as prefigured or commanded in sacred, ancient, or ancestral texts. So why does this matter for thinking about Jesus? Here's just a quick preliminary point before we dive in a bit more. As most of us emphasize to our students, the earliest narratives about Jesus do not urge his importance by saying that he's awesome, but disconnected from anything else, a unique bolt of awesomeness. These narratives instead relentlessly configure Jesus as a subordinate sent by the Jewish high God to enact his plan for his ethnic people. This seems so second nature to us that we have trouble thinking outside of it to probe how it works rhetorically, to think about his politics, if you will. Jesus is the subordinate of the Jewish high God. This means his actions, teachings, prophecies, works of power, circles of power, and even death are all divinely sanctioned, authentic, and legitimate. Relative especially to those whom the Gospels present as his competitors, Jesus comes onto the scene and offers distinctive, not unique or non-Jewish, but distinctive practices, teachings about God and social hierarchies, with him at the top. But the effect of Jesus' own myth-making in the Gospels, not to mention the Gospels' framing of Jesus, especially as God's authorized subordinate, is to make Jesus' teachings, practices, and status God authorized. They are necessary and beyond debate. While it seems obvious that claims about the divine origins of a teaching or hierarchy or one's own status as a leader or forms of naturalization, it is really worth noting this point, especially since biblical studies has a long history of inhabiting these claims rather than interrogating them as forms of rhetoric. Interesting things happen for us as readers when we do defamiliarize what we take for granted. So, having said all that, it's one thing to preliminarily suggest that Jesus was a myth maker, but it's another to argue that his contemporaries could or would have conceptualized him as such. As I argue in a book that I am working on called Paul Among the Myth Makers, there is a broad Greco-Roman phenomenon here. A variety of religious, and yes, I do use that category for the ancient Mediterranean, and philosophical experts innovatively wove together mythic materials that were known among their consumers. Oftentimes, these mythic resources were prestigious myths, characters, stories, locations, gods, and texts that were already charged with ethnic, civic, or sort of general heritage importance. In their excellent book, Ritual Text for the Afterlife, Sarah Eels Johnston and Fritz Graf sketch a model for the experts in the afterlife behind the Bacchic gold tablets that relates to a lot of what I've been discussing. These tablets are inscribed sheets that position an initiate. The narrative in them positions the initiate within a web of repurposed mythological allusions to Orpheus, Eleusis, Dionysus, Persephone, the landscape of the afterlife, and ideas about situations a deceased soul may face. The experts wove these resources together to present a scenario in which potential initiates have a condition to which they can offer a solution, and thus a superior experience in the afterlife. As such, the self-styled Orphic experts tied their afterlife ritual into known, established myths. The effect is not simply to promote, but to legitimate and naturalize their service. What they're doing seems familiar. It ties into stuff that people already just accept. It's part of reality. But Johnston goes even further. In one of her chapters, she argues that the differences between the eschatological details across these different Bacchic gold tablets that were found buried with bodies throughout the ancient Mediterranean, differences in their details do not only indicate differences in geography or temporal distance between the tablets. Instead, the differences are marks of competition. These self-styled but independent, or as Heidi Wendt would call them, freelance Orphic afterlife experts had to compete for recognition. Some divergences between parallel details and tablets may then indicate competitive modification. In other words, if you want to promote yourself as the real expert with true knowledge of the gods in the underworld against that idiot on the other side of the marketplace, perhaps you might change the location of a tree in the afterlife in the underworld and explain why that has eternal significance. This gets people's attention. So I'm going to skip ahead to Jewish examples of this type of myth-making activity, just so we can move along. But Jewish sources likewise feature self-authorized myth makers. Briefly, and this is one of my favorite ones, in his Judean Antiquities, Josephus writes of a certain impostor, Goes, who, quote, persuaded the majority of the masses to take up their possessions and follow him to the Jordan River. He stated that he was a prophet and that at his command, the river would be parted and would provide them an easy passage. Though we, to my great sadness, lack further evidence for Theudas beyond this passage in a hostile source, it is possible to speculate that his claims about parting the Jordan drew on Jewish mythological lore relating both to the Exodus and the entry into the Promised Land through the Jordan River, which itself is a reuse of Exodus myths. In this way, Theudas' claims adapt Exodus and Promised Land entry myths, but they also resonate with mythology about a divine warrior with control over the sea, who may share that authority with his agent. This is something that's been explored at length by Deborah Scoggins Ballantyne in her excellent book, The Conflict Myth and the Biblical Tradition. So in this way, Theudas is being presented not as someone who taps into and is offering an action that repurposes and reproduces elements from Jewish mythology, but he's implicitly being represented as a legitimate agent of God who has the authority to do those things. One can likewise speculate that John the Baptizer's presentation of his baptism involved similar reuses of prominent ancestral myths about the wilderness, Jordan River, and Exodus. And Paul's letters similarly reflect a Jewish teacher of Gentiles, in this case, who promotes his religious practices, social hierarchies with him at the top, and teachings about the Jewish God. And he does this by reusing Greek, Roman, and especially Jewish myths in tandem with his works of power and textual mastery. The effect is to make his entire program for Gentiles seem natural, necessary, and ordained by the Jewish deity, and even more so, prefigured in ancient and sacred texts. So how about Jesus himself? Quickly, in narrative literature like the Gospel of Mark, Jesus of Nazareth adapts Jewish myths to explain his actions and promote himself as someone who should be followed, and to authorize his positions about the Jewish God and his temple. And here's a few examples. In Mark 1:14-15, he anchors his message about the dictatorship of God, a concept that itself rings bells from Jewish texts, in proclamation of the eschatological good news of that God. As numerous interpreters have shown, the significance of the good news there reverberates from a series of Jewish myths about God's long-term plans, and with royal ideologies about kings who were agents of higher gods. In Mark 4:10-12, Jesus presents his enigmatic teaching as an enactment or exhibition of Isaiah 6:8-10, as though his God is fulfilling that threat through Jesus and his confusing teaching. Jesus locates himself as a significant actor in a Jewish eschatological scheme that draws on earlier lore about Elijah and the Son of Man in Mark 9. His temple tantrum, and thanks to Paula Fredrickson for that label, in Mark 11, creatively adapts Jeremiah 7 to present his actions in terms of God's judgment on temple leadership. And Mark 12:10-11 presents Jesus reusing material from Psalm 118 about God's temple to frame the significance of what's happening when competing Jewish leaders reject him. In cases such as Luke 4:16-30, and Chris has obviously written a great deal on this, Jesus is depicted as combining novel adaptation of mythic materials with demonstrations of literary expertise involving a sacred book. Elsewhere, the writers of Mark and other narratives about Jesus present him making revelatory claims, prophesying, dispensing enigmatic or esoteric teachings, and making a show of healing or other works of power to authorize his divine appointment. In other words, Jesus's adaptations of myth overlap with the characteristic practices of a newly arrived, self-authorized, sort of semi-intellectual religious expert. So in thinking about Jesus as a myth-making expert, I want to sort of draw on some other directions we can think about here. It's helpful to distinguish between experts who are located in the dominant side of a field versus the dominated side. The social theorist Pierre Bourdieu, and we got to prepare for his jargon here, insists that a hierarchy of positions characterizes each field of cultural production and competition. There's a hierarchy that spans those on the dominant side to those on the dominated side. One's position in the field shapes not only their dispositions and tastes, but also the strategies they use for establishing distinction and accumulating sort of authority or capital. For example, and this is one of Bourdieu's famous examples, in an artistic field, the dominant actors are the art dealers, museum administrators, and artists patronized by them. They control institutional access and economic resources. Their ways of communicating, including the very categories they use, reflect their dominant positions and tend to naturalize the status quo, which of course favors them, through promoting its legitimacy and masking its arbitrariness. The artists not associated with such institutions, however, occupy the dominated positions, and their strategies for distinctions reflect the options available to them. Bourdieu highlights in particular the common rhetoric of disinterest among the dominated. They will make a virtue of necessity, in other words, their lack of access to dominant institutions, and represent themselves not as doing art for business or money or other interested reasons like all the sellout impure artists who are patronized by museums, but instead they do art for art's sake. They do not produce art for the curators of the dominant institutions, but only for other legitimate, read disinterested people. As our colleagues like Jennifer Isle, Heidi Wendt, and Stan Stowers have emphasized, in the ancient Mediterranean, we similarly find that the non-dominant experts have a limited set of strategies available. They gravitate towards displays of textual mastery, works of power, leveraging any prestigious ethnic or cultic status they can, discuss specialized knowledge, and then I add to this, reusing myths. It's instructive to think about the literary portraits of Jesus in the Gospels from this vantage point. And here, Chris Keith's work in Jesus Against the Scribal Elite goes in a similar and very helpful direction. In the Gospels, Jesus is presented not as a member of an established class that administers the temple, for example. He is instead a newly arrived teacher in a Jewish field of competition. And our texts narrate Jesus clashing with other independent experts, the Pharisees, who, though not inhabiting dominant positions, are more established in the field than Jesus. One of the ways Jesus repeatedly is depicted in our sources as contesting their more established authority is to attack their disinterest. Again, this is an expected strategy of distinction among independent experts. So think of Mark 7:6-13, or Matthew 23. Jesus' opponents are hypocrites. They reject God in favor of their own interests. They're greedy. And it's an interesting point. Greed and love of money is something that recurs throughout ancient Mediterranean discussions of independent experts and polemics against them. So Jesus recycles this. Again, his competitors are hypocrites. They reject God in favor of their own interests. They're greedy, and they don't really understand the Jewish God or his laws. They modify them. They introduce innovations. In other words, they're departing from what's ancient and true, which is how Jesus positions himself. These sources also depict an ultimately fatal clash between Jesus and the dominant Jewish figures with institutional position, Sadducees and priests. In this case, too, Jesus contests their authority and institutional legitimacy at times through attacks on their disinterest. And throughout the gospel narratives, Jesus naturalizes his expertise, often against his competitors, with all the other strategies that are available to someone like him, at least as the gospels depict him: displays of interpretive and ethnic expertise, works of power, revelatory claims, and especially esoteric and enigmatic teachings. So I've walked through in a rapid succession sort of a lot of points. Let me just draw a couple of points together here, and then I'll end so we have some time for questions or criticism. One key benefit of thinking about Jesus myth and myth-making altogether is that it further interrupts the exceptionalism that has characterized historical Jesus studies. Jesus becomes one among other myth-making experts, but in a very concrete manner. The things he did that have most attracted scholarly attention as indicators of his uniqueness become instead examples of the decidedly expected realities of an independent teacher in a competitive situation. In other words, Jesus' seemingly distinctive or unique actions fit him within and not against the ordinary and contested world of the ancient Mediterranean. It was a recognizable practice for teachers to position themselves as unique and climactic. It is only when we as scholars inhabit and repeat rhetoric of uniqueness or climacticness, for example, that we conjure a unique Jesus. But it is much more historically interesting to think about Jesus's so-called unprecedented actions in a comparative way that makes him look recognizable, even if a bit distinctive in certain ways. This approach coordinates very well with the work our colleagues such as Adele Reinhardt, Paula Fredrickson, Amy Jill Levine, James Crossley, Matt Thiessen, and others, their work when they have argued at length for positioning Jesus within Judaism. Sayings or actions that in the past were taken as critiques or rejections of Judaism, the law, purity, and the temple reemerges Jesus's participation within Jewish debates, discourses, and expectations. The category of myth-making adds a layer to such analysis by directing our attention to the narrative and rhetorical strategies through which our literary Jesuses naturalize their expertise and their positions in those debates. The focus on myth, last thing I'll say on this point here is that the focus of myth-making on questions of strategy, hierarchy, and legitimacy will then also help us unerase related historical questions about gender, ethnicity, enslaving, and as Dr. Henning just discussed, ability and disability. I want to tie this off now, even though I've got a few more things to say here because I want to leave space for questioning. But the last point I'm going to quickly make, and I didn't get to this as directly now, is that we can also rethink of these narratives about Jesus, again, as examples of myth-making, in the sense of, A, they're obviously trying to promote the legitimacy of their presentation of Jesus, but this also suggests more attention to the types of hierarchies and interests that the people who produced these texts had in writing them, and it will help us sort of pay more attention to the specific, goals or aims of each text. But rather than continuing to ramble on that point, I will open this up for questions, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We are getting, there was a raised hand and sharply withdrawn by the look of it there. Have we got any lined up, Josh?
Yes, we have one question from Karishma Paul. Forgive me if I've mispronounced your name. Karishma is wondering how myth-making interacts with the concept of genre, and specifically in relation to ancient bios or biographies. Would you be willing to expand on the relationship between these ideas?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. So at a basic level, myth-making, from my perspective, is a practice. It's myth-making is itself a practice. It's the practice of sort of producing or, making claims about origins, divine authorization, or just producing narrative materials about gods. So that can occur in any genre of literature, would be my point. For example, Paul's letters can be examples of myth-making. If you take the Gospel of Mark as a bios, then yes, it would be an example of myth-making, but it can also occur non-textually, right? Jesus, we have access to him in the form of a text, but we can think of, again, in our world today, people who are just in speaking or teaching, engaged in the practice of myth-making, if you will. So I don't know if that makes great sense. I would say, though, that a bios would be a very productive opportunity to think about myth-making, because as we know, and it's sort of a basic point we all make when we teach history or how to read literature, that when we're reading a text, especially an ancient bios, we're not so much reading something that's, communicating to us a videotape of what happened, but these texts are produced to make a point, to authorize their version of a person against usually some other person. And so in that case, thinking of bios and the narrative strategies that they use to present their version of a figure versus someone else would be a good example of strategies that overlap with myth-making. I don't know if that makes sense, but yes.
That's fine. Thank you. I think Megan, do you want to ask your question as well? She's put it in the comments, but I think she probably wants to say it as well.
Sure, I can do both. Yeah. I put it in the chat for folks to be able to see. So thank you so much, Dr. Young, for an engaging paper. Are you suggesting that we re-mythologize the New Testament then, or are you trying to walk away from the Boltzmannian binaries altogether?
Dr. Henning, as you have perceptibly noticed, I deliberately avoided talking about Bultmann in this paper. Yes, I mean, in a sense, I obviously would be saying we're suggesting we're re-mythologizing the New Testament, because even stepping away from questions of ideology and strategy at like a genre level, if you will, and I'm not the first to suggest this by any means, but that I would argue that a great deal of relevant comparanda exists in the ancient Mediterranean that we overlook in literature that we would classify as myth. And that many of the narratives and depictions of Jesus that we encounter in New Testament and wider early Christian literature would have resonated very much for their consumers, their audiences, in terms of these wider mythological stories. And an example that I use, and I see Sarah's question, but about Paul, and Sarah, I'll hear where you're going with your question in a minute, I guess, but is that Paul, for example, in his letters talks about Jesus as a divine warrior. And in biblical studies, we have some really rich scholarship that probes divine warrior imagery and Jewish apocalypses and the Hebrew Bible and Enuma Elish in ancient Near Eastern literature. The question I've often come to is like, well, that's cool, but how did Gentiles in Corinth know Enuma Elish? I mean, they didn't, but there was a wide array of mythology about battling gods they heard, and so we're sort of re-mythologizing the New Testament when we place it alongside there. But I think you're after something different with the Bultmann question about like more the nature of like, because Bultmann, when he's talking about myth, he doesn't just mean it comparatively, he means it as like an evaluative way of thinking about the text.
Well, I mean, I think he's thinking about it in terms of his audience, right? And so I guess what I'm thinking about is in terms of our next quest and the audience that we imagine when we use language of myth and we say that we want to do this comparative work, what is that going to mean in the contemporary world? How will we articulate that, and constructively, how do you situate this work?
No, okay, that's helpful, and that's something I certainly need to sharpen in the published version of the paper. But the way I would go with that is that myth making as a category, I guess the one that I'm preferring as opposed to just myth, it's a category that focuses very much on these questions of like what. And actually, I think, and I don't want to be presumptuous here, but I think this relates to your paper. So you spent your paper just really brilliantly interrogating what are these invisible categories and processes that our texts are engaging in that are, making certain ways of reading the text and thinking about Jesus seem natural and suggest themselves versus other ways seem no. And those sort of invisible categories and processes, they promote certain types of people or certain types of interests above others. Myth making, from my perspective, is a lens that focuses attention precisely on, I guess we call all of these invisible narrative strategies and how they cause us to feel at home and comfortable with one version of a Jesus, while missing that that's a contingent Jesus, that's a contested Jesus, or that Jesus himself is being presented. And so I'm taking a long way to say this. I think myth making then would actually turn these texts into texts that suggest being critically thought about, right? Like you approach them and they become opportunities not just to learn, hey, what does this say about Jesus, but what type of interest is being promoted here and what's being submerged. I think I'm rambling too much. I don't know if I'm answering you, but actually that does align with Bultmann turning the text into like, this is an event for proclamation, but in a very different way, as James is.
We better wrap that up. So, I mean, we've just got an absolute flow of questions suddenly. So if you might want to answer them in the comments section, but I think we better move on if that's okay, Stephen. Thank you very much. Terrific paper. And I think we're now, Paula Fredrickson will talk to us about Augustine and the historical Jesus.
And now for something completely different. Actually, this is a version of We Have All Been Here Before. I want you to imagine people from the Jesus Seminar and people from the SNTS trapped in the same elevator yelling at each other in Latin, because that's what I'm about to describe. This is about the late Latin quest for the historical Jesus. The next quest for the historical Jesus will have to account for the fact that it did not begin in Enlightenment Germany, but in late Roman North Africa. The historical Jesus was a contested construct at issue between two rhetorically trained, hermeneutically sophisticated, 4th century readers of New Testament texts, the Manichaean electus and bishop Faustus, and his younger contemporary, Augustine of Hippo. They fought on terrain not unfamiliar to our 21st century selves, the criteria of responsible historical narration, the reading of the Gospels comparatively and critically, the past as a species of non-being, and thus the writing of history itself as a discursive construction. And finally, the inevitable indeterminacy when we work with texts whose transmission and whose meanings are themselves intrinsically unstable. The doctrines of their contesting churches set the plumb lines for each man's arguments, and thus of their depictions of the figure of Christ. Significantly, for the purposes of this project, their textual commitments differed significantly. Manichaeism, which is a 4th century Latin inflection of a mix of Marcionite Christianity and materialist dualism. Manichaeism had its own canonical texts, those revelations written and preserved by its inspired founder, Mani. The New Testament for the Manichees was a type of apocrypha, a non-authoritative assemblage sprinkled here and there with Christological truths where these could be discerned to conform and confirm Manichaean teachings. Yet it was the sacred texts of the Catholic Church that dominated Faustus's writing, the Capitula, or the chapters on true Christianity. In that work, Faustus never expounded specifically Manichaean teachings, but instead, he focused resolutely on critical readings of Catholic scriptures, disallowing to Jewish writings, or in other words, the Catholic's Old Testament, any positive religious relevance. Faustus maintained that Judaizers had corrupted the content of the New Testament. One could accordingly glean Christian truth, that is Manichaean truth, from these writings only through careful and critical readings. Faustus's arguments put Augustine on the defensive. The younger man met this challenge with overwhelming force, a massive response in 33 books, his Contra Faustum Manichaeum. Emerging from the fog of battle were two quite distinct images of the historical Jesus. Faustus established his in part by reading the Gospels and Paul's letters comparatively and critically. Augustine established his by insisting on assessing scripture, quote, according to its historical sense, secundum historicam proprietatis, or ad literam, or propriae, as a record of things that were facta, actually done. Faustus's literary critical approach bears a striking resemblance to the way that New Testament scholars still work. So too do Augustine's ideas about time, text, and historical writing. So I propose that we follow each man's quest for their respective historical Jesuses, attending to their methods and their a priori principles, as well as their concluding results and their criteria of authenticity. Faustus starts from the principled position that the Old Testament has nothing to do with the New Testament. The morally defective God of Jewish scripture was not the deity revealed by Christ. That God's law had been renounced by Christ and also by his apostle Paul. And we see here Mani's death to the earlier 2nd century theologian Marcion. Accordingly, Faustus dismissed the Old Testament for the purposes of constructive theology. Only the New Testament merits Manichaean exegesis. What sense then could be made of those places in Paul's epistles or in the Gospels that seem to resonate positively with Jewish traditions? Faustus begins by asserting that primary evidence, that is to say, Paul's letters, has to be prioritized over secondary evidence, namely the Gospels, when reconstructing Jesus. We have no primary evidence from Jesus. He left no writings. Paul, at least, wrote Paul's letters, or at least some of them. Though they had manifestly been partly corrupted by later Judaizing interpolations, Faustus observes, Paul's letters still represent a cache of Paul's own words. The task of the critical reader was to sort out the wheat of Paul's actual teachings from the chaff of Paul's earlier erroneous opinions or those of his later Judaizing interpolators. The Gospels were more complicated because they were in a different category. They were written later than Paul, and their stories about Jesus were the work of anonymous semi-Jews, Faustus calls them. Paul's statements, with their famous polarizing of gospel and law, therefore had the interpretive priority when working to reconstruct the words of Jesus of Nazareth. Faustus had composed his Capitula as if he were responding to a series of challenges put to him by a Catholic interlocutor. For example, Book 11 opens with the question, "Do you accept the authority of the Apostle Paul?" And he exclaims, "Et maxime." Why then, says the questioner, did Faustus not hold to what Paul said, namely that Christ was the son of David according to the flesh? Romans 1:3. Such a statement is objectionable in the Manichaean point of view on two grounds. First, it holds that Christ was actually incarnate, a position Manichaeans disputed. And second, it links Christ to a very unsavory Old Testament figure of the adulterer, David. Pointing to 2 Corinthians 5:16 in the Manichaean order, an epistle that was composed after Romans, Faustus praises Paul for coming to a more enlightened understanding. Quote, "Even though we once knew Christ secundum carnem, we know him in that way no longer." In other words, Paul had corrected himself, realizing that Christ was not fleshly. Manichaean hermeneutics left room for Pauline improvements. If Catholics disputed this, Faustus continued, okay, in that case, then Paul did not write Romans 1:3, but a later Judaizing interpreter did. The Gospels were another matter. They were not written by Jesus, but only about him. Sayings attributed by the evangelists to Jesus, Faustus notes, often appear in quite different contexts. Compare, for example, Matthew 8 and Luke 7. Only Matthew relates a saying about the eschatological table of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in this scene. The two gospel writers shape differently how the centurion requests the cure. And in Luke's gospel, the eschatological table comes in an entirely different context. Quote, "Given how uncertain we must be about the narrative context of these sayings," Faustus concludes, "there is no reason not to question whether Jesus ever said it at all." End of quote. Faustus, in other words, reads the Gospels horizontally, comparing similar passages across these traditions, thereby analyzing the sayings and scenarios of each the way we do when we read in parallel columns. And he concludes, as modern critics have done, that the evangelists, well after the historical Jesus's lifetime, had inherited traditions variously and therefore deployed them differently in their different accounts. The result, urges Faustus, is that each saying attributed to Jesus had to be weighed and judged for authenticity, the criterion of which was contingent upon conforming to Manichaean revelation. One criterion of and here he sounds like a 19th and mid-20th century German theologian. One criterion of authenticity for a teaching of saying of Jesus is whether it speaks against Jewish tradition. Faustus refuses in principle to believe, or to believe that Jesus had believed, that the old, namely Judaism, should be mixed with the new, that is, Christianity. The more hostile to Jews and to Judaism an evangelical scene or saying can be read, Jesus's repeated violations of the Sabbath, for example, his scene, the temple tantrum in the temple courtyard, or his contestations with Jewish authorities who had planned, plotted, and effected his execution, the more likely its authenticity. This hermeneutical rule of thumb is a Manichaean version of the criterion of multiple attestation and of dissimilarity. And such an anti-Jewish Jesus, gleaned from these secondary texts, coheres with the primary evidence of the anti-Jewish Paul, who himself abandoned the law to found the Church of the Gentiles. In this sense, Mani had simply continued and accomplished what was preached by Christ and begun by Paul, the establishment of a completely law-free community, liberated from the old, that is Judaism, and oriented around the newness of the proclamation of God's kingdom. That is not a quotation from Harnack. What then of the Gospels? Did they provide any useful and usable information about Christ at all? The conflicting genealogies of Matthew and of Luke got things off to a bad start, reinforcing Manichaean arguments that the Catholic doctrine of the Incarnation was both late and wrong. Where Jesus seems to speak positively about the law, say at Matthew 5:17, what matters is context for interpretation. At that point, Faustus explains, Christ spoke of laws prior to Sinai, held in regard by all people, including heroic ancients like Seth and Enoch. Those must be the laws that Jesus came to fulfill. These four techniques of literary criticism enabled Faustus to retrieve a New Testament Jesus consistent with Mani. The four techniques of literary criticism are: first, that Paul himself later corrected his own erroneous teachings; second, that different narrative contexts for particular scenes or sayings indicate the work of the evangelists, ipso facto calling into question the historical reliability of the imputed tradition; third, that context determines meaning when trying to assess a teaching attributed by the evangelists to Jesus; and fourth, that intractably Jewish passages were the work of later Judaizing interpreters. The law had nothing to do with the gospel. Christ had nothing to do with Judaism, which in all cases he condemned. Christ himself was uninvolved with human flesh, which was itself outside the scope of redemption. Well, Augustine disagreed, but he disagreed partly by virtue of the work he had done earlier on scriptural language, semiotics. His work on the De Doctrina Christiana were done just before the Contra Faustum. In the De Doctrina, Augustine argued that words are signs, signa, signs that point to something. Signa informed by intentionality, signa data, point in two different directions: to specific things or ideas within their own immediate context, signa propria, self-referring signs, and also signa translata, referred away or metaphorical signs. But the Bible is a special instance of signa data because of its unique double authorship: the timeless eternal God who is its source, and the historically contingent human beings who were its medium. Accordingly, its signa are both propria and translata. In other words, both historical and typological or metaphorical or spiritual. But the Bible's spiritual meanings, Augustine insists, can never undermine its, quote, plain or historical meanings. In other words, no matter how elevating a theological reading can be, Scripture must also always be understood propriae and ad litteram and quam verba sonant, within its own context, historically, according to its plain sense, just what the words say. The authority of Catholic doctrine determined the limits of acceptable interpretation for Augustine, but it also underscored the importance of considering historical context when discerning the meaning of any biblical passage. If the Catholic double canon, namely the law of Moses and the grace and truth of Jesus Christ, represent one continuous divine initiative of redemption, then the Bible's particular teachings had to make sense both within their original historical context, pre-incarnation, as well as post. Therefore, Augustine argues, sacrificing animals, and if you think of Justin Martyr, this is extraordinary. Sacrificing animals had never been an improper way to worship God. Indeed, God had commanded the sacrifice of animals, and the Jews had been right to obey that command and to enact those sacramenta, because as signa translata, such sacrifices may have been codes for Christ, but as signa propria, historical signs, they were also straightforward commandments about required pious behaviors appropriate to their own historical period. Working on his commentary on Galatians several years before his encounter with Faustus, Augustine also had the benefit of arguing with Jerome. Jerome had floated an interpretation of the famous food fight at Antioch, saying that Paul and Peter had faked the fight for the edification of the audience, because of course Peter knew that the Jewish law had already been abrogated. Of course, Peter had known that the law was finished. He merely pretended he thought otherwise in order to provide Paul with the opportunity to pronounce correct teaching forthrightly. In other words, and this is a particularly unhappy metaphor on Jerome's part, both apostles were acting like lawyers. The falsehood, in Augustine's view, was double. The apostolic fight was itself faked, and then Paul wrote up a false account of the fight in his letter. Augustine objected strenuously that that was exactly what the Manichees were saying as well, that much of the text was false. He wrote also in principle to Jerome that there was nothing wrong with these Jewish apostles still living according to Jewish law. At issue at Antioch was the question whether Gentiles also needed to live according to Jewish law, as if it were necessary for salvation. Peter had thought yes, Paul had argued no, and Peter had conceded the point. Augustine's interpretation sat within a larger argument that no matter how many symbolic meanings Holy Scripture contains, it also was a genuine record of gesta, things that had happened, the way the text relates. Therefore, if the Old Testament depicted God as giving the law and as praising Israel for keeping the law, then keeping the law was good from the time of its reception through to the entire first generation of the church while the temple was still standing. And Christ and post-resurrection, all his apostles, Paul included, had continued to live according to the law. The law was a benefit and a privilege. Its importance endured because it led and leads to Christ. Quote, not the Christ produced by the Manichees, but the Christ of the Hebrew prophets. Paul himself had lauded God's giving Israel the law in Romans 9:4. Quote, if the law had been a bad thing, the apostle would not have praised Israel for having had it. God, in other words, had charged Israel with more than preserving the text of his book. He had also charged them as well to enact its commandments secundum carnem within historical time. Augustine's polemic against Faustus, which occasioned his positive pronouncements on the law, also caused him to reset his own prior descriptions of the historical Jesus. As recently as his commentary on Galatians in 394-95 and in the De Doctrina of 397, Augustine had maintained that Jesus had alienated his Jewish contemporaries by his violations of and flagrant disregard for Jewish law. Now, against Faustus, Augustine produced quite a different historical Jesus. Quote, Christ never tried to turn Israel away from the law, but he charged Israel with being turned away from the law. Christ, in other words, criticized the Pharisees not because they were too scrupulous, but because they were not scrupulous enough. Jesus, Augustine asserts, had never broken a single one of God's commandments as Jewishly understood, quote, but he found fault with those around him who did. Jesus himself was circumcised and brought as an infant to the temple. He himself offered sacrifices in the temple. And this is one of my particular favorites. He was so vigilant in his Sabbath observance that he was careful not to rise from the dead until Sunday after the Sabbath was finished. Augustine's historical Jesus is more than an incarnate Jesus. He is a Jewishly law-observant Jesus because, contra Faustum, there had never been anything wrong with Jewish law or with the Jewish observance of Jewish law to begin with. Understood in light of true Christian revelation, namely that revelation that Augustine advocates, the Jewish books really were the books of the true church. The past is gone, Augustine observed, and the truth of what is past lies in our own judgment, not in the past event itself. If we must assess whether a report of a past event is true, Augustine insists, our sententiae, our judgments, must rely upon the authority of our sources. For Augustine, the truth of the past as reported in Scripture was guaranteed by the authority of the Catholic Church, ensured by the succession from apostles to bishops to councils. Therefore, he concludes, quote, "We believe both that Christ really was born and that he truly died because the gospel is truth, and we can confirm with confidence that what happened in the past, factum, was nothing other than what the gospel teaches." What can we say in summary then about the work of these two great combat theologians? Both constructed a historical Jesus who embodied the theological principles of their respective confessional churches. Faustus's Jesus was never incarnate. He had renounced Jewish law with its demonic God and its unsavory spokesman in favor of a new revelation and redemption, one that had been stabilized in the writings of Mani. Augustine's Jesus was truly incarnate because flesh was the creation of the good God. His Jesus had lived a Jewish life because the source of the law and the source of redemption was the same as the source of flesh, God the Creator and Father. And his saving message of the gospel, with its promise of the resurrection of the fleshly body, rested on the foundation of Jewish law, which was truly and reliably related in the authoritative texts of the Catholic Church. Both Christs generated by this argument, both historical Jesuses, in other words, serve fundamentally apologetic purposes. This is not a surprise. What is interesting, however, is the way that both antagonists mobilized arguments about the historical Jesus and about how to read texts historically in order to present and construct this figure. History, for neither man, is a secular concept. It serves rather to illumine and to fortify their respective a priori positions. In this sense, they use the past to validate the present. For both men, the figure of the historical Jesus is absolutely crucial to their case. This fact gives their arguments, despite their foreign antiquity, a curious familiarity. Faustus's techniques of literary criticism, his doctrinal motivations quite to one side, are immediately familiar to current questers, who use many similar critical and comparative readings to wrest an historical figure from New Testament sources. Augustine's acute awareness of the infinite interpretability of texts, though not his solution to that problem, approaches a postmodern sensibility, and his Jesus fits into his Jewish historical context, albeit for 4th century doctrinal reasons, in ways that recall the conclusions of many recent modern questers. To conclude, each man conjures a historical Jesus, in other words, because of its tactical importance. Each historical Jesus served as a concentrated pars pro toto of two huge and incommensurate theological systems. Each Jesus authorized their presenter's theological position. And interestingly, in configuring his Jesus, each man also had to take a stand on the relevance of Judaism to Christianity. Faustus the Manichee, appealing to Paul, had the less complicated position. The one, Judaism, had nothing to do with the other, true Christianity. Augustine the ex-Manichee, more interestingly, had to appeal to the Catholic double canon, which had Jewish texts as well as Christian texts in it. He therefore thought himself into a new theological position. He reimagined the relationship of God to Israel, of Jesus to Judaism, and thus he reimagined as well the relationship of his own church, past and present, to the Jews. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. There's a kind of drive to see how early we can get the quest of the historical Jesus. Is it, 17th century England? So we just need to go back another 1,000 years. Still. Have we got questions lined up, Josh? Yeah.
Or observations or criticism?
Yeah. There's been several words of thanks for your paper in the chat, but no direct questions yet.
Well, I've got one, if that's all right. How unusual is this though? I mean, how if there was more research done, like what you've done more widely, do you think these kind of discourses, these kind of debates will be turning up more regularly in late antiquity and beyond?
The Gospels are most often read in sermons, which is socially where the rubber meets the road for patristic theology, is when these church fathers are actually talking to their congregations. Most of the time, the gospel materials there are read for typological significance, where something that Jesus does in the gospel prefigures something that the congregation should be doing in the present. What's interesting for me about this particular argument is because of Faustus's insistence that Judaism had nothing to do with true Christianity, which is something that we see again repeated in 19th and 20th century historical Jesus scholarship. It forced the historical Jesus into the center of their arguments, and it's the way the use of the historical figure of Jesus as a tactical strategy that becomes foregrounded in this argument. And it's really about the relationship of Judaism and Christianity configured by the Old Testament and the New Testament. What if Faustus sees two completely different textual traditions, one of which has nothing to do with anything and one of which is problematized, Augustine sees them as coming together like this, which is why he has to argue against Tom Wright, for example, that Jesus kept Jewish law and so did the entire first generation of the apostles, because otherwise it wouldn't have made historical sense. But he's making that argument for doctrinal reasons. I make it for other reasons.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've got a question from Chris, have we? Yeah.
Thank you so much for an amazing paper, Paula. One of the things that struck me while you were talking is about how the historical Jesus, to the extent that they conceptualize him, occupies some of the same argumentative space as the Septuagint and other arguments that are going on. In these arguments, the historical Jesus provides enough contact and enough distinction that either side can kind of exploit to the extent that they need to make their argument. Do you think there's any validity or significance in that?
Oh gosh, I think this is something Stephen touched on too. I mean, we tend to use the Septuagint as a kind of echo chamber for Jesus scholarship, but Jesus' texts are actually written in a Helleno-Roman world, and that's a sea that contemporary Jewishness is swimming in. So, yeah, I think there's a kind of the way the Septuagint is being used in some forms of scholarship on Pauline Christology, with the really early high, incredibly high Christology argument that's going around, where Jesus Dr. McDreamy would say, well, Jesus is bipolar. Jesus thinks he's God and says so in the Gospels. I mean, that comes by mobilizing certain texts from the Septuagint and stuff like that. So it's a strategic use of the construct that has not changed a lot.
That's what I was really more about, was the ancient usage of it. Like, for example, the way that Jerome and Augustine go back and forth over whether the Septuagint should be used or the Hebrew writings should be used, in the way that they seem to be each exploiting something that's there to be exploited.
Right. Well, also for Augustine, Augustine is, I think one of the reasons I relate to him so easily is he's a 4th century American. He only reads Latin. So he's already irritated by Jerome reading Greek and reading Hebrew. And that's why he comes up with this whole theory of language, partly that any human language is already a translation. So you're dealing with any text which is mutable and subject to multiple interpretations. His plumb line will be Roman Catholic doctrine, but the indeterminacy of textualness itself is something that is, wow, somebody in the 4th century said that. It's an interesting thing.
Thank you. And Gabrielle, here you are to ask your question. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
The contrafastum is a fascinating work. Okay, I like it very much. It's very important. But do you think that Augustine is making up his argument about the Jewishness of Jesus in opposition to what Faustus was saying? Or was it preserving some traditions, or referring to some traditions about the Jewishness of Jesus? So could you use Augustine as somebody, as a custodian of some ancient tradition or some ancient memories about the Jewishness of Jesus, the fact that Jesus was faithful to the law, etc., etc., or is an argument that is simply made up because of this controversy?
I think not only is it being made up specifically because of this controversy, but we can actually date it between 394-95 and 399, where that's where he does his complete reversal of Jesus offending the Pharisees because Jesus was unscrupulous about Jewish law, to suddenly Jesus is super scrupulous about Jewish law. He hasn't inherited any new tradition about the historical Jesus. He's fighting somebody who says that Jesus isn't Jewish, and he's saying, I'll tell you how Jewish Jesus is. But what's interesting is that it's not, again, unlike modern scholarship, where Jesus is the good Jew and Paul's always the bad boy. Despite all the publications we've been putting out on Paul within Second Temple Judaism, where he's arguing that Paul and the apostles also continued to keep Jewish law for as long as the temple stood, that Jewish law was to be enacted. That was something, again, if you think with the adversus Judaios tradition that's so strong in this period, the fact that he's saying this against Faustus, this is not, Augustine isn't always, he can sound just like John Chrysostom if he's making a different theological point. But the fact that his historical Jesus is a Jewish Jesus is, in the ways that his Jesus is Jewish, sacrificing animals, keeping the Sabbath, and so on, is something that makes him outstanding in the late 4th, early 5th century.
And probably could be said the same for some later Karaite tradition, like with Al-Kirkisani, that also in their controversy with the Rabbinites, again, rediscovered the Jewish Jesus. I mean, always in a context of a controversy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we better wrap it up there. But thank you very much, Paula. Terrific paper and a lot of nice comments in the chat for you to look at. Well, I think we'll have a little break now. Shall we? Chris, do you mind 5 minutes too, as in 55? Yeah, is that good to you, Joshua, as well? Great. So we'll meet at whatever 55. It's 16:55 where I am at, and whatever it is where you're at. All right, and see you in a bit.
Okay, we're ready for the final two presentations. And next up, we are very happy to welcome Giovanni Bazzana on demons and spirits. Giovanni, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris and James, for this introduction and for inviting me to this. This has been quite fascinating, very challenging, also stimulating. I say that doesn't happen all the time when speaking about the historical Jesus, I have to admit. But this time definitely happened. And so thanks to all those who preceded me in presenting today, was really interesting. So I'll start ritually with a modified version of the, well, let me share first. Sorry. You can see this, right? Start with a ritual modification of the phrase, the next quest for the historical Jesus must account in a more coherent and systematic form for the role that the spirit world played in shaping the religious experience part of Jesus himself and of the people who collected and organized the traditions about him. I will use spirit world, this is a little modification on my brief, here as an overarching category that embraces all the more than human beings that are variously designated as pneumata, demons, or angels, both in the documents related to the earliest Jesus movement, as well as in the ancient Mediterranean context. It is well known that these beings were assumed as present and active in any facet of ordinary life by people inhabiting this region of the world in antiquity, even today. But despite this fundamental acknowledgement, for the most part, modern historiographical analysis of the historical Jesus, and not only historical Jesus, have struggled to take seriously such base assumption. In this perspective, there is little doubt that the topic spirit world lends itself quite well to a renewed investigation along the guidelines sketched for this next quest. Indeed, this is not only an aspect of the quest that has been egregiously neglected by previous scholarship, but it is also a problematic nexus that would benefit significantly from an investigation conducted in a comparative mode, as proposed by our two conveners here. In this brief paper, I will try to do two things, which can only be taken as preliminary observations for a more fully developed treatment. First, I will illustrate what I think are the conceptual and methodological limitations that have hindered, for the most part, because exceptions do exist and are quite significant, as I will explain later, the study of the spirit world in previous iterations of the quest. At the same time, I will also sketch what I believe may be a more suitable approach to this problematic nexus. In the second section of the paper, I will examine a text, the complex exorcist story that occurs in Mark 5 and its parallels, of course, using some facets of the narrative as an exemplification of the gains one may derive from a renewed analysis of this relationship between the historical Jesus and the spirit world. Let's start then by noting that, surprisingly enough, the significance of this relationship has been remarkably underappreciated in the quest. Spirit world is indeed a rather tricky topic in New Testament and early Christian studies, more broadly conceived. One may start from the very basic observation that, however one defines spirit world, there can be a little doubt that it played a very significant role in the life, or at the very least in the literary imagination, of the early Christ groups. Gospels and Acts, narratives, be them canonical or not, are full of stories in which the main characters deal with malevolent or benevolent spirits and exercise or otherwise interact with them. And it is worth noting that the specific nature of the spirit world raises a series of questions that are challenging also for the principle of our next quest here. Of course, spirit world is a modern term with no real counterpart in ancient documents. In them, as mentioned before, one encounters a plurality of designations, pneumata, demons, angels, and so on, which experience different trajectories after the time of the historical Jesus and his earliest followers. I definitely appreciate the well-placed challenge posed by our two conveners to treat the earliest accounts of the historical Jesus as themselves historical artifacts. We were talking in the chat about that just now. But this is exactly where one encounters a challenge directly related to what I have called the spirit world. This modern formation tries to capture the fundamental datum that for the earliest followers of Jesus, and probably for the historical Jesus himself, these more than human beings formed a continuum despite their various designations. Only later on, for instance, demons and angels began to be sharply separated within taxonomies that placed the first ones on the evil side and the latter on the good side, with perpetual enmity and unbridgeable hostility between the two groups. This is nowhere as clear as in the case of possession, a phenomenon that for later Christian authors became something exclusively negative and in need to be healed through exorcism. Thus, I believe that a beneficial task among several others, of course, for the next quest may indeed be to figure out why this happened and why this was not the case for the earliest Jesus movement, and arguably for the historical Jesus. But for the time being, let's come back to the spirit world and possession and ask the historiographical question why, despite such a remarkable presence in the primary evidence, modern critical scholarship shies away almost systematically from giving any significant role to these concepts. The case of the historical Jesus provides a very telling example, in my opinion. If one glances only briefly at some of the classics in the subfield, such a state of affairs becomes quite evident. So I won't go back to the table of contents, but James showed them quite well before. For example, in E.P. Sanders' Jesus and Judaism, a book that is appropriately considered a landmark in the study of Jesus within his religious environment, exorcism is correctly recognized at the very beginning as one of the handful of traits that we can confidently attribute to the elusive figure of the historical Jesus. Surprisingly, after such an opening, however, the remnant of the book contains only a few pages dealing with the exorcistic activity of Jesus, and more importantly, such an activity does not play almost any role in the reconstruction of his religious message and practice. As you see here, a quote which shows how Sanders kind of makes exorcism part of the teaching. The exceptions to this pattern of neglect are very limited in number, but quite important for the advancements that they have produced. Let's only mention here Morton Smith and Peter Crawford, two authors who would deserve a fuller discussion and who have boldly tackled the issue of the spirit world in a decidedly comparative key. Of course, deploying different comparanda, Jesus the magician, or Jesus the shaman, similar to the one advocated for the next quest. That works like this have had relatively little traction is, in my opinion, indicative of something more significant than the mere acknowledgement that treating possession or the spirit world well is a challenging task. I believe that such a state of affairs is a symptom of something methodologically problematic in the very construction of the modern historical critical study of the Bible and of early Christianity more in general. In providing this diagnosis, it is quite helpful to look at the phenomenon of possession against the broader backdrop of the study of religion, even though biblical studies are often reluctant to let their subject matters be involved in such conversations, another symptom of the same problematic malaise. In particular, ethnographers and anthropologists have assembled an impressive archive of sophisticated scholarship on possession and spirits and their interactions with humans. A recent development in this rich body of scholarship is the observation that possession as a category and a concept is a relatively modern innovation deeply intertwined with colonialist and imperialist projects. As noted by Paul Christopher Johnson, for instance, in a series of quite important contributions, possession became, in the hands of mostly European philosophers and intellectuals, a foil for the notion of a buffered individual self that they were developing alongside the expansion of their nation's imperial reach. Within such a stark racial and gender binary, humans who were open to possession were also assumed to be ready to give up ownership of their own bodies and lands. It is important to recognize that biblical criticism's methodological roots share exactly the same genealogy, and this state of affairs renders spirits and possession such a difficult to treat topic. Conceptual assumptions like the buffer self are troubled when one approaches these subjects, and in turn, such trouble calls for a re-examination and update of the very methodological foundations of our task. These observations have two main consequences for an examination that aims at taking the relationship between the historical Jesus and the spirit world more seriously. First, one should not treat cases of bad possession, meaning possession in need to be healed through exorcism, as noted above, in isolation, a means through which New Testament criticism has been able to avoid dealing with the spirit world as a continuum has been to restrict possession only to the influence of evil pneumata or to an illness that must be redressed by eliminating the possession itself. Ethnographic study conducted by the like of Michael Lambeck, Janice Boddy, Frederick Smith, or Brent Crossan demonstrates instead in almost all cases possession had and has a positive side as well, one that benefits both mediums and their social groups in various ways. It would be strange if that were not the case also for the early Christ groups, but theological and interpretive traditions have obscured this side of the coin in a very effective way. Thus, a primary goal of the next quest should instead be to try to rediscover the hidden positive aspect. It is my belief that such an exercise will not only yield a more adequate historical understanding of what we designate as early Christ movement, but it will also enable us to draw different and more productive conclusions with respect to this text teaching about ontology, ethics, and anthropology. My second overarching assumption is that interactions with the spirit world should not be treated as extraordinary phenomena. This observation again responds to an interpretative strategy deployed by biblical criticism as a means to avoid dealing with the implications of possession as a regular or even foundational practice within early Christ groups, or for the experience of the historical Jesus. Exorcism for bad possession are often classed together with miracles and thus located in the secluded realm of the supernatural, something to which the traditional quest has paid little or no serious attention. Once again, anthropological studies of the time mentioned above make quite clear that almost everywhere contact with the spirit world is cultivated, this is also a very ordinary phenomenon. Mediums often live with their possessing spirits for a long time and develop relationships that are nourishing both for themselves and for their groups. Likewise, possession should not be understood only as merely the moment of flashy and often violent manifestation of a spirit in a medium, but also as something more extended, alternating moments of presence as well as hiddenness. The latter, however, have as much influence on an individual and group lives as the manifestations. Once again, the relationship with the spirit world within early Christ groups must be analyzed as part of their ordinary life if one wants to approach its true significance in that context. After having illustrated these methodological assumptions, let's take a brief look at the narrative preserved in Mark 5 and its parallels to get at a few more concrete exemplifications. This is a very well-known story, and as I will not summarize it all, but given the limited time at my disposal, I will look at three features of the story in order in which they come up in the narrative. First element has to do with the introduction of the possessed man. Mark tells us that literally he was in an unclean spirit. This is a rather strange phrase which sounds rather awkward in Greek, and has thus created quite a bit of problems for translators, who often resort to simply forget about the Greek and write that the man was with a spirit or had a spirit. In purely linguistic terms, though, the phrase is not as complicated as it appears at first sight. For example, we know from the papyrological record that the particle "n" had lost a lot of its specific locative significance by the time of the composition of these narratives. Instead, the particle "n" had become simply the indicator of a relationship between two terms, in this case, the man and the spirit. If we look at all this in a broader perspective, we can see that early Christian documents employ a rather varied set of phrases to indicate the relationship between mediums and their possessing spirits. For instance, we have some cases, as later in this very story of the Gerasene exorcism, denoting passivity on the part of the human medium, when passive forms of the verb daimonizo are used. It can be translated as being demonized, literally, or being demon-possessed. But there are also other cases in which the more active having a spirit is used, indicating that the role played by the human medium can also be a more active one. We should not conclude too hastily that such a pattern is simply random or confused. On the contrary, it reflects quite well the ambiguity inherent in the relationship between mediums and spirits that has been observed by several ethnographers as well. Such a relationship may begin as one of total submission of the human partner to the spirit, but it often changes through times, so that one can say, to use an expression employed by Adeline Masquelier in a seminal study of possession in Niger, that the human partner becomes fully a host after having started off as a hostage of the spirit. By noticing the odd phrase "being in an unclean spirit" at the beginning of this story, we as readers should attend carefully to the sophisticated understanding of possession that enlivens this history. Indeed, the relationship between humans and the spirit world that is presupposed here and in many other early Christian writings is grounded in a conceptualization of the human self that is very far from the modern buffered one. This type of relationship presupposes that the human self is a porous one, open to the influences of other external agents and in need of building its subjectivity in negotiation with and sometimes submission to other beings. This configuration is, of course, particularly evident in Paul, among other early Christ believers. At a very basic lexical level, Paul too uses the otherwise puzzling expression "being in Christ" exactly to indicate a foundational relation for the subjectivity of Christ believers. The foundational element here is to be possessed by Christ in a way that is, of course, quite positive in Paul's mind. Of course, the human role in such a relationship is described by Paul with nuances that emphasize submission. That's when he says in Galatians that he does not live anymore, but Christ lives in him. Or when Paul adopts systematically the language of slavery to describe his participation in the relationship with Christ. The underlying conceptualization of the self as porous opens up interesting venues in terms of ethics and anthropology, especially at a time like ours, in which we feel a particular urgency to think about ourselves as humans, not as disconnected individuals, but as part of an interrelated whole that goes well beyond humankind. At the same time, such a conceptualization raises also other problems, as for instance, in the arresting use of the language of slavery that I've just mentioned. Let me move to my second point, a veritable and much discussed elephant in the room. Interestingly, Mark 5 and Parallels is the only narrative of an exorcism in which the spirit is given a proper name. Of course, Legion is not any other name, but it's important. Let's say clearly that despite what has been sometimes maintained, there is no doubt that any reader or hearer of this story in antiquity would have immediately thought of the Roman military. Even a cursory glance at the ancient literary and papyrological record shows that legion was not in antiquity a generic term used to indicate a great quantity of something. As a Roman military term, legion would have been well known throughout the Mediterranean, and there is no doubt that when used in this context, it introduces a clear political element in the exorcism story. Well, what should we do with this political and military element in the context of an exorcism? This is an important and difficult interpretive question because it raises a host of methodological problems. Critical interpretations of this story have often found expedient just to avoid the issue altogether by allegorizing the entire narrative. This is what happens when one envisages everything as referring in a covert way to Jesus fighting against Roman imperialism. The latter is defeated by Christ's superior power when Legion is sent into the pigs, and then they throw themselves into the lake. But this interpretation in turn also raises a number of unsettling questions. Some are really simplistic and a tad funny, but no less problematic. For instance, we know that pigs are excellent swimmers, and it is difficult to imagine that such a detail could have been lost on the original readers and hearers of this story. So what happens with Legion? Is this a definitive victory or just a temporary one? Other questions have more far-reaching implications for the present discussion. If this story is designed to show how great was Jesus' anti-Roman and anti-imperialist power, the outcome is a little bit of a letdown, since it does not seem to change any actual power relationship or the situation of imperialist oppression. More importantly, even, what are we going to do with the exorcism? Is it really only there to provide a colorful allegorical cover for a political confrontation? Should we conclude that the spirit war did not really mean much for the religious life and experience of the early Christ groups, but was merely a good canvas for allegorical elaborations? I believe that there is an alternative way to address the hermeneutical issues raised by this story, a solution that enables readers to take the Spirit Legion seriously while preserving the importance of the political theme in the narrative. Let's start with the observation that political and social elements are almost always present in cases of possession, and often with a rather critical edge, as attested by a huge number of ethnographic accounts. One of the earliest ones to put this front and center was what is perhaps the first ethnographic film ever made, Jean Rouche's Le Maître Fou. This 1955 much discussed documentary is the record, often quite graphic, of a possession ritual taking place in Ghana, and provides a very intriguing comparandum for our story from Mark 5. Significantly, Rouche's film has been the object of heated interpretive controversies, as the masters of the title have been sometimes taken as representing European colonial authorities, or in other interpretations as foolish teachers with reference to the African leaders of the Hauka movement. In more recent years, Paul Henley has offered a re-examination of the film, grounded in the effort of taking seriously the work performed by possession in the cultural and religious context from which the characters filmed by Rouche originated. Henley concludes that the political import of the ritual cannot be taken either as a simple mockery of European colonizers or as the deranged manifestation of human suffering under the heel of imperialist oppression. Instead, the ritual is better understood as a sophisticated tool devised to attract and negotiate a relationship with the spirits that represents the power of the other with respect to African men. This powerful other is indeed not only the European military taking center scene in the ritual, but also modern European technologies, since the spirits who become manifest include also a truck and a train driver, for instance. Could we see the exorcism in Mark 5 along the same lines? Neither conceiving this scene as an occasion to vent out for an oppressed man subject to a colonial regime, nor as a mockery of the Roman army, while true in part, are non-reductive explanation for what is going on in a ritual of possession, qua ritual of possession. I believe that we get a much more effective and richer reading of the story if instead we see it as something similar to the experiments with power that Brent Crossan has mobilized so well as a lens through which one can look at Obeah in Trinidad. The exorcism becomes then a strategy to negotiate the mighty power of the Roman army and the Roman Empire for other purposes. I will explain what these purposes might be by looking at my third point, which has to do with the complex conclusion of the episode. As it is well known, the ending of the narrative is also longer than usual and quite strange if compared with other exorcisms described in the Gospels. On the one hand, there is the frightened reaction of the people of Gerasa And on the other hand, also the denied request of the possessed man, who is curiously never given another name in the narrative, to follow Jesus. Let's start with the second half of this enigma and with the fate of the possessed man. The very fact that this designation never changes, even after the exorcism has been performed, it remains always the possessed man, is a massive clue that Jesus has in fact not completely separated him from the spirit legion. A long tradition of theological and Christological reinterpretations of all exorcism stories has tried to present them as allegories of the eschatological defeat of evil by Christ. But it is important to know that usually these narratives have no hint of apocalyptic or even kingdom of God language in them. As in all likelihood, his earliest followers, Jesus' earliest followers, envisaged this, thus we are allowed to think that the historical Jesus did not see these actions as apocalyptic. Thus in all likelihood, his earliest followers envisaged this conclusion as a much more open-ended one. And not only because the pigs have probably survived their dive into the waters of the lake. Indeed, elsewhere, the gospel traditions quite clearly state quite clearly that the return of spirits should be expected and that one should be prepared for that. Likewise, ethnographies of exorcists routinely observe that these are protracted procedures, taking even years in some cases, while the usual outcome is more often than not a coexistence between human mediums and their spirits. That is probably the case with the end of our story as well. The man remains in the region because he has not been really completely liberated from legion. And indeed, that was not the aim of the exorcists to begin with. On the contrary, the spirit will return to him, but now their relationship will be more balanced, and our unnamed man will be able to use the great power of legion for a beneficial goal, in this case, the furthering of the Jesus movement in the Decapolis. So let me conclude briefly. Sorry. Stop sharing and I'll conclude. Quest for the historical Jesus must account for the role that the spirit world played in shaping the religious experience, both of Jesus himself and of the people who collected and organized the traditions about him. This will not only yield a more historiographically precise representation of Jesus and his Galilean context, but this quest should also be understood as an opportunity to reorient the study of biblical texts along some crucial axes that have to do with ontology, anthropology, and ethics. In turn, such a reorientation may enable our discipline to enter more effectively and more directly into some current conversations that have to do, for example, with the relationship between humans and the rest of the living world, or with the effort to overcome the limitations of liberal individualism in political as well as intellectual action. Thank you very much.
We do have time for questions. We have some comments, Giovanni, that Stephen said that he really likes your jab at the assumption that everything's covert critique of Roman imperialism. And Ross says that says they're now imagining that Jesus sending legion into the pigs into the water was Jesus baptizing or ritually cleansing the pigs and therefore exorcising legion from the pigs, and says just a fun thought. So do you have any, do you want to offer any comments in response?
I never thought about the baptism for the pigs, and so that's an interesting conclusion. About Stephen's observation, yeah, I mean, I don't want to give the impression that I deny that there is a political element in this story, because it's surely there, but we need to kind of treat it in relationship with, in connection with the actual exorcism, I think, and thinking about how a real exorcism work, and not just as an allegorical story. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. We'll move on to our final paper. This is from Michael Barber on death and martyrdom.
Thank you very much, Chris, for having me here. And James, thank you very much for this invitation. It's a delight to be with you guys. Just a little bit of background. I wrote a dissertation on the historical Jesus under Colin Brown, who's been mentioned in the comments on the side. In about 2010, I finished it, and it was drawing heavily from the criteria of authenticity. Well, that was a bad time to be working with the criteria of authenticity, as many of you may know. And so reading Chris, reading others here, Mark Goodacre, it really gave me pause. And so I didn't want to publish the dissertation because I didn't agree with it anymore. So I've been working out my thoughts on this for some time. And now the book's finally coming out with Cambridge University Press, I think later this year. And this is a little bit of some of the things that have percolated or that have come out of that process of thinking through methodology in Jesus research. So I'll share my screen here. Hopefully this will work. Let's see here. All right. The next quest for the historical Jesus will inevitably turn its attention to an important question about the man from Nazareth. How did Jesus think his message would be received? According to our sources, Jesus held that in the end, he would be rejected and suffer. Should such accounts be viewed as merely the result of post-Easter apologetics, or are they better understood as reflecting impressions made by Jesus himself? The most recent full-length study of this question is written by Jean-Hyung Kwan. Its argument is dependent on the conventional criteria of authenticity, such as multiple attestation and dissimilarity. Of course, some will question the way Kwan applies these tools. That's the nature of the criteria. As many people know, they can simultaneously point in different directions. As John P. Meyer therefore acknowledges, using the criteria is, quote, more art than science, end quote. What is especially surprising, however, is the fact that Kwan offers no engagement with the mounting literature critiquing these tools. In addition to limitations inherent with each of the criteria themselves, deficiencies that have long been recognized, recent developments in the study of early Judaism and the New Testament have exposed cracks in some of their foundational assumptions. For example, the criterion of dissimilarity to Christianity rests on older views of the so-called parting of the ways that are now being challenged. As the Paul within Judaism and Matthew within Judaism approaches have emphasized, many of our earliest witnesses understood themselves to be Jewish, not formerly Jewish. Paula Fredrickson aptly reminds us that there was a time when Christians were Jews. This means that when discussing the early community, then, dissimilarity to Christianity may serve as a form of dissimilarity to Judaism. We will return to this point below. Suffice it to say, all of this can result in a kind of de-Judaized Jesus, a danger most scholars today would seek to avoid. Where then do we go from here? If the conventional criteria are seriously flawed, does this mean, as some have suggested, the end of the quest altogether? I don't think that conclusion follows. John Meyer himself writes that the word criteria means, quote, rules for making a judgment, end quote. Certainly, the conventional criteria are not the only means of making cogent historical arguments. Historians outside the field of Jesus studies do not employ the criteria of authenticity as they're conventionally formulated. To insist that Jesus research requires a unique set of tools likely reflects the influence of long-standing presuppositions that maintain that the historical Jesus must be treated like no other figure in history. What then might a critical approach to reconstructing the historical Jesus not dictated by the standard criteria look like? I will argue that Dale Allison's approach, especially in his book Constructing Jesus, but in other places, offers a model for the next quest. Building on his work, we will consider the specific question of how Jesus likely envisioned his ministry coming to an end. Memories about Jesus and the problem of quote-unquote authenticity. Allison writes, quote, the quest for the historical Jesus is essentially an endeavor to recover accurate human memories. Drawing on research that has demonstrated the frailty of human recollection, Allison concludes that such knowledge, quote, should distress all who quest for the so-called historical Jesus. Allison's abandonment of the conventional criteria of authenticity, tools he once promoted himself, is related to his growing appreciation of the complexities of mnemonic activity. Apart from a few instances, he argues that the old tools result in largely inconclusive results. Even more devastating is his critique of the assumptions underlying the criteria's use. The criteria attempt to classify material as either originating with Jesus or the early church, with the goal of filtering out for consideration whatever falls into the latter category. Allison rightly notes that memory research calls into question the viability of such a project. Memory is now recognized as a reconstructive activity, which always involves some level of interpretation and distortion. Simply put, there is no quote-unquote uninterpreted Jesus to be found. By construing Jesus research in terms of a binary task, then, involving separating authentic material from inauthentic traditions or inauthentic framework, Allison makes the case that historians lose sight of an important reality, and that is that even inauthentic material, even material deemed inauthentic, can provide important clues to the past. That Jesus is consistently remembered in particular ways and not in others is noteworthy. As Allison himself highlights, the accounts of Jesus being tempted in the wilderness are an example of this. He regards these reports as Haggadic fiction. Still, he observes that they nonetheless form a consistent pattern with other general impressions of Jesus that we find in our sources, namely that he was a figure at war with the forces of Satan, that he was a man of great faith, etc. Allison concedes that the temptation story, quote, probably never happened, end quote. Yet he observes that it thus illustrates the fact that fiction need not be pure fiction, that fiction can indeed preserve the past. Beginning with broad impressions. Allison is certainly no historical positivist. Because of the limitations of our tools, he admits that we cannot determine, as he says, the historicity of most, not all, of the sayings attributed to Jesus. He writes that historians cannot have certainty regarding their conclusions, but must settle for higher and lower levels of plausibility. What the historian hopes to do is to offer the best explanation of the data, though he admits doubt will never leave us or forsake us. Going on, he argues that memory has been shown to be most reflective of the past when it relates the gist of the past. To be sure, Allison is not saying that such general memories are necessarily trustworthy. His point is simply that, comparatively speaking, memory works better when it comes to recalling broad impressions than when it's dealing with specific details. Ancient writers like Thucydides, Allison shows, made similar statements along these lines. To put this in more modern terms, he says, eyewitnesses may disagree on the details of a car wreck, but all agree that there was one. For Allison, then, if anything is to be seen as likely trustworthy in our sources, it is not the particular details in them, but rather the broader impressions of Jesus that appear throughout the tradition. Allison then argues that scholars ought to begin their investigation with traditions that are recurrently attested. To be clear, however, Allison's approach is not simply predicated on the view that gist memory is usually more trustworthy. He provides specific reasons why he thinks it seems more likely than not that, at least in its basic features, some of Jesus's message would have been accurately remembered. He notes that there is little reason to doubt that Jesus was an itinerant teacher who had disciples. This aspect of the tradition is so deeply implanted in our sources that writers from across the ideological perspectives, people writing like John Dominic Crossan, Helen Bond, John P. Meyer, accept this as reflecting Jesus's likely practice. This, Allison observes, means that it is plausible that some people were already teaching, which means in effect rehearsing parts of the Jesus tradition before their leader was gone. In addition, Allison notes that our sources are not an amorphous mess. Somebody else used that quotation earlier. Anyway, the past did seem to exercise some constraint on imagination. For example, Allison writes, given the widespread belief in Jesus' crucifixion, quote, a story that had Jesus dying in Rome would never have been accepted. Starting with the broad strokes of the tradition, Allison then begins to reconstruct a portrait of the historical Jesus' ministry. Among other things, Allison points out that Jesus' preaching is regularly colored with the hues of Jewish apocalyptic eschatology. He writes, our choice is not between an apocalyptic Jesus and some other Jesus. It is between an apocalyptic Jesus and no Jesus at all. The pertinent material is sufficiently abundant that removing it all should leave one thoroughly skeptical about the mnemonic competence of the tradition. All of this is relevant for our topic. Did Jesus anticipate being rejected? Allison here once again begins by noting what is broadly attested, as he shows the notion that Jesus anticipated his own death is attested in Paul, Q, Mark, and the other canonical gospels, as well as the Gospel of Thomas and other early sources. Again, for Allison, the point is not that all of these traditions are quote unquote authentic. For Allison, recurrent attestation is simply a first hurdle. The essential point here is the ubiquity and the consistency of such traditions. Here we should add a caveat. There are traditions that have been viewed as indicating Jesus did not anticipate coming to untimely demise. Specifically, Jesus' use of Psalm 22 on the cross, his plea to the Father in Gethsemane is another one. Allison deals with both of these. The account of Jesus' quotation from Psalm 22, Allison says, only speaks to Jesus' quote, disoriented state of mind following torture, end quote. It should also be added that Psalm 22 closes with a divine vindication of the psalmist, which poses difficulties for the position that Jesus' use of it proves he lost all hope in God. The second datum, the scene in Gethsemane, is also hardly problematic to Allison, since it ultimately indicates that Jesus overcame his fear of death. Allison then does not believe that appeals to recurrent attestation should ignore counter evidence. When it comes to Jesus' likely understanding of his own fate, he argues that no consistent or contrary portrait to that which is generally attested even emerges. It must be said that this use of recurrently attested traditions is not an argument from silence. Rather, the historian should account for the evidence that we actually possess. For instance, Allison shows that Jesus is frequently remembered for quote-unquote strikingly memorable expressions. It is certainly possible that some other source is responsible for introducing this element into the tradition. However, as Allison writes, all the relevant items are attributed to Jesus, not to anyone else. And I know of no explanatory advantage in explaining them to some anonymous contemporary or contemporaries of his. Historians cannot simply base their reconstructions on what is merely possible. Rather, historians should seek the most probable explanation of the data at hand. In this regard, historical imagination, according to Allison, should be restrained by the data. Slide 18, sorry, shouldn't have read that. Okay. The plausibility of Jesus' anticipation of his demise. As we have seen, the notion that Jesus expected to die a violent death is recurrently attested. But can we say more? Is there a compelling reason to believe that someone other than Jesus gave the tradition this shape? Allison finds none. He references other historical figures, ancient and modern, who rightly recognize that their project would probably trigger a lethal response from their opponents. Allison writes, to entertain the suggestion that Jesus did not go to his death willingly requires positing a widespread conscious cover-up or a catastrophic memory failure in the early Christian sources. Perhaps some will find one of those options plausible. I consider it much more likely that in this particular, our sources are not bereft of memory. Yet again, let us reiterate that Allison's approach only begins with recurrently attested traditions. He writes, quote, espying a pattern is not enough. We need to account for it sensibly, end quote. What does this involve? Drawing on a similar formulation from E.P. Sanders, Allison states, quote, I believe that once recurrent attestation highlights a theme or motif, we should seek to interpret that theme or motif in the light of early Judaism and in such a way that helps us make sense of what we otherwise know about Christian origins. Allison thus holds that 1, we should begin with those impressions that are recurrently attested. 2, inquire as to how those general impressions might relate to Jesus's Jewish context. And finally, 3, consider how these might explain Jesus's effects. Jesus's outlook in his Jewish setting and his effects. With all of this in the background, we can now turn to the general impression that Jesus expected to meet a violent end. Is this consistent with Jesus's Jewish context? A good case can be made that it is. The evidence suggests that if Jesus, like other first-century Jews, longed for the vindication of Israel, he may very well have thought suffering would be part of that eschatological equation. For one thing, various Jewish sources link the death of Jewish martyrs to hopes for Israel's deliverance. For example, in 2nd Maccabees, a work that's written at the end of the 2nd century BCE, one such victim tells his torturers, "For we are suffering because of our sins, and if our living Lord is angry for a little while to rebuke and discipline us, he will again be reconciled with his own servants." 2nd Maccabees 7:32-33. Similar language is also found in later Jewish works like 4 Maccabees, where the martyrs' deaths are described as quote-unquote purifying the land, 4 Maccabees 1:11. 4 Maccabees 17 goes on to explain, quote, "Through the blood of these righteous ones and through the propitiation of their death, the divine providence rescued Israel," end quote. What is more, different Jewish works bear witness to the belief that the dawning of the eschatological era would coincide with a time of tribulation in which the saints would suffer. A key source to mention here is Daniel 7, which includes the famous vision of the one like a son of man figure. In context, this vision relates how the righteous will receive a kingdom after being persecuted by 4 regimes that are symbolized by 4 beasts, Daniel 7:17 and 23. Of the final beast, we read, "He shall speak words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and they shall be given into his hand for a time, 2 times, and a half a time. But the court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away. And the kingdom and the dominion shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. Their kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom." Daniel 7:25 and following. In Daniel 7, then, the saints receive the kingdom, but only after enduring a period of suffering. The War Scroll entertains similar views. We read there, quote, "It will be a time of suffering for all the nation redeemed by God. Of all their sufferings, none will be like this, hastening till eternal redemption is fulfilled." Likewise, consider 4Q 171. "The congregation of the poor will take upon themselves the period of affliction and will be rescued from all the snares of Belial. Afterwards, all who shall possess the land will enjoy and grow fat with everything enjoyable to the flesh." Numerous other texts could also be cited. They'll be in the fuller version of this. Suffice it to say, if Jesus entertained eschatological hopes, which seems likely, it would hardly be surprising for him to have anticipated coming to a violent end. Yet we must ask another question. Does attributing to Jesus the view that he expected to meet a violent end fit with what we know about his effects? Indeed, it does. Appeals to Jewish apocalyptic traditions involving a coming tribulation were indisputably part of the early community's outlook. Numerous examples could be given here. For the sake of time, I'll just mention one, Romans 8. Paul explains there that the believer's present sufferings are incomparable to, quote, "the glory to be revealed in us," speaking of how the whole creation has been groaning in birth pangs together until now, Romans 8:18 and 22. Notably, in some Jewish texts, the dawning of the age to come is not only tied to eschatological tribulation, the afflictions of this period are specifically described as birth pangs. See 1Q Hodayot or 1 Enoch 62. We can also point out that Paul himself anticipated suffering. Quote, "We told you beforehand that we were to suffer affliction." 1 Thessalonians 3:4. Indeed, in Philippians 2:17, he speaks about being poured out as a libation, a cultic image scholars have widely seen as a martyrological reference. All of this would suggest that Paul was himself influenced by Jesus' teaching, who was known in turn for not only preaching about apocalyptic eschatology, but also connected his own fate to such an outlook. In sum, if we make dissimilarity to Christianity a determinative criterion here, we may end up discounting tribulation traditions that while present in the community and certainly serving the needs of the community, are better explained by origins of Jesus's own teaching. In conclusion, it seems more probable than not to me that Jesus expected to meet an untimely end. We do not need the conventional criteria to make a cogent historical case in this regard. The lack of the use of the criteria doesn't somehow constitute, in my mind, necessarily an uncritical approach. I think the following observations support the conclusion that Jesus anticipated coming to a violent demise. First, this is repeatedly attested in our sources. Second, it makes sense in light of Jewish apocalyptic traditions, which seem to have shaped Jesus's teaching. And third and finally, it plausibly explains Jesus's effects. Certainly, such traditions would have cohered well with the early community's needs and beliefs. Yet we should not believe that in this case, the early believers' views had no relation to impressions made by Jesus himself. I'll conclude with Dale Allison's words. Why did Paul, the tradents of the Jesus tradition, and other Christians believe that Jesus did not shun execution, but rather when it came, accepted it? My answer is this: they believed it because that is what he did, and people remembered. Like other martyrs such as Socrates, Justin, Martin Luther King Jr., and Oscar Romero, his eyes appear to have been wide open. Thank you very much.
We do have time for questions. Joshua, do you have any? Do we have any hands raised?
Not yet. Shayna Scheinfeld just asked a question. I haven't had time to read it yet.
I saw it come in while I was speaking. Shayna says, I'm wondering about your conclusions about Jesus expecting a violent end as compared with the protagonists in other first century apocalypses, such as 4th Ezra and 2nd Baruch, where the protagonists are assumed rather than killed.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think more about that. I hadn't really extended the paper into that. I do think there's good reason to believe that Jesus preached a kingdom message, a message about the kingdom. And it seems to me that in doing so, he had to have some understanding that this was going to be dangerous. And so it wouldn't surprise me in the least if Jesus anticipated meeting a violent demise in Jerusalem when he was going up to Passover. Paula points this out in one of her books that, I mean, where else was Jesus really going to run into that Roman establishment if he didn't go up to Jerusalem for the feast? So that would be a very plausible place for him to kind of, to face that kind of rejection. But whether the leaders in Jerusalem would have opposed his message or not, and I think I'd need to think more about that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Rafael Rodriguez, then Paula Fredrickson, then we have Trent and some other questions coming in the comment section. So, Rafael.
Thanks, Michael. A great paper, and you know where I stand on a lot of these questions. I wanted to ask, you, as we often do when we're talking about memory, you made a reference to a gist, which is an important part of how Allison thinks about memory, and is shared by a lot of people, including like the Jesus Seminar and whatnot. And I think it's related to what some people like Dunn and Terence Mornay talk about when they talk about core, when they're talking about oral tradition particularly. And really what we're focusing on is the things that are stable across multiple iterations. I'm wondering though, if you could talk about, is it really that simple to recover gist or core from looking at things? Is it really just, well, I've looked at a bunch of things and here are the things that all of these iterations have in common, so that must be the gist or the core? Does that seem to be begging the question? Or does gist or core mean something else? And then I have other questions, but for sake of time and whatnot, maybe I'll just say we should talk about this at some point.
Sure, great. Well, obviously defining what is the core and where are the edges, once you start to get into those kinds of conversations, there are going to be lots of questions that are raised. But I think what we want to talk about here are ideas that occur throughout the traditions just broadly. So my book with Cambridge is looking at Jesus's relationship to the temple. Did Jesus take an anti-temple attitude? So I'm trying to be very broad within that. I still think we can talk about these broad categories, these broad ideas. Of course, then we're going to want to start to narrow the focus. And I think the more you do that, the more challenges you face. So I don't know that there's a way to describe what is core. You know, I mean, our language is going to start to break down once we start trying to piecemeal this out. But I nonetheless do think that there are overarching themes, overarching messages that we hear from Jesus over and over again, such as the kingdom theme, that warrant this kind of approach. Thanks for that question.
Thank you so much for this paper. It's you've given me a lot to think about. I have a question that goes back. I think I'm remembering something from C.K. Barrett, Jesus in the Gospel Tradition, where he mentions that if Jesus made predictions of his own passion, his disciples acted like they never heard any of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't, right. I mean, isn't that in terms of looking for things that run counter to other things in the tradition, the fact that the disciples are all in confusion and in hiding, and the crucifixion seems to come to them.
Right. I think broadly speaking, if we're going to talk about broadly attested traditions, the idea that the apostles frequently misunderstood what Jesus was talking about and only later came to think, oh, that's what he was talking about. We see that in lots of different ways and different manifestations, right? For example, in the statements that are attributed to him regarding the temple and its destruction, right? So I think that is another kind of broad complex. In this particular case of the disciples not remaining with Jesus, I'm not really sure that that is evidence that that this was not part of Jesus's preaching. I think it's maybe more, it goes more to the point that they really were hearing what they wanted to hear. But that's a great point, Paula, and I'll have to think about that more as I work up this paper for publication. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up,
I'm sorry, what was that? You cut out there for a second.
It was Barrett's point, not mine.
Yeah, thanks.
Next up in the comments is Trent Wild, who says, is your view that Jesus expected a violent end from the beginning of his ministry, or that he came to this view at some point in the midst or toward the end of his ministry?
Yeah, I'm not really sure that I can determine that. Again, this gets us a little bit too focused on, the development of his thought within the period of his ministry. I'm not really sure that the Gospels or any of our sources are going to be able to tell us about how that thought process changed over time, if it did or not. I'm not really sure. Great question.
Gabriela has offered us a wonderful quote. He says, let me bring it back here. Jesus probably feared to die, but hoped to triumph. That sounds like a good thing for the front matter of a book. Okay, Shana Scheinfeld also asked, I'm also wondering about the difference between what Jesus expected, or as Paula has argued, how Jesus' later followers reinterpreted the events.
Right. So there's obviously going to be, we want to be careful about flattening those two things out. It seems to me that what we see in our sources is the idea that Jesus is motivated by an apocalyptic Christology, or apocalyptic eschatology, I should say. One thing that I find fascinating is T.W. Manson's work on Daniel 7, and other people like Thomas Kazin have picked up on this, that, in Daniel 7, the Son of Man figure seems to, or can be read as representing the saints who receive the kingdom at the end of the vision. And so other people, Allison, other people have developed this idea that, well, maybe this is part of the way Jesus was understanding that prophecy, that the Son of Man represents the saints who suffer. It's always been intriguing to me that Paul doesn't call Jesus the Son of Man in any of his letters, and yet we do have evidence, for example, 1 Corinthians 15, that he's drawing from Daniel 7. And so I wonder if you can see a development there between what we see in Daniel 7 and Paul's, what we might call mystical body ecclesiology going on. I wonder if there's a line there between the Son of Man figure representing the saints in Daniel 7, and then somehow the saints participating in Jesus's suffering, as Paul would describe in his letters. So I think we can trace out some really interesting trajectories there, but I still have to think through it and work it out. But thanks, that's a great question.
Okay, our final question will come from Paul Sloan.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks, Dr. Weber. I put it in the chat there, but so if Jesus expected his demise, do you envision him as having provoked this hostility, or just predicting that his announcement or teaching would have been ill received, or how do you envision that the relationship between his expectation and his actions?
Yeah, I think where I am is that Jesus is influenced by these apocalyptic traditions, and he thinks that the eschatological era is necessarily going to involve some suffering. I think he understands that that eschatological era is going to involve realities that are going to be especially dangerous in his circumstances, especially regard the Roman Empire. And so I don't think it's a coincidence at all that he ends up crucified. So I don't think he preached the kingdom because he was really hoping to die for it, but I think he envisioned that this is what's going to happen if I preach about an eschatological kingdom, and nonetheless this is part of the divine plan. So I think that would be the way that I'd answer it. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we have had other questions come in, but we're going to have to cut it off so that we're already over time, and we encourage you, if you want, to follow up with Michael later. A few housekeeping issues here at the end. Number one, there is an Enoch seminar, research reviews of the Enoch seminar featuring a panel review of Megan Hennings, who presented for us today. Monograph Hell Hath No Fury, that is from 10 to 12 on, what date is it, Joshua?
Tomorrow, 10 to 12 Eastern time.
Tomorrow, 10 to 12 Eastern time, and we invite everyone back for that. I have also placed into the comments the tentative schedule for the on-campus part 2 on campus in Bedford at the Center for the Critical Study of Apocalyptic and Millenarian Movements. The topics that will be covered, and we have very, very limited availability. So if you are in the area and you want to try to come, please contact me or James Crossley. And number 3, I wanted to thank Professor Boccaccini and especially Joshua Scott for hosting all of this. And I should correct myself and say, Dr. Joshua Scott, we want to congratulate you. He recently successfully defended his dissertation. So Joshua, I purposely didn't refer to you as doctor there at the first so that I could congratulate you now. So we send our congratulations. We thank you for your expert handling of all things technical. We invite you all back on the 15th and 16th, but first we invite you back tomorrow for Dr. Henning's panel review of her significant monograph. Thank you to you all.